this game, but also watch a video at the same time. Very bad. Hope y'all like EVE Online. I got a 5-hour video for you. Check it out. Yeah, there it is.
For over 20 years, the simulated world of New Eden has run in near perpetuity. While information about this world is readily available, much of it is indecipherable to the outside observer, replete with jargon and references meaningful only to those who have spent years in the community. On occasion, mainstream news outlets will write articles about the results of battles involving thousands of players and virtual assets valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars, massive exchanges in wars fought for arcane reasons between belligerents with convoluted backgrounds. People who spend their time in New Eden will begin to discuss their experiences in the game and their participation in historic events, but their gravity is often difficult to fathom for those without the same knowledge or experience. Others endeavor to chronicle particular aspects of its history, such as harrowing acts of subterfuge and its ever-shifting borders and alliances. Many who hear about this world agree that, while fascinating, they would never attempt to join it themselves, citing its complexity and depth. And so, for most, a single question remains. What is EVE Online?
Yeah, what is EVE? Computer.
During the early 1990s, software developers were exploring the possibilities of the internet, a relatively new invention at the time. Interactive online spaces such as multi-user dungeons and forums were shared by millions of people, but it was clear to everyone using and creating these spaces that there was much more potential. Internet technology was rapidly improving and changing, and developers had to make certain that their creations could keep pace. Even more difficult, however, was balancing the ever-changing needs and desires of users with the services being created. As personal computers became more widespread and their rendering capabilities increased, developers grew more and more interested in simulated, three-dimensional environments shared over the internet as the natural progression of forums. And of these developers, there were few as ambitious as the Icelandic company Oz Interactive and their creation, Oz Virtual. During the preceding decades, cyberpunk novelists had envisaged immersive, multi-sensory virtual experiences enabled by powerful computers networked with one another, and software developers had used these stories as inspiration to create worldwide web browsers that allowed users to explore websites in 3 dimensions, utilizing a coding language called the Virtual Reality Markup Language, or VRML, as opposed to the Hypertext Markup Language, or HTML. Founded in 1992, Oz Interactive sought to expand upon this concept and offer a VRML web browser that allowed users to interact with other users who were visiting the website at the same time, with each person represented by their own 3D avatar, and even allowing for simultaneous voice communication, a remarkable progression for the time. However, their location made development difficult. Iceland's internet was connected to the rest of the world by a single modem, and the country would turn off this modem during the night when few people were using it. Still, development would continue for the next 4 years until 1996, when they finally launched the beta version of Oz Virtual. Soon, other companies began forming partnerships with Oz Interactive, including Time Warner, Ericsson, the Van Gogh Museum, and Atlantic Records, to create bespoke worlds within Oz Virtual for them. Most notably, Intel cooperated with Oz Interactive to recreate a New York nightclub in Oz Virtual, then utilize a motion capture system on the performers at the club to host a party in both the real and virtual spaces simultaneously. However, the company soon realized that the concept of Oz Virtual, like many others of its ilk, was a product developed too early for the market, and a small group of developers and artists, as well as a single historian, left Oz Interactive to found their own company in 1997, which they named Crowd Control Productions, or as it is commonly abbreviated, CCP. Where this small group had once spent their time developing tech demos, they were now interested in creating a finished product, and so they decided that they would develop something remarkably different: a board game. Leveraging the design experience of its initial members, they quickly constructed their game, which they christened Hættuspil, or Danger Game. Produced in conjunction with Alcoholics Anonymous, the game saw players fighting against one another and occasionally making tenuous alliances as they attempted to break the cycle of addiction to various substances. Core to the game's mechanics was a focus on sharp consequences for failure and the ability to interfere with others' play. In the game design documents, the first line read, "Death is a serious matter." Hættuspil was widely successful in Iceland, and soon it had sold a copy to 1/8 of households in the country, bringing this small, independent company of designers a significant influx of capital. But rather than continuing to make board games, the company returned to the concept that had driven them to work together in the first place. While the design and technology they had made for Oz Virtual was produced too early for its initial purpose, they envisaged a game made with the same concepts and some of the same technology. And so, in 1999, using the money they had earned from Hættuspil, they began work on a space-themed, massively multiplayer online game. At first, the designers attempted a two-dimensional style, but the team decided quickly that they wanted to create something more reminiscent of a movie, and soon they settled on a three-dimensional style that placed the player in a ship out in space against a backdrop of planets and stars, and they began releasing trailers in the year 2000. Publishers were initially unwilling to believe that the graphics in the trailers were rendered in real time, but after they had been convinced, CCP was able to secure the funding they felt necessary to make the game that they wanted, which they named EVE Online, the second Genesis. Their ambitions, however, were far more than graphical. Supporting the core gameplay would be a complicated system of economics described as hyper-capitalistic by its CEO. All resources available in the game would be gathered, traded, processed, and utilized by players with little management from the company. Like their board game Hættuspil, the first line in the design document read, "Death is a serious matter," and, invoking biblical language, this game world was given the name New Eden. When development began in earnest, the company had approximately 20 people, most of them from Oz Virtual, while most others were direct contacts of the initial members from Oz, including some whose relationship had been made by playing Ultima Online with them, another early MMORPG. One of the most challenging aspects of creating EVE would be its scaling. Rather than splitting the player base into multiple different instances to reduce the load on servers, the team decided that they would place everyone in the world onto a single massive instance, or game world, with thousands of stars, using different servers for different in-game regions. In an interview with gaming magazine IGN, the lead designer and art director, Rainier Harderson, said, quote, "I would say the hardest thing to implement must be the server backend. Apart from that, the biggest challenges in doing EVE would be that there are so many things that we are doing in the game that have never been done before. This means that there are a lot of conceptual problems that we have had to solve without having any reference to in previous games. For instance, when we started out, the only third-person space game we had seen was Homeworld, and that was a real-time strategy game. So that meant that we had no reference whatsoever in how to navigate spaceships from a third-person viewpoint. Another example are uncertainties that rise due to the technical limitation of being a massively multiplayer game. How is collision detection handled on the server? How will the physics model run? Will real solar system sizes work in the game? Yes, they do, to an accuracy of 30 centimeters. Million security issues, etc." End quote. During production, the team decided upon an iterative process which, while effective, was arduous.
Early on, we saw immediately that this couldn't be done in one go. So we decided to do 11 games, basically. We would do EVE 11 times over, each version progressively moving forward to the main goal, but not try to do EVE in one step. So the first step was very simple, just get the basic client-server architecture up and running, and then we moved over to having a 3D client, and then we added all the content which had been created, and then we sort of added on and on. Probably did a total rewrite 5 times, and partial rewrites about 6 times. And for each rewrite we did, there were always some components which were good enough to make it across the rewrites. But the first 5 versions were almost rewrites from complete scratch.
Still, the developers determined that they would be able to overcome this and every other challenge in due course and with time to spare. Their confidence, however, would prove misplaced. At first, the team at CCP believed that they could deliver the game in late 2001 or early 2002, but as the date approached, the conclusion quickly became that they would need twice as much time to complete the first iteration of EVE. With no other recourse in mid-2002, CCP called a company-wide meeting and informed their staff that there was no more money remaining and that they were unable to procure any further investors for the moment. Despite this, driven by faith in the project, some of the members of the team stated that they would continue working to finish EVE. According to Hilmar, quote, "There was a turning point, I think, around the time the company was running out of money, which I think gave people this belief.
He likes the dating.
We kind of had this feeling, whoa, we might actually pull this off. Of course, we believed, but there's a difference between believing and hoping, a turn from hope to belief." End quote. This team would continue work while management scrambled to find more investment money. After 3 months without pay, the company was able to reach a deal with Simon & Schuster, a publishing house primarily known for books, who was attempting to expand into the field of games. This company offered to provide the funding necessary for CCP to finish their game, but the development speed necessary would be extreme. For nearly a year, the employees would all work brutal hours, sometimes 100 hours a week, desperately attempting to finish the game before the money ran out again. It was during this period that a small cadre of players were able to test a limited version of the game for the first time. For many, the concept of EVE and its simulated world of New Eden were a dream made manifest. While EVE promised many possibilities, there was no prescribed definition for success, leaving players to define success and failure for themselves. Eager to explore this sandbox, space game enthusiasts congregated online to have a chance at testing the game early. Game development is often divided into 3 phases. An alpha stage, where the developers are still experimenting with mechanics and features, a beta stage, where the game's core mechanics have been determined and the developers are seeking to refine their game, and a final release to the general public. Some studios allow and encourage prospective players to have access to the game during the alpha and beta stages to test features and search for bugs in order to theoretically, have a more polished release, and this practice is especially common for space games, whose players are particularly enthusiastic, often spending significant amounts of both time and money on their hobby. And here, the space game enthusiasts found a system ripe for exploration and experimentation. The first and most important aspect of each ship was its hull, which conferred different benefits depending on its size and specialization. Among myriad other smaller factors, each hull also had its own capacitor, which, like mana or stamina in other games, would be depleted as the ship performed actions, such as firing weapons, repairing allies, or mining asteroids. But in order to perform these actions, the ships had to be equipped with components, and each hull had a certain number of slots for these components, which were divided into 3 types: high power slots, mid-power slots, and low-power slots. The high-power slots were typically where the most defining parts of a ship were located. Here could be found every kind of physically damaging weaponry, such as lasers and projectile turrets, as well as logistical components which allowed ships to repair one another in the middle of combat. The mid-power slots were where ships received much of their utility. For example, most ships were fitted with propulsion modules, which consumed power in order to drastically increase speed. The tools to ensnare targets were also placed in mid-power slots, including stasis webifiers and warp disruptors, which were necessary for preventing an opponent from escaping. Low-power slots were usually used to help support a ship in its given role. For example, a cargo ship might have fitted inertial stabilizers in order to travel more quickly and evade targets, while a tougher combat ship would fit components to further strengthen its armor or actively repair itself. Many mid and low power slots simply offered passive benefits to the ship, such as reducing incoming damage with no capacitor cost. However, each ship also had power grid and CPU limitations, meaning that a player could not simply fit the most powerful components. Rather, they had to carefully balance the different components to create the most powerful combinations for the lowest cost possible. Once completed, flying the ship itself was a relatively simple matter. Nearby objects could be selected in a window on the screen, allowing them to approach it, orbit it, keep it at range, or target it. Targeting a ship allowed the player to attack, heal, recharge, or disrupt it with whatever modules it had equipped. In order to use these ships and modules, the player's character would need the requisite skill points, which could only be gained passively over time, even when the player was logged out of the game, ensuring a more even distribution of progression for players. Numerous space game enthusiasts petitioned CCP for access, and those who were granted their request began probing EVE and making plans for when their friends, clanmates, and companions could join them and multiply their strength upon the launch of the game world. EVE had not yet been released, but already the struggle for dominion and survival in New Eden had begun.
I don't know why this game is so relaxing.
Despite EVE's unwelcoming nature, the promise of such a cinematic multiplayer experience was enticing to a wide breadth of players and drew a significant audience long before it had been released. Starting on October 24th, 2002, a blurb appended to news releases would proclaim that the game would, quote, allow up to 100,000 gamers to compete simultaneously across a full 3D galaxy of 5,000 solar systems. Currently, EVE Online is in Phase 3 of beta testing, with thousands of gamers playtesting the game daily, trading in more than 300 fan and player corporation sites. To date, there are more than 80,000 gamers signed up for the beta test, and at least 50,000 are estimated to participate before the game is launched. Just like in the real world, money will be the commodity of choice. Players can earn cash by accepting work from non-player characters who will reward gamers with cash which can be traded for goods or other items. Also, gamers can earn money by working for a corporation. These corporations are comprised of gamers who have pooled their resources and are working together to dominate the universe. To date, there are more than 200 corporations already established, even though EVE Online has not yet been published. These corporations have elaborate web pages detailing infrastructure, location, business models, and mission statements. End quote. While this blurb emphasized competition in EVE Online, many were more excited about the concept of participating in a perpetually running economy where the goods that they harvested or created would be actively used by other players.
It is really free form. You can choose from a lot of possibilities. You can be a market operator, you can be a transporter, miner, you can operate a factory, you can research, you can operate a big corporation. Can have careers within a corporation about being by being the military arm or being the accountant of corporation, and the current games sort of more focus on having people going up against monsters, maybe in small groups, whereas EVE
Love his accent.
Sort of focuses on building a society and supplying the tools and the rules to operate it.
At first, these news releases announced that the game would be launched in March of 2003, but again, the studio needed a delay. In a press release, the art director Rainier Harderson stated that, quote, "We have always stood firm on the commitment to release EVE only when we felt it was time. Although the game is nearly finished, we felt it would be best to hold off an additional 6 weeks. This will allow us to fully optimize the performance of our new server cluster, implement features we have promised, and continue testing to assure the elimination of bugs that would interfere with the player's ability to enjoy the EVE experience to its fullest potential." End quote. These delays likely made prospective players nervous. Space games at the time had a notorious history of ever-extending delays and under-delivering on promised features. However, the iterative nature of MMOs such as EVE meant that any missing features could be added later, and because many players were able to test the game early, they could see how many features were being tested and what would likely be available. As promised, the team at CCP were able to meet their release goal and had sent the client to be printed by their partners for physical release in late April. And finally, on May 6th, 2003, players were able to play the final release of the game, which featured a total of 5,201 star systems. But those who had participated in the alpha and beta were not novices. Their months spent testing the game had given them significantly more knowledge and experience than those entering New Eden for the first time, and they had spent months strategizing with one another to decide how their first hours, days, and weeks would be utilized in order to make the most money and establish their presence most solidly. As a cheeky nod to their home country, the abbreviation for Icelandic kroner and the game's currency, interstellar credits, was the same: ISK. Many of the most organized groups scattered away from one another and prepared to lay claim to their own territory. However, they could not simply do so anywhere. EVE's star systems are connected in a web-like pattern with stargates, which may be used to traverse from one star to the next. In the center of this vast web is Empire Space, an area controlled by the non-player empires where people may fly their ships in relative safety. The safety afforded to players is determined by the star's security level, given a rating anywhere between 0 and 1, divided into 3 basic categories: high security, low security, and null security, or as they are typically called, high sec, low sec, and nullsec. In high security space, the Empire police forces, named Concord, would intervene in any aggression between players, affording some level of safety in these areas. In contrast, aggression would not summon protection in low security space, but the offending players would be granted a suspect status that would make them a target both for players and Empire forces. However, for the groups looking to establish their own presence in space, the most tantalizing area was nullsec, surrounding Empire space in a large ring. Here, there were no laws, no rules, and no protections other than whatever the players could enforce, and many were eager to establish themselves in this new and vast frontier, rich in the most valuable resources. But holding on to these regions would require work and coordination, and so the corporations that had organized before the release of the game began to establish themselves in particular regions of space that they found enticing. The factors involved in these choices varied from proximity to Empire space to what resources were available. First, though, the corporations would require ships, and to buy and equip these ships, they would need resources and money. While the EVE developers wanted to provide a world where the trade of goods was managed almost entirely by players, they realized that in the early stages of the game, no player economy would be established yet, and so they allowed non-player characters to buy and sell some of these commodities in order to stimulate the player economy. This provided an early revenue stream to players who quickly devised a plan to make significant amounts of capital during this crucial early stage. This plan was based around the daily server downtime, which occurred at 11 a.m. UTC. Andrew Groen detailed what he called the merchant races in his seminal work on the history of New Eden named Empires of Eve. Quote, "Back in the earliest days of Eve, one of the best ways to make money was by buying and selling commodities in different markets across the game. Later, Eve would place all of its emphasis on a player-controlled market, but in the early days, players could buy items and wares from characters in stations all over the game and then sell them elsewhere. What resulted was a daily series of early morning races along the most profitable trade routes. Merchants would log in as quickly as possible after the server came back online from the daily maintenance shutdown and fly down the trade routes to the most profitable destinations." End quote. Trading was far from the only profession that players were looking to exploit. The factories required to build ships in EVE were a limited resource, and so, upon the release of the game, players scrambled to buy these factories as quickly as possible. However, there was an issue. Due to its worldwide release, players in the UK were able to purchase the physical copies of the game before anyone else, and therefore they could buy the factories much earlier than anywhere in the world. These buyers were more than just hopeful industrialists. Many of the factories had been purchased by real estate speculators, hoping to sell these factories for a higher price with no intention of constructing ships. According to early player Ramin Shahrazad, quote, "Within days of the retail launch, all factories had been bought up and idled by speculators who were charging $300 to $400 per factory without any way of knowing if they really owned the factory or not." End quote. If speculators were idling the factories, then that meant fewer ships, restricting players from accessing the core mechanics of the game. This illustrated two challenges that the developers of EVE now faced: managing a complicated economy to keep the game fun and interesting, and struggling against the black market. Black market economies for MMOs like EVE are not only common, but inevitable. While developers typically will include clauses in their terms of service that stipulate against it, players are usually undeterred from trading in-game assets for real-world currency, and the consequences for doing so only tend to involve an easily circumvented ban, which is only implemented if they're caught. And so, many of the factories intended to fabricate ships for players remained dormant upon the release of the game. But this was far from the only problem that new players faced. Those who purchased EVE Online with little foreknowledge were met with a game full of promise, yet strangely empty. Played primarily through various menus, it was difficult for new players to decipher what their next steps would be. What's more, the game world was almost preposterously massive, especially for the time, and players were spread thinly across New Eden. But according to Hilmar Pettersson in an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole, this was in part by design.
You did an interview?
Quote, Eve is about people sailing into the starry night in ships. That's sort of the inception story of Iceland, Vikings escaping taxation from Norway and hoping that there's a new land somewhere. You can just imagine being on a quiet ocean in the night, looking at the night sky, sailing on a Viking ship. Eve definitely has those kinds of feelings. You can look up and see the Milky Way, and so the inception of the game and the country are not far apart. Iceland is this place that really wants to kill you. You get the very distinct feeling of that when you're a child growing up there. There's volcanoes, there's lava, there are earthquakes, there are freezing gale winds unpredictably any month of the year. It's a very hostile environment. Eve is like that. It has the toughest environment, but to some extent, the nicest people. People in Iceland are nice because we've been forced to learn how to cooperate, because the
Hey,
people
that's
who
a good
didn't
deal for him.
cooperate are already frozen to the ground. Eve is kind of like that. It forces you to cooperate with others because alone you can't really achieve your full potential in Eve. It pushes you to connect with others. There are aspects of the game that almost intentionally make you feel lonely when you're alone. And that creates the foundation of the friendship machine, as we call it, this forced cooperation due to the hostileness of the environment and, later on, other players. That has created a very strong bond between people that play together in the game." End quote. This forced cooperation manifested as new players quickly gathering together for safety in this alien game world. While numerous small corporations endeavored to eventually take and hold Nullsec territory, it was much easier in this early stage for players to base their operations in Empire space and venture out into Nullsec to gather valuable resources from these unprotected systems, then return with a haul and sell or utilize what they gathered. But with so many players traveling through Nullsec, a clear method of generating profit emerged, one that played into the fantasies of many science fiction enthusiasts: piracy. Traveling together in small bands, pirates began roving the common lanes that miners and traders would take from Empire space through Nullsec, seeking quarries. To do so, pirates would designate one or more of their group members to act as a tackler, tasked with ensnaring their target, and to do so, they would outfit their ship with specific modules. First was the Stasis Webifier, which, when applied to a target, would reduce their speed, making it nearly impossible to evade weapons fire. Second, and most important in a pirate's arsenal, was the Warp Disruptor, which, true to its name, would prevent a ship from entering faster-than-light travel and escaping. Both of these components would be placed in the mid-power slots, making the tackler more vulnerable than its compatriots, and so it would rely upon its allies while engaging a target. This, however, would often be unnecessary, as traders and miners were frequently unfamiliar with combat, making them easy prey. To counteract this, these more peaceful players would chart new routes and learn tricks to evade pirates, initiating an ever-evolving game of cat and mouse. An early player named Nightfreeze recounted their experience on their first trading run, shipping goods that they had bought with weeks' worth of ISK. Quote, "At the time, I naively believed that any security rating above 0.0 would be safe because nobody would be ballsy enough to dare provoke the wrath of the 5-0 in space. I turned out to be wrong. I knew that something was wrong when my ship started to beep and a red target lock cursor appeared in the horizon with the name Deathbringer. The beeping accelerated and a red square appeared around my ship. Since I hadn't even bothered trying to fight a training pirate yet, I had no idea what the heck was going on. He sent a message to me, 250k or die. I responded to him, okay, the sweat dripping down my armpits past my side and accumulating in a little puddle at the edge of my shirt. 5 or more seconds must have passed as I fumbled for the micro warp drive hotkey, and just as they started to warm up, the first missile slammed into my ship. The warp gate was 15,000 meters away. I had to be within 800 meters to pass through it, and I was currently flying at about 300 meters per second. A second missile exploded against the hull, bringing down my shields and tearing apart my hull. I knew that if one more missile hit me, my ship would be nothing more than space debris, and this who couldn't even spell death correctly would have access to all I had worked for. "Come on, you pieces of shit," I shouted at the monitor. My dog started to bark in the background, but I could barely hear it. The only thing that mattered was the gate, because I knew that if I had lost that cargo, all my week's worth of hard work and all my finely tuned bullshit would be down the drain. Whoosh! I hadn't used the micro-warp drives since the night before and forgot about just how powerful they were. I was now shooting toward the warp gate at 3.5 kilometers per second, and all Deathbringer had to account for his 2 expensive missiles was a trail of dust. If you're reading this right now, Death, I'd like to give you a hearty f*** you. I arrived at the specified starbase in the Galente region, my ship battered and bruised, and my ego several sizes smaller. I sold the computer hardware for a total of 3.7 million credits. The hull repairs amounted to 100K. I felt my heart with my left hand. It was still pulsing rapidly, and the realization that I had netted 600,000 credits in 25 minutes, along with a healthy dose of action, sent it shooting up even further. I did several more trade routes that morning, and by 9 a.m., my credit count read 5,780,000 credits. End quote. No matter what tricks were discovered, however, piracy remained a lucrative trade due to the heavy traffic in the lanes used to haul ore. Because of the distances involved in transporting ore from Nullsec to Empire space and little safe way to store it during the process, a mining operation would often consist of 1 mining ship to pull the ore from the asteroids and 5 or more transport ships to haul it back to Empire space, all of which were easy targets. Soon, piracy was lucrative enough for the first pirate gangs to lay claim to territory in Nullsec. Outfitted with various combat ships, they moved into the most valuable star systems, seeking flighty mining and transport ships. On occasion, groups of pirates would find trade routes frequented by the more economy-minded players and perform one of the most feared and most obnoxious practices to those in Empire space: a gate camp. Essential for transit between systems, stargates also acted as choke points for players to exploit, as there only ever is one linking 2 systems together, and so, pirates would often wait at these combined ingress and egress points in low security space, waiting for unsuspecting players to appear and destroying their ship, sometimes before they could even load the new system. Eventually, CCP were forced to add auto-turrets onto stargates to prevent routes from being blockaded for long stretches of time. In the months following the release of the game, CCP was also able to address the issue of those who had bought factories for resale by a relatively simple method. In order to keep a factory, the player holding it would be forced to pay a regular maintenance fee for it, relative to the amount of money that could potentially be made from its output. In essence, a land value tax. Just as in the real world, this made the factories a significant financial burden to speculators who weren't using them, leveraging the speculators to either begin producing ships or sell the factories to someone who would. In short order, the factories were serving their intended purpose. The game hadn't even been live for 3 months, and already CCP was being forced to adjust their game to contend with the space game enthusiasts, notorious for exploiting any system that they could as a part of their fun, while simultaneously attempting to complete the systems that they had intended for the game. And these new systems promised to create even more unforeseen and perhaps unmanageable problems. Over the following months, the more adventurous corporations began to establish themselves in Nullsec, and already the diplomatic situations in different regions were developing in distinct ways. These early groups of players, typically no more than a few dozen people, would form the first alliances with one another to stave off competition, typically naming themselves after the region of space that they inhabited. In this early stage of the game, there was no way for players to officially lay claim to territory, but over a decade later, Andrew Groen would resurrect information that had largely been lost by trawling through long-abandoned forum threads and speaking with numerous leaders from the time, and by doing so, he managed to chart early Nullsec. To the southeast was the pirate nation of the Curse Alliance, who frequently warred with the rigid and authoritarian Stain Alliance. To the west and the north were the Fountain Alliance, the Coalition of Free Stars, and Venal Alliance, which boasted more democratic systems of governance between their constituent corporations. While a significant contingent of players sought to take and hold territory in Nullsec, most made their home in Empire space. Though maintaining a Nullsec presence was lucrative, it was also difficult and time-consuming, and for most, this was a distraction from the more specific activities which drew them to EVE. This also meant that much of the money within the player economy was held in Empire space, and so, even Nullsec powers would have to enter this safer territory and trade with the players there, though many Nullsec dwellers found them tepid. For the industrialists, trading with Empire space was not only efficient, but necessary. While the most valuable materials were in Nullsec, the basic materials required for all ships could only be found in Empire space, and so it was impossible to maintain a Nullsec presence without some sort of supply line to Highsec and Lowsec. This meant that these two worlds of EVE, while in most ways separate, were fundamentally tied to one another. And while the flow of resources between the two was imperative, the most stark example of this interplay was illustrated in the mercenary corporations. Varying widely in terms of background, these mercenaries would take contracts to harangue whatever target was desired, and during this early stage, their prices were often cheap, with the thrill of the fight being a part of the reward. The people or corporation issuing the contracts could also be kept secret at their behest, and in this way, competitors could be weakened or eliminated without any fighting on the part of the buyer. Pirate gangs were eager to loan out their services for interstellar credits, but many of them were unaccustomed to attacking targets that fought back, and so, a niche began to develop for players who had experience not only trapping vulnerable targets, but engaging in proper fleet-based combat. As the demand increased, various new mercenary groups were beginning to form, often out of ragtag clusters of players who were more familiar with the praxis of combat than theory. But sometimes it was simply enough for a player to be familiar with combat to disrupt the supply lines of more economy-oriented corporations and allow their competitors to surpass them. Such aggression meant that most every corporation needed to be prepared for a fight, and so they began to learn the methods by which to defend themselves, along with hiring their own mercenaries to protect their ships, meaning that anyone paid to disrupt another corporation had to expect pushback. While miners often weren't familiar with the finer points of combat, many already had the most important equipment necessary to participate: a battleship. During this time, there were no ships dedicated to mining, and so, miners chose the ships with the most available high slots for mining lasers. A particular favorite was the Apocalypse, which boasted 8 high slots and a large capacitor. All the miners had to do was trade their mining equipment for weapons, and they were ready to defend themselves in a minimal fashion. What had once effectively been paid piracy was more and more becoming obsolete, and in its place was mercenary work. Among these early mercenaries were a few corporations that attracted attention. Unparalleled were the Masters of Ownage, or Mu, who had become infamous after their gate camp in Mara and Pasari that shut down trade in the north for weeks, but there were a few smaller corporations that were beginning to gain a reputation, namely Body Count Inc. This group, led by the charismatic Celine, was one of the first to dedicate all of their corporation's time to handling mercenary contracts, and while they accepted paltry sums to begin, their fees grew as both the demand for mercenaries and the demand for body count ink increased. But as mercenary corporations fought one another, there was a surprising effect. Since warfare never resulted in the permanent deaths of any of the players, it was possible to fight against particular enemies repeatedly, and as they did, they grew familiar with one another, especially those who could fight exceptionally well. Such exemplary pilots would sometimes impress their enemies so much that they would be invited to join those they had fought. And so, a core tenet of EVE Online was discovered. In the words of Celine, quote, "The best way to recruit people is by shooting them." And so, the best pilots in the game began to conglomerate into groups and charge hefty prices for their services, prices that corporations were more than willing to pay in this key moment in the history of the economy of EVE. During the production of the game, one of the envisioned roles in EVE Online was that of a trader, traveling from location to location in order to find places to buy goods low and sell high based on an asymmetry of information. Players would only be able to see the goods on offer in their current region, and then they would have to travel to the station where the good was being sold. But as players traded with one another and the player economy began to establish itself, the need for a centralized hub of commerce grew. In order to maximize visibility and convenience, many chose one particular system from which to base their trade: Uli. Uli was a natural choice, given that it was a high-security system with the maximum value of 1, meaning that trading there was remarkably safe. But more importantly, it resided at the precise center of Empire space, making a trip to Uli a reasonable distance, no matter where a player was. Soon, all manner of players were traveling to Uli in order to buy and sell goods, and almost anything could be purchased there. This posed a problem. So many players in a system taxed the game servers heavily, and if too many people began to use Uli as a trade hub, then the servers would be unable to accommodate them. But soon, an even greater existential threat to the game would appear. Toward the end of 2003, the deal that CCP had made with its publishing companies was concluding, but Simon & Schuster had no intention of renewing the deal, and so they reached an agreement that would return the publishing rights to the game developer. And while they had no infrastructure or connections to print physical copies of the game, CCP had another plan. On December 3rd, 2003, CCP made an announcement on their website. Quote, CCP, the developer of the highly acclaimed MMORPG title EVE Online, announced today that it has regained the publishing rights for the title worldwide and will start distributing it as a direct download from the internet. We are very pleased to be in a position where we can contribute equally to both development and publishing, says Ivor Christiansen, CEO of CCP. We have reached an agreement with Simon & Schuster Incorporated and Vivendi International regarding Canada and North America, as well as with Crucial Limited for Europe. We expect the downloadable version to increase global sales sharply. Our player base has been growing steadily since the launch of EVE Online in May. Our game servers are in good shape, and we are technically ready for much faster growth now, says Hilmar V. Pedersen, CCP's Chief Technical Officer. The player community is a great source of new ideas for the future development of the game. EVE Online is an evolving, living game, and we can't wait to see how the players will react to some of the new stuff we will be adding in the future. End quote. But this optimism was undermined by the problems that Uli now presented. As mentioned previously, the game's server architecture was designed so that each region in the game world was managed by a different server. However, the newest processors at the time proved to be suboptimal for CCP's purposes, and so, even the latest CPU technologies wouldn't help to bolster their servers for the influx of players, specifically the growing population in Uli. Theoretically, this could have been solved by changing the regions that each server managed and perhaps utilizing a specific server for Uli, but with the volume of players that Uli threatened to host, not even a dedicated server for that star system would be enough. What's more, players were beginning to discover exploits that threatened their faith in the game to function as it was intended. On March 3, 2004, a corporation named Zombies Inc. descended upon Uli with a single Apocalypse battleship and a bevy of dedicated logistics ships, parking themselves near a Stargate, approximately where players would arrive when entering the system or approaching the gate to leave. The Apocalypse was equipped with a special kind of weapon, a smart bomb. When activated, this niche weapon would deal massive damage to everything within a certain distance of the user, whether ally or enemy. As soon as ships appeared, the pilot of the Apocalypse activated his smart bombs, and his targets were instantly destroyed. As Uli was a system with a 1.0 security rating, Concord appeared almost instantly in order to destroy the offending player. But as soon as they did, the logistics ships began repairing it from just outside of the radius of the smart bombs as Concord ships approached and were destroyed in the successive blasts. Now, not only were hapless players being destroyed in Uli, but so were the game's NPC police. While Concord attacked the Apocalypse battleship, the logistics ships were entirely ignored. This was due to an oversight that Zombies Inc. had discovered. While attacking another ship in Empire space would grant the player a wanted status and summon the police, repairing another ship would not, even if the player receiving the repairs was wanted. Having estimated the damage output of Concord's ships, Zombies Inc. had brought just enough logistics capability to outpace the damage that Concord could deal, making the Apocalypse practically invulnerable. Any players attempting to intervene by attacking the logistics ships would, in turn, be destroyed by Concord, since, by the game's definition, they were innocent. And so, they were able to continue their slaughter in Uli for an unrecorded period of time. Victims of Zombies Inc. went to the forums to complain, and soon, even those who hadn't encountered the small fleet were complaining to the developers that trade through Uli, and therefore in much of the game, had been brought to a halt due to an exploit. CCP's game masters contacted the perpetrators and instructed them to cease. Zombies Inc. declined. A post made to the forum by the game masters describes the incident in full. Quote, "As a lot of you are aware, a certain corp willingly exploited a fault in the game mechanics and managed to kill over 100 people in the supposedly secure Uli system last night. We have decreed that those who were the recipients of this heinous crime will be fully reimbursed for their loss. If you are one of those who lost your belongings and still haven't petitioned us, please do so and we will see to it that your possessions are returned to you. The exploiters have received a ban for their efforts, and anyone thinking of following their example should be aware that the same fate awaits them. The GM team." End quote. While players were in general glad to have the Uli system cleared, this set a new precedent. With pompous rhetoric, the game masters declared that they would not allow players to bend the rules farther than CCP dictated, but how much was too much was left unspecified. In this case, a rule was codified and enforced as an event was taking place, namely that players were not allowed to survive indefinitely against Concord in high security space. Anything that allowed them to do so would be considered an exploit, and therefore a bannable offense. However necessary it may have been, and however popular the decision may have been with players, it established the company in an adversarial role to many of its players, especially the ones most interested in experimentation. Though trade could once again travel through Yulai, this did not lead to the rise of any powerful high-sec corporations due to a particular mechanic. While players were safe from wanton attacks from other players in high-sec space, and players in low-sec space were risking their lives by attacking other players, there was a way for players to attack one another safely, even while Concord was present: a war declaration. By paying a fee every week, a corporation could declare war against another and be granted the right to attack any of their ships on site, often referred to as bribing the police. This meant that, whenever a high-sec corporation became powerful enough, other corporations would band together to check it and prevent it from becoming too powerful and affecting a monopoly. Even so, there were enough individuals and small corporations trading out of Yulai that the servers began to lag. This was not a difficult threshold to reach. Despite boasting about high potential player counts, EVE Online required less than 100 players to be present in the system before problems began to manifest. But as Crowd Control Productions was contending with Yulai, the initial powers of Nullsec were beginning to fracture, and soon, divisions would spark conflict that would push their server infrastructure to its limits. To the north, bad blood born from the early wars over sovereignty was beginning to heat. Due to the global nature of the game, CCP realized that implementing a fair method of territory control would require something more complicated than a simple attack and hold method. Otherwise, a corporation could simply attack another group's territory during their off hours, and then a counterattack could be launched, enacting a never-ending back and forth which would discourage any sort of decisive conflict. Therefore, they designed the reinforcement system. In order to capture a starbase, a faction would have to attack it twice. The first time, they would simply be able to reduce its hull to 25%. Upon reaching this number, the starbase would enter reinforcement mode, during which it could not be damaged for a length of time contingent upon the amount of strontium fuel with which it had been equipped, with more strontium meaning a longer reinforcement period. Most importantly, since strontium gradually was depleted, the amount could be manipulated in order to bring the starbase out of reinforcement mode during active hours for the defending alliance. In this way, holding starbases was feasible without always having players online. But these stations were more than just static buildings. Player-owned stations, or POSs, were designed in such a way as to allow a defender an advantage. Most immediately, a station could be equipped with automatic weapons that required no player input, adding firepower to any defensive endeavor. Even unequipped, however, the stations still boasted a wide shield which could only be passed if the player had the correct password. While the station could be attacked from the outside, any ship within the shield could not, but similarly, any ship inside the shield could not attack any ship outside of it, granting a small armistice zone to which a defending fleet could retreat during a battle and placing an onus upon the attackers to either focus enough fire on the station to reinforce or destroy it, or destroy any damaged ships before they could retreat to the safety of the shield. Extra ships could be stored inside of these stations as well, allowing players to re-equip themselves for combat if they lost their ship. In order to claim a system, all a corporation had to do was own the majority of starbases. Now was a key time to claim and capture territory before anyone else could lay their own claims and force their opponents to wrest control for them. As well as starbases being constructed, it is extremely vulnerable. Mercenary Coalition even posted a video to the forums of the time they were hired exclusively to stand as bodyguards for an infant starbase, which they affectionately referred to as an egg. Once claimed, the owning faction could place an outpost in the system, a significant boon. As opposed to POSs, outposts were indestructible, making goods stored there much safer, but they also acted as places where goods could be listed for sale. Anything bought or sold there or any minerals refined there would be taxed, with the money being placed in the bank account of the corporation. Taking territory now, before other alliances could place their star bases and claim control over systems, was vital, and it would lead to a war that the servers of EVE Online could scarcely handle. The opening engagement of this first large-scale war of EVE Online was described by Andrew Groen in Empires of EVE. Quote, "Both sides opened fire, unleashing a stream of missiles, railguns, and laser munitions, the sheer number of which had never been seen before in New Eden. With nearly 300 people in the battle, the EVE servers strained under the weight of this enormous cataclysm, and strange things began to happen. Missiles disappeared out of thin air, ships exploded seemingly without having been touched, pilots were kicked offline without warning, then reappeared in a different part of the solar system and in a different ship." End quote. Such conditions were unfavorable for either side, and fleet commanders eventually learned to ration their pilots and limit the size of engagements in order to manage lag and prevent battles from escalating beyond the capacities of the servers, a frustrating yet necessary decision. But Nullsec wasn't the only place where these limitations were manifesting. For months, the central economic system of Uli in Empire Space had been growing, and as it did, the servers were struggling. Crowd Control Productions had little ability to control the movements and actions of the people operating in Nullsec, but in Empire Space, they had far more options, and here they took drastic action. Uli was a popular trading hub due to its centralized location, which boasted safe passage from all corners of space, and so the company took the simplest option. They severed most of the connections. In short order, the traders had scattered. Without a central hub, trade quickly was redistributed into quadrants of Empire Space, loosely based in the 4 different NPC empires, further destabilizing a market that already was facing the destabilization of vital resources from Nullsec due to a war raging in the north. Without the relatively safe routes through Uli, Empire Space was severed in two by low-security choke points through which traders had to travel, choke points that could easily be exploited by pirates, further segmenting the economy. But soon, a new strain would be placed on the servers. In early 2004, the main competition for EVE Online, Earth and Beyond, was ending. EVE had already enticed many of its players away in the beta stages of its game, and now, as Earth and Beyond was closing its servers, a sizable portion of its players were migrating to EVE Online. While CCP's digital distribution method was a gamble at the time, and it could easily take over 24 hours to download the game with contemporary internet speeds, it meant that those moving from Earth and Beyond to EVE Online could easily download the client for the game and join relatively quickly, attracting a massive influx of players. Recognizing how many new people were joining, and also recognizing how impenetrable their game was, CCP set to work making their game as inviting as possible for this flood of players. Working with IGN and GameSpy, they cheekily offered what they called an upgrade for Earth and Beyond players to EVE Online, including a personal guided tour of the game. In a public release, they stated, quote, "The upgrade program will include a no-obligation free trial of EVE Online and a walkthrough of the game by a member of the EVE Volunteer Group. The EVE Volunteer will explain to the user the differences between the two games and ease the transition into EVE from Earth and Beyond." End quote. These new players were entering the game during a time of extreme instability in the in-game economy, and only a few months after these new players joined and were attempting to establish themselves, Nullsec was fractured. The offer that CCP had made to Earth and Beyond players proved to be a resounding success, and many groups in the dying game moved wholesale from one game to the other, providing them with an immediate source of manpower. However, those more aimless players coalesced into a new corporation which they named Celestial Horizon. With thousands of players, the already massive Celestial Horizon had a far larger population than the vast majority of other corporations in New Eden, and even though they were inexperienced, their numbers alone quickly made them into an industrial superpower who spent their early months in Empire space stockpiling liquid assets, their size making them largely unassailable. This chaos meant opportunity for many new players, and some of the loudest were the Goons. Goon is an epithet worn proudly by the early internet users posting on the Something Awful forums, a group known for their irreverent, provocative manner. As online documentarian Bernie notes in his history of the site's operator, even the name Goon originates from the letter of an angry web admin who had been featured on the Something Awful website and subsequently harassed by its forum members. Noticing the extremely accessible method of distribution that CCP had adopted, some members of the board began posting threads encouraging other members to download the game and join. However, due to their inherently chaotic nature, it was difficult to wrangle them toward any common goal, and over the months, numerous Goon-led corporations congealed and collapsed due to petty infighting. Andrew Drone chronicles the early months of the Goons' presence in the game, where, after numerous attempts, one leader was able to coax enough of them into a single corporation, which was named Goonfleet. Their capabilities, however, were obviously lacking, given that almost every single player entering the corporation was entirely new to the game, with their only qualification being that they were a member of the Something Awful forums. They even paid to have banner advertisements displayed on Something Awful, encouraging members to join Goonfleet, hoping to attract a large volume of players, regardless of skill. When a new member joined Goonfleet, they would immediately be given a ship and a personal lesson on how to play the game, but even so, they were woefully ineffective. This was a feature that they owned and incorporated into their fleet tactics. Rather than trying to field effective ships, they simply would outfit themselves in some of the cheapest ships and modules that the game had to offer and swarm their target. The majority of the time, this would end in failure, but because so little capital had been invested, the losses were never substantial, and so they would throw themselves wantonly into battles, declaring their motto in the local chat: "We're terrible at this game." Their practices, however, gave them a particular reputation with the rest of New Eden. Only those who had an active account at least 3 months old on the Something Awful forums were allowed into the corporation, but those who applied weren't always simply rejected. Responding to a thread from someone looking to join a corporation, one player said in the EVE Online forums that, quote, "Goonfleet don't recruit in-game. Any advice you get to the contrary will be from a goon trying to swindle you out of your assets. They'll charge an application fee or some such. Then, when you are successful, they will offer to courier your ships down to Nullsec. After you hand over your property, you will not hear from them again." End quote. Another player responds, quote, "If by some strange and bizarre miracle you do get into Goons, you will be forever shunned by the rest of the EVE community. Once you join Goons, that's it. You can never leave to join another corp or alliance. You simply cannot be trusted in any other corp or alliance. You might as well just delete your character and start over if you want to leave Goons." End quote. While this was somewhat hyperbolic, it captured the general sentiment of New Eden. There were the Goons, and then there was everybody else. While their money wasn't boycotted, few wanted much to do with them besides trade. As Nullsec grew more competitive, it became clear that the Goons would need allies, and so they created a larger alliance under which all Goons and those corporations within the game who wanted to join them could participate. Goonswarm. The work The History of the Great Empire of Eve, an Outsider's Perspective, speaks to the reputation of the Goons. Quote, "To best understand Goonswarm, you must first understand Goons. The Goons are not native to EVE Online, but rather are a form of invasive species. The defining psychology of the community is that there is us and there is them. Non-members are inferior to members, and many goons delight in the misery of non-members, or pubbies. EVE Online is not the first game to be
Puppy.
visited by the goons, nor will it be the last. The goons move like locusts between online games, establishing themselves quickly and attempting to conquer the game in order to inflict the most misery for all those not part of the swarm. Almost every major competitive online game has a clutch of goons, deconstructing the game and their enemies." End quote. These alliances that established themselves were taking advantage of the final period of time in which a new alliance could
Thank
feasibly
you for the
capture
look
and
at
hold
that.
territory for years to come, and the radical shifts in the fundamentals of the game would establish what would become the first great empires, bending their industrial might for control over weapons that could decide an entire battle with the press of a single button.
Time is running out. Snap your
Uh-oh.
W-2 and file your taxes
Don't do that.
100% free.
Don't do that. Damn, it's not letting me. Okay, whatever. Oh, too loud.
On June 29, 2005, CCP announced a bevy of updates, most important among them being 2 new classes of ships. Dreadnoughts were a specialized class that wielded weaponry designed to attack the stations that had become vital for warfare. Controlling a station allowed the fighters of a defending or invading force to shelter in a safe hub from which they could launch their fleets, and dreadnoughts wielded the firepower to assault such bulky emplacements. Much larger than battleships, formerly the largest class of ship in the game, dreadnoughts could enter siege mode, which would render them entirely immobile but grant a significant firepower increase. Constructing a dreadnought, however, was a massive undertaking, requiring new starbase modules called capital ship assembly arrays. Rather than assembling the dreadnought in full, there were multiple parts, each of which had to be fabricated separately and then combined to create the completed dreadnought. In order to move the massive amount of materials required for such a ship, the second class that they announced was the freighter. Significantly larger than their older counterparts, these freighters were capable of moving materials on an unprecedented scale. But while they were typically well armored, they would still be obvious targets for pirates and saboteurs. The implication was clear. In order to project power and protect what territory they had, alliances now were forced to turn inward and leverage their economies into production. But the dreadnoughts were eclipsed half a year later with the release of ships that would dwarf all others. On December 16, 2005, CCP released an expansion entitled Red Moon Rising. This time, 3 new ship classes were released. The first was the Carrier, a massive ship that relied on clouds of fighters to perform combat for it, intended as support for a fleet of smaller ships. On the release page, CCP explained that, quote, "The Carrier is an affordable capital ship, and most major corporations are expected to fund and deploy at least one for their engagements." End quote. The second was the Mothership, a larger variant of the more affordable Carriers. But these 2 new ship classes were eclipsed almost entirely by the ship that would come to be synonymous with the game, the Titan. The sheer immensity of a Titan was difficult for players to conceptualize when it was announced. For the first 2 years of the game, the largest ships were the battleships, whose volumes hovered between 450 and 500,000 cubic meters. The largest Titan, in contrast, was an utterly massive 155 million meters cubed, well over 300 times as large. The capabilities wielded by a Titan were commensurate with its size. The first key feature was the ability to open a jump bridge. While Titans were able to utilize the traditional Stargate network outside of HiSec, they also could be used to coordinate massive fleet movements. If another specialized ship could light a Cynosural field, then the Titan could use it as a beacon and jump directly to its location, whether in the same system or not. bypassing the Stargate network entirely as long as the stars were close enough. This meant that, although the Titan was a ponderous ship, it could still rapidly relocate with proper coordination, sometimes directly into a fight, suddenly shifting the balance of power. What's more, other ships could join the Titan in this jump, meaning that it could be used to move an entire fleet
That's
at
so
once
cool.
between stars in great strides, without
Of
being
spaceships.
forced into the natural choke points of the Stargate network. But the more tantalizing capability of the Titan was the Doomsday device. While CCP was mum about the specific damage numbers, what was known was that a Doomsday device would inflict massive damage in a 500-kilometer radius, centered on a location of the Titan's choosing. What's more, the Titan would not even need to be present in the fight to launch the Doomsday. If another ship could light a cynosural field, then the Titan could fire its Doomsday through it, as long as it was still within the same star system. Many suspected that the first alliance to field a Titan would wield unprecedented power and become nigh unstoppable. Due to its area of effect, the power of a Doomsday scaled with the number of fighters on the battlefield, and over time, battles involving hundreds of players had become more and more common, further emphasizing the imminent importance and dominance of the Titan. Beyond these more immediately impressive features, the Titan also served as a mobile platform from which war could be prosecuted. Players who died could respawn inside of the Titan and take a new ship stored in its hangar to join the fight once again, meaning that a player whose pod was destroyed would be able to rejoin combat immediately, as long as supplies were available. But before their incredible might could be wielded, one would have to be built. Much like the dreadnoughts before them, the different parts of the carrier, mothership, and Titan would need to be constructed separately in different capital shipyards, then brought together and assembled. No power based in Empire space would have the resources or capital required for such a massive undertaking, and even if one did, they would have war declared upon them immediately, and their capital shipyards would be divested from them. But even in Nullsec, Andrew Groen notes that there were only 2 alliances who could feasibly produce the first Titan, and they so happened to have laid claim to territory immediately next to one another. The warlike band of brothers, who had earlier crushed the alliances in the north, and the overwhelmingly massive Ascendant Frontier, consisting of former players from Earth and beyond. Of these 2, Ascendant Frontier had the clear advantage. While skill and coordination could readily win a battle during this stage of the game, there was no way to outproduce a group with so many members. As Groen notes, quote, Ascendant Frontier was not focused on expansion or military endeavors as Band of Brothers was. Ascendant Frontier had come to own a huge swath of territory in the south, but its members' true passion was industry. Ascendant Frontier wanted to create a prosperous hub of trade and commerce in Nullsec. It was working, too. It was pumping out space stations, outposts, and capital ships at a rate many times faster than the next closest industrial powers of the era. End quote. But to accomplish this feat, they would have to overcome a new hurdle: espionage. While often neglected in the first few years of EVE Online, its role in the operation of large alliances had increased, as had its notoriety after a particularly high-profile case. While most mercenary groups specialized in combat, another corporation, named the Guiding Hand Social Club, would instead perform contract work for clients looking to subvert their enemies. Sometime in late 2004 or early 2005, an anonymous client approached the Guiding Hand with a contract and a massive sum of ISK, hoping to buy their services to target Ubiqua Seraph, a large corporation of the time. They asked that Ubiqua Seraph's coffers be ransacked and their communal hangars emptied of ships, but the contractors would be allowed to keep all of what they pillaged. The only object that the client wanted was the corpse of the CEO, Mural. The leader of the Guiding Hand, Istvan Shogatsu, was similarly disinterested in the spoils, though he accepted these terms all the same. The Guiding Hand spent months infiltrating, earning positions of trust and authority. they were more successful than their client could have dreamed. Multiple members found themselves entrusted with much of the corporation's assets, and one agent, named Zemdal, found themselves as one of Mural's lieutenants. Istvan explained, quote, Arenis Zemdal is what we call a Valentine operative. Essentially, his job is to seduce and entice an objective into a state of trust and confidence. As such, we'd call Mural's relationship to him moments before the strike endeared. End quote. On April 18th, 2005, the code word was sent to every agent. Nicole. Immediately, the corporation was drained of all of its liquid assets and much of its stores of supplies, and Zemdal collected the CEO's corpse along with a squad of guiding hand members who had rendezvoused to help deliver the killing blow. Istvan made a public announcement shortly after, with characteristic flair. Quote, Greetings, everyone. It has been some time since I last stood behind a podium and made a public announcement, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm somewhat out of form. The reason I stand here before you is to announce that my mercenary outfit, the Guiding Hand Social Club, has completed its most ambitious contract to date. Our target was assigned to us many months ago, Mural of Ubiqua Seraph. Our task was to carry out that which the Guiding Hand Social Club has now become known for, to utterly demolish Mural and bring all who followed her to their knees in one fell swoop. For those many
Lot of
months,
theatrics.
we toiled, secreting our operatives among her ranks, steering her organization through a number of insidiously engineered events meant to engender trust and divert their attention from where it should have been. Early this morning, our hard work bore fruit. Executing a meticulously planned, thoroughly flawless concerto of simultaneous corp hangar heists, attacks in open space, and facility invasions, the Ubiqua Seraph came to know the wrath of the Guiding Hand Social Club firsthand. The result shatters any previous records for sheer scale of such an endeavor. Our net gain from this massive heist is roughly estimated at over 20 billion ISK. Total damages inflicted are estimated at close to 30 billion ISK. Thank you all for your time. End quote. This would be far from the final major act of the Guiding Hand Social Club, though they would be more covert from this point forward. This level of metagaming, however, wasn't shared by all people. Most role players, for example, would attempt to play the game as a character within the game world, but those who didn't roleplay often regarded them with derision and saw them as potential targets, either for ridicule or aggressive action. While discussing EVE Online for her podcast This Game Changed My Life, Aoife Wilson posits that, quote, the people you're talking to don't know that the talking part is a game too. You're going in, you're making friends, you're gaining their trust, you're spending a lot of time with them. They're being nice or whatever, and you know you're lying to them to the point of screwing them over. To which her co-host, Julia Hardy, replies, quote, when you play a game, you are aware of what the structure and the rules of the game are because everyone's playing by the same rules. That's how you know it's a game. But then, if someone comes in and completely changes all the rules, but no one else is aware of the new rules, then it just doesn't seem like a fair game. End quote. These early years began to establish the rules by which people would play EVE Online. Where other games of its ilk were played mostly within the game world, and this was generally respected by the other players, real-world duplicity was gradually becoming a normal and expected part of New Eden, whether the existing players wanted it or not. Many of the first capital ships were destroyed before even being completed, thanks to the spy networks and scouting work from rival corporations. But finally, on September 25th, 2006, 9 months after Titans were first introduced into the game, the refugee players from Earth and Beyond and Ascendant Frontier completed the first Titan. Triumphantly, their leader, Sivok, flew it into the capital system of the Alliance, allowing everyone to marvel at the finished Avatar-class Titan, which
looks cool.
he named Steve. The origin of this name is in contention. Most sources believe that it was named after the late Steve Irwin, who had died earlier that month, but Andrew Groen recalls that Sivok attributed the name to a scene from the animated film Over the Hedge, released 4 months prior, in which the squirrel character Hammy comedically proposes naming the massive, newly erected hedges Steve. Whatever the origin of the name, the completion of Steve heralded war. Immediately, their enemies and band of brothers invaded, but the power of Steve the Titan blunted their advance simply with the threat of its presence until December 11th, 2006. During a large-scale battle, Sivok unleashed his doomsday safely through a cynosural field, then jumped to a safe point 20 systems away. But what happened next would change the paradigm of players for years to come, and would pit Band of Brothers against the rest of New Eden. More importantly, though, it would also begin a process that would sour the relationship between the developers of EVE Online and its players.
What?
Game development in the early 2000s was significantly different than it would become 2 decades later. Developing a game typically took only a few years at most, and once a game was completed, it was common for the studio to immediately begin work on something new. MMOs were no exception. Most of them would run for a few years, then die as the player base moved on to play something else. This had already happened to EVE's main competition, Earth and Beyond, and the developers all expected that EVE would suffer the same fate eventually, as a matter of course. But as the game approached the 4th year of its lifetime, it seemed that it was only growing. CCP had created plans to continue adding features, and what's more, they were preparing to launch the game in China, a massive new market, though China would have its own instance separate from the rest of the world. While this was good news for the company, many of the original developers were beginning to grow restless. They hadn't expected to work on EVE for more than a few years, and a number of them were looking forward to making something new. While CCP had plans for other projects within the EVE intellectual property, they were in need of new developers, and so they decided to hire some of their staff directly from their player base. In many ways, this was a logical decision. Hiring players meant that they were passionate and knowledgeable about the game, and they would be conscious of concepts and problems of which an outside hire might otherwise be ignorant. It also meant that they would need less training to learn about the intricacies of EVE. Besides technical know-how, these developers would typically continue to play even after being hired, which meant that they were passively listening to the information that flows through the undercurrent of New Eden in the form of word of mouth, rumors, and propaganda. In this way, they could adjust the servers quickly to anticipate battles that were about to take place and reduce the effects of lag, as well as gather information for balance changes faster than they otherwise would be able. But these new hires created unique problems. Those players willing and able to accept work at Crowd Control Productions were often among the most dedicated and active, and for many, EVE had become a significant part of their lives, deliberately altering their schedules so that they were able to add their firepower to important battles and assist their corporations and allies. Real friendships were frequently formed and broken due to in-game conflicts, while some were burned for in-game advantages. For these players, the boundaries between EVE Online and the real world were either blurry or non-existent. When these players became developers, they gained access to the dev tools and commands. This power was too tempting for some, and they began to utilize these permissions to their own ends, creating rare and valuable items for their corporations and alliances. For example, blueprint originals used for building ships and components were in extremely limited supply, as no new ones could be made, and so most people had to buy copies that would be consumed after only a few uses. Using commands, these player developers could create brand new blueprints for their corpmates and themselves. Hilmar Pettersson, CEO of CCP, noted during an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole that on 5 separate occasions, the problem had become so bad that he had to invite the offender into his office and offer them a choice: stop playing the game or stop working at Crowd Control Productions. Twice, the developer chose to leave the company so that they could continue playing. So great was the role of the game in their lives. It was with knowledge of these bad actors that, as Groen wrote years later, Syvok, leader of Ascendant Frontier and pilot for Steve the Titan, accused a Band of Brothers member of malfeasance. In an interview for a Swedish radio program translated for Empires of Eve, Syvok said, quote, "Suddenly, one of the CCP Interstellar News Corp ships disappeared out of nowhere and started to orbit my Titan. 2 seconds later, I was bumped offline, a total coincidence, I am sure, and about 3 seconds after that, so was my alt." End quote. Those who are more dubious of Syvok's claims noted that after a recent patch, it had become much easier to scan for Titans, and so, while finding Steve by pure chance was unlikely, it was still technically feasible. What precisely happened is contentious, and no definitive proof has been released, but however the location of Steve was divined, the leaders of Band of Brothers received word that Steve the Titan had been discovered, and they immediately gave the order to mobilize. In a matter of minutes, a cynosural field was lit at Steve's location, and the entirety of Band of Brothers' fleet jumped in to see Steve, alone, inert, and inactive. Immediately, the dreadnoughts went into siege mode and unleashed their payload into the hull of Steve, which could only wait placidly for the end. Steve the Titan exploded and was reduced to rubble. The first Titan to be built was now the first Titan to be destroyed. The members of Band of Brothers were ebullient, and soon the loss of Steve became common knowledge all throughout New Eden. To honor its death, Steve's ruined corpse would remain in the system of C9N TAC-CC where it was destroyed, so that players may still return to it and pay their respects. The death of Steve had made many players suspicious, but soon an event would occur that would unite all of New Eden against Band of Brothers, and more importantly, alter the relationship between the players and the company on a foundational level. In January of 2007, a hacker responsible for releasing private information on Goonfleet, going by Kugutsumen, approached them, offering to hack their enemies for free after his client from the Coalition of the South refused to pay him for his services. Among those targeted was Band of Brothers, and included with strategically important pieces of information, he discovered logs proving that one of the members of Band of Brothers was a developer and was granting his alliance rare goods. While some were dubious at first, CCP later confirmed that, indeed, the accusation was true. Hilmar Pettersson wrote on the subject in a public letter with dramatic prose. Quote, "Throughout our history, there have been a handful of cases where our employees or members of our various volunteer and partner programs have taken advantage of the proprietary powers they are granted through access and knowledge. These cases have been investigated, prosecuted, and judgment rendered. Usually the punishment has been quite simple: termination of employment. A pivotal case was uncovered last summer during a routine investigation of developer accounts. Unfortunately, CCP did not act with the same decisive consistency we have used on previous occasions. Those left at the helm chose to react cautiously, as sometimes is appropriate under these circumstances, leading to more leniency and understanding than we are used to in these matters. This particular case, involving a single developer, underlined where improvements needed to be made, and we have since focused our efforts on reinforcing rules and processes so that consistent ruling is assured. It is no trivial thing when corruption takes place. In our case, it's no different than the injustice of public servants in the real world feathering their own nests rather than
True.
ensuring the prosperity of the many. Living in a country of a comparable population as the world of Eve, Iceland only has 300,000
Iceland.
inhabitants, I sure know how it can feel when governance is not balanced and feeling powerless to stop it. I am certain that members of the Eve community are now going through similar emotions. I am sure that we all appreciate that it is no coincidence that Dante reserved the lowest level of hell for the worst of those who betrayed their benefactors. In our case, I would regard the Eve community as our benefactors. We are not the gods or the masters of Eve Online or the Eve community. We serve the community. You have entrusted us to safeguard your hard work." End quote. The death of Steve the Titan had raised suspicions before, and now those suspicions had proven correct. Band of Brothers were cheaters. Many in Nullsec had long hated
a
Band
cheater.
of Brothers for various reasons, chiefly their imperialist aims and elitist attitude. But now, all of New Eden had been granted a new ideological casus belli. While exploits, glitches, and unintended mechanics are common in games such as EVE Online, this was different. A developer was deliberately abusing his authority and privilege in order to aid his allies. While Band of Brothers as an alliance had already been diplomatically isolated for much of its lifespan, they had now been made a universal target. Players all over New Eden were enraged, snidely calling them Band of Developers. Even though most players weren't present in Nullsec, estimates state that over half of all players somehow participated in the war that would become known as the First Great War of EVE Online. With the majority of players in New Eden choosing a side in the war, propaganda became more vital than ever, and the precise truth was becoming more and more difficult to ascertain, altered with flowery embellishments. In a blog post from October of 2007, EVE blogger Nate Combs writes that, quote, "The propaganda machinery of the coalitions play a vital role in keeping players informed of the big picture. The little guys struggle one ship, one system, one corporation and alliance at a time, and read the cues and spin from the mouthpieces up high." Of this recent turn, Band of Brothers has fashioned a very slick propaganda video, spinning the retreat in heroic terms, in contrast to a more prosaic reality. Endy provides detailed analysis for the game world students of these things. Despite its production polish, one will note that its audience is crisply targeted. It makes little attempt to reach more broadly. The important takeaway for a general reader might be this. How would the foot soldiers in a large-scale, information-complex, distributed game spanning the real-world globe and 24 time zones have any clue how their system-by-system struggle fits into the big picture, were it not for, well, something like an EVE Online Alliance propaganda network? End quote. For CCP Games, war meant fun for the players, and fun meant more subscribers, which meant more profit. And while EVE Online certainly had a larger audience than many other games, its subscribership was increased even further due to its mechanics, which offered its players the ability to easily practice a technique known as multi-boxing. While most who play massively multiplayer online games tend to only play
Maximal
one
gaming.
character at a time, others will sometimes have multiple accounts that they will run at the same time in order to fulfill multiple roles at once. Compared to other games, EVE Online was particularly well suited to this method of play, since many of the most important functions, such as firing weapons and movement, would continue to run once activated and only required interaction when changing this function. Even if a particular character underperformed, it was almost always worthwhile to have multiple characters rather than only one in any situation. This gradually became vital for professions such as mining and industry, whose activities were much more passive than combat. Mining and related professions mostly entailed approaching a resource node, pressing a few buttons, and waiting until the node was mined out while watching for hostile ships. For these players, the most effective way to scale was simply to have more ships, which meant multi-boxing. And so, it was common for players to have multiple windows with the same game open, each window running a different character. Even if a person could have multiple characters on the same account, each account was limited to only one of its characters being used at a time, and so, multiple subscriptions would be necessary. This meant that some people, rather than only giving $15 a month to play, were instead giving many times more. Some of the most dedicated players would, and do, run over 10 characters simultaneously.
Holy.
Given the dedication of Space Game players and their relatively higher age bracket, the proportion of multi-boxers was likely much higher compared to other MMOs. What's more, word of the war was continuing to grow the player base, and CCP's business prospects were looking better than they ever had. While the precise player count is difficult to ascertain, the total numbers of subscribed accounts had, according to the company, surpassed 300,000. Rather than only pushing money back into the game, they began to build their company out, anticipating further success. While everyone involved with the production of EVE Online had believed in the potential of their project, it was still difficult for many of them to believe how successful their game had become. But the executives at the company wasted no time
Trying to
looking
make
for
a
ways
guess.
to grow the IP, both to capitalize on the success of the game and grow the resilience of the franchise to compete with other MMOs. In 2004, World of Warcraft had been launched by Blizzard Entertainment, developers of numerous well-regarded games such as StarCraft, the Warcraft series, and the Diablo series, and much like their other titles, World of Warcraft, known as WoW in shorthand, was a massive success upon launch,
Ooh.
and even as the years wore
I should
on,
play WoW.
its subscriber count was only
Also want to play
growing.
Eve.
There was some speculation about whether or not WoW would swallow the entire market. The foundation of these fears is dubious. World of Warcraft and EVE Online occupied drastically different niches. WoW is what is now known as a theme park MMO, guiding the player through a series of set pieces in an expected sequential order and progression. EVE, in contrast, is known as a sandbox, granting the player a variety of tools and the decision of what they wish to accomplish with these tools. Similarly, while players of any particular character level in WoW will typically only be seen with others of the same level bracket, it's commonplace for a fleet in EVE to be comprised of players with widely different character skills accumulated. Still, there was a significant fear that the harsh and hostile nature of EVE would push players into the much more inviting World of Warcraft. The dedicated EVE player base took to referring to WoW pejoratively. An oft-repeated insult was that an EVE player leaving for World of Warcraft increases the average IQ score of both games. But soon, Crowd Control Productions would begin
Oh my
competing with
goodness.
Blizzard in an entirely different way. In 2006, CCP announced a new collectible card game named EVE: The Second Genesis, identical to its namesake game on launch. During this time period, many creative companies were looking to emulate the success of such properties as Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh!, and the developers of EVE Online were no exception. Hoping to build excitement, Crowd Control Productions organized a 128-player pre-release tournament at Gen Con, a large gaming convention. At the same convention, Blizzard was giving a similar sneak preview of their own upcoming collectible card game, simply called the World of Warcraft Trading Card Game. Then, on November 11, 2006, less than a month after the launch of the card game, Crowd Control Productions announced that they were acquiring White Wolf Publishing, a prolific and well-established publisher of tabletop RPG games, including the popular Vampire: The Masquerade. In 2005, CCP had quietly approached White Wolf, looking for assistance creating their collectible card game based on EVE Online. Later, in an interview with Shack News, White Wolf marketing director Kelly Barnes Herman stated that, quote, "Because of our history in managing the award-winning Vampire: The Eternal Struggle collectible card game, White Wolf was able to make suggestions and provide some initial guidance to CCP at the first stages of the game launch, and now we are looking forward to working on the first expansion set in 2007. End quote. CCP had gone from making their own board game to buying another company to make tabletop games for them. What's more, CCP also announced that it would be publishing new games based on intellectual properties owned by White Wolf, including their World of Darkness setting, home to Vampire the Masquerade. The immediate hope was for a sequel to the beloved cult classic Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines video game, a significant and undoubtedly costly undertaking. But a new Bloodlines game would not be as ambitious as another project that they were about to announce. In 2007, CCP announced a new massively multiplayer online game based on the White Wolf IP, simply titled World of Darkness. However, details at the time were scant. In an interview with Eurogamer, CCP's marketing director Magnus Bergson said that, quote, "We're not really hiding any information about it, we just don't know the release date yet. The actual design and exactly how it's going to be is being created right now, so when we actually know all of that, we can guesstimate how long it's going to take. These games typically take 4 or 5 years to make. I don't think this is going to be any different." End quote. Now, as CCP were attempting to balance and progress EVE Online, they were also responsible for the development of an entirely new MMO. However, this wasn't the only new major project that CCP would announce. At their annual EVE FanFest celebration in November of 2007, the company showed a trailer for a massive update to the game that they called Ambulation. This future update promised players the ability to exit their ships and stations and meet one another in-game, face-to-face, something that could potentially make the game far more immersive. Despite the incredible amount of work that the company had promised to deliver, they were confident that they could fund numerous projects in part thanks to their growing and dedicated subscribership, driven by the chaos churning inside of New Eden. As the wars in Nullsec raged and EVE's player base grew, reporters within the gaming industry were beginning to take notice. Consistently, stories of battles with dozens, if not hundreds of players were beginning to leak out into gaming forums and early social media websites. Those hearing about such battles might have acknowledged mentions of the struggles with lag and server instability with which fleet commanders constantly had to contend, but such complaints were quickly forgotten when the scale of certain battles was shared. Fleet commanders had learned not to take such large fights unless absolutely necessary due to the chaos introduced by such numbers, but their rarity only made them more tantalizing. What's more, these battles were given context due to the persistent state of the game, with corporations and alliances vying for power, territory, and wealth in a constantly evolving drama. To many, it felt like a space opera playing out in real time. In early 2008, one of the first articles detailing the ongoing Nullsec war was published for PC Gamer UK. The author, Jim Rossignol, opened by writing, quote, "There's a war going on. It's one of the most bitterly contested conflicts imaginable, fought over many months by an international cast of veteran warriors. An entire galaxy is at stake. You probably even know someone who is caught up in it, fighting for his life and those of his comrades. As many as 20,000 people have fought in its battles. This war is the Great War of EVE Online, the largest virtual conflict ever waged. Unlike the 20-minute conflicts that characterize other multiplayer games, this is a deathmatch that has taken place between fleets of hundreds in a continuous process that has lasted years. It is the greatest imaginary conflict yet conducted, and in what follows, I'll be tracing its glories and mapping its horrors." End quote. This sort of romantic prose would quickly come to characterize most of the writing about New Eden, and while they occasionally would acknowledge the more technical and practical issues that players and their leaders faced, these passages were nearly always diminished in favor of telling stories of epic campaigns and pitched battles. The results and aims of these large battles, however, were difficult to communicate due to the inherently intricate nature of the game's mechanics. What could easily be communicated, however, was sovereignty. Territorial maps reminiscent of war documentaries gave the impression that the warriors involved in these conflicts were actively making history, and granted the movements of these wars similar weight. But perhaps more immediately attractive was the attempt to give a price to ships in real-world fiat currency. Partway through his article, Rossignol writes a relatively short passage about the loss of Steve the Titan. Quote, "It's not hard to see why Band of Brothers would want to attack the biggest alliance in the game. The riches were there for the taking, and the alliance leader, one Sivok, piloted the first and then only Titan-class ship in the game. It was a giant behemoth that has been valued in real-world cash at around 4,000 British pounds. Band of Brothers seized the first Titan kill in controversial circumstances and sealed the fate of Ascendant Frontier." End quote. This passing attempt at an approximation of price would become a tradition in coverage of the game. The daunting complexity of EVE's mechanics and the tangle of relationships between corporations, alliances, and even corporations within alliances made it nearly impossible to summarize in the space afforded an article in a gaming publication, meaning that the conflicts necessarily had to be simplified in order to both be made intelligible and concise enough to fit within the restrictive word limits. Many of those who read these articles became enamored with the concept of partaking in such massive record-breaking battles and began signing up for EVE themselves. For CCP, war was good for business. But those who were fighting the war were facing unprecedented problems.
Nice.
Nate Combs, in a blog from 2007 titled NBSI and the Grey Problem, writes that, quote, "Members within an alliance are marked by varying colors. Green means that fellow is a corporation member, blue he's part of the alliance, etc. Degrees of separation, even among buddies.
Yeah, how are you gonna
Red
do
in several
the what was
flavors
that?
distinguishes shades of bad guy. The problem
Like
is with
a
the
weird
gray.
name.
One of the trickiest
Purple.
herding cats problem in running alliances
Purple
is making sure
Elden
everyone
Ring
is on
Purple
the same
Kush
page
Edition or
about
something.
the rules of engagement. Go to any alliance forum and ask what the current rules are, and you will hear a number of answers. Folks get confused about what they should do with the gray, and in the absence of knowing what they should do, they do what they think is right, which can be all over the board.
Hell yeah.
Inconsistency is a hobgoblin
No, it's like
to
the
both
new
sides
co-op
of the
one
gray
that
divide.
they're making.
The good gray don't like going into areas where they are uncertain about who is on the same
Yeah.
page, and alliances don't like grays getting into some areas,
I'd
since
smoke
some
that.
grays may turn out to be bad apples. To make the problem worse, some alliances may vary their
Yeah, you're gonna get the
policy
Switch
towards
2
the
for
gray over
the
time and
Bloodborne
circumstance.
Bloodborne
For
2.
example, when tensions are high, an alliance may enter
Yeah.
lockdown mode, and its policy becomes
You're actually
one
gonna
of
have to,
shooting the gray first and ask questions
what is
later.
it?
During more peaceful times, the policy may be changed to be nice.
You're gonna have to
and
raid cargo
encourage
ships.
trade. It gets worse. Some of the very large alliances may
The Age of
have
the Pirates
different
again.
policies for the different regions it controls. Talk about a headache if you're one of the few players, e.g. traders, who might travel great distances. Another problem with the Grey is that it is an alliance/corp-centric perspective. It is a first-person measure. You are neutral to me now. I may be, however, enemies to your friend, and that can lead to a more complicated relationship. End quote. These problems were only growing greater. Trade had been a key element that allowed the early nullsec corporations to build their first titans, but the war raging was now making them more and more wary of neutrals who could be traders or enemy infiltrators. But these problems were being amplified in an important new way. After the collapse of Uli as a trade hub, traders returned to the 4 different corners of Empire space in the north, south, east, and west. In particular, they gravitated towards stations that hosted the best mission givers. While trading NPC goods had gradually been phased out and the player economy was allowed to supplant it, players could still earn money from NPCs through missions, and they tended to congregate within the stations that housed the highest earning missions. Entrepreneurial traders would offer weapons, ammunition, and ships for sale in these stations, hoping to sell to the wealthier mission runners at these convenient locations. However, more than just the mission runners were searching for these goods, and soon, a wider clientele was congregating around these stations as well. Recognizing this, more traders looking to sell their goods began placing their contracts alongside the others, even if they were unrelated to running missions, hoping to sell to those visiting the station. And so, the trade hubs established themselves and grew. Of the different trade hubs, the one that received the most traffic was the Caldari Navy Assembly Plant, located around the fourth planet of Jedha. The higher population in the northern regions of Empire space was due in large part to the attributes of characters. When creating a character, players are allowed to choose between the 4 different NPC empires: Amarr, Minmatar, Gallente, and Caldari, and of the 4, Caldari were by far the most popular race for players due to their favorable attribute distribution, given that attributes determine how quickly a character can learn skills, and skills determine what characters are capable of performing. Soon, much like Uli before it, the system of Jedha was host to hundreds of players every day looking to trade, and it was growing rapidly. But this time, Crowd Control Productions would be prepared. Since they had broken the Stargate links in Uli, they had been working on the server backup. They realized that they would need to prepare for far more success than they had anticipated when they launched online. On March 1st, 2006, CCP Games announced a patch transferring the game to new servers which utilized brand new, state-of-the-art AMD chips. Rather than trying to scatter the players again, now they would be doing all that they could to accommodate a naturally occurring trade hub. Soon, a single server would be dedicated exclusively to the system of Jedha to manage the massive influx of traffic, as well as some permanent residents who began to participate in the day trading of commodities. With trade now being allowed to centralize, this also meant that if a particular commodity crashed, then it crashed for everyone in the game at once with little remorse. But while this new trade hub was located in Empire space, its establishment significantly affected the culture of Nullsec. The northern regions had always been wealthy due to their natural resources and general prosperity. High-Sec, the emergence of Jedha, much easier access, would soon become the undisputed center of the economy. Given that Jedha was less than 10 Stargate shots away from the nearest northern Nullsec system, trading between Empire space and the northern regions became easier as time passed. But the inverse was true for the southern regions. The distance between Jedha and Elrond where they once had been able to trade with Empire space easily, they now traveled much farther to sell their goods. As time passed, those Nullsec alliances living in the south would begin to develop their own internal economies. Leaders would encourage their alliance members to trade exclusively with one another, in many cases creating not only an economic, but a cultural players of the southern regions, players of the rest was doomed. But in the spaces, an entirely new sort of dynamic was evolving, one forgotten by most.
Now you can save on Cox Internet, helping you stay seamlessly connected.
years, the dynamics of the game had shifted radically. As players gained more and more capital, and as the merchant races were supplanted by a full player economy, piracy was no longer making nearly as much money, and often players would lose more money than they gained by hunting other players. Many, such as the aforementioned mercenaries, abandoned the practice in favor of fulfilling contracts for clients. What's more, the Nullsec alliances were growing into empires, and
Good
these
sniff.
empires often patrolled and defended their territory, stamping out any piracy not perpetrated by their own members. The only space left for these players was low security space, or low-sec, but when they moved, their paradigm gradually began to shift. Now that piracy was no longer making the players much money, the only ones who continued the practice did so
Old
for
Greg.
the love of it. In an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole, a prominent player and leader named Phantomite spoke to the role that those in LowSec adopted. Quote, "I feel like me killing people in LowSec isn't piracy, I think it's just PvP. It's not a profession, I don't really earn any money from it. The fact that the game calls what you're doing illegal means that there's some kind of weird dishonor involved that's different to catching a traveler in nullsec. It's just PvP." End quote. Those players who decided to stay were the only ones dedicated enough to continue their piracy, in part due to a particular feature. Early after the release of the game, CCP launched a feature called Kill Mails, which were permanent in-game records of ship destruction, issued to both the destroyed party and those involved in destroying them, and many players began to covet these kill mails and collect them like trading cards, with certain ships or players being more or less prestigious. While this wasn't always the primary motivating factor for those hunting other players, it did mean that they could keep a record of their experiences doing so, ensuring an official method of tracking the scheme. But the kill mails introduced another dynamic: loss aversion. Since kill mails were public, one's victories and losses were both available to any who wanted to see them, and the loss was often considered a shame in the eyes of the community, at least to the player who lost the ship. On this, Phantomite said, quote, "I feel it is socially unacceptable to lose in this game. If you lose a fleet fight to begin with, in local, the winning side will almost always jeer at you and be a bad winner, mock you for having dared to lose a fight in EVE Online. It's not congratulations on winning, it's you idiots, you lost. How stupid do you feel right now?" Especially as group sizes get larger, there's a lot of bitterness on both sides. End quote. On the opposite end of the spectrum, a group of players have been growing in size, prominence, and role in the greater EVE community. Early in the game's lifetime, a help chat was implemented so that players could offer assistance to other players learning the game, but many found that this limited forum was insufficient due to the complexity of EVE. And so, a new player-run institution was formed, EVE University. Its primary impetus was to assist new players by teaching them the basic mechanics, as well as good practices with hands-on experience. While other corporations would sometimes invite new players and assist them so that they could swell their ranks and achieve greater goals, EVE University had few such aspirations. Rather, uniquely, it declared itself a neutral body who would not take sides in any wars, though its members, known as students or unistas, were free to do as they pleased whenever they chose to leave. Many years later, in an interview with the online EVE news site Crossing Zebras, a new CEO, Asmodeus Velov, said that, quote, "EVE University exists to give new players a place to learn about EVE in a supportive community. We maintain neutrality so that our students can move on to whatever section of EVE interests them." End quote. But this neutrality would quickly come to be a limiting factor. In October of 2005, EVE University founded a new alliance called the Big Blue and sought to hold territory in Nullsec. But after less than a year, an unknown client hired mercenary cultivators to evict them for unclear reasons. Another reflection of the growing necessity for corporations to ally themselves with one another in order to survive the growing turbulence neutrality wouldn't allow them the partnerships with the larger groups that they required. Unwilling to compromise on this defining feature, EVE University decided to base themselves in high-security space instead, and partnered with other corporations in a new alliance which they named Ivy League, in part to protect themselves from the vast number of war declarations that they were suffering. As a group comprised primarily of new players learning from a smaller number of more seasoned players, declaring war on EVE University was an easy way for more aggressive and less discerning players to gather easy kill mails. Despite these hazards, EVE University began to grow as a foundational part of New Eden's social landscape, with corporations seeking out those who had spent time learning in it. Their decision to retire from nullsec would become a practically permanent one on June 19, 2009, when CCP released their expansion, Revelations 2. With this expansion, powerful defensive sovereignty bonuses would be granted to anyone who owned over half of the structures within a system for 28 days. Once this had been achieved, a structure called a Sinojammer could be built in the system, disallowing any player from lighting a Sinosural field within the system. While capital ships could use stargates, they were choke points in which they could easily be caught, and the only practical way of bringing a capital ship into a fight was through the use of Sinosural fields. By restricting their use, it meant that any alliance attacking a system with a high enough sovereignty bonus could only do so with subcapital ships, an effectively impossible task against any active alliance. This meant that nullsec alliances were now much more stable in their ownership of territory, as long as they possessed enough capital ships. The major factions in nullsec had now been set. With the base mechanics, the social groups, and the varying playstyles within EVE all growing more complicated and nuanced by the day, the development team recognized that they wouldn't be able to keep track of all of them and balance them alone. And so, in late 2007, Crowd Control Productions announced the establishment of the Council of Stellar Management, a body of players elected by the player base to communicate their interests directly to the company. Early in the game's lifetime, CCP had requested that players join the developers to speak about the game, but they had been hand-picked after applying, as opposed to the more democratic method of the council. Of the 97 applications, 33 were rejected for varying reasons, including behavioral and technical, leaving 64 to be voted on by the community in a first-past-the-post system, where the 14 players with the most votes would be elected. A PDF document written by CCP representative Petr Johannes Oskarsson details the role and responsibilities of the Council of Stellar Management, but not before spending over half of the document on what he called a comparative analysis of real structural social evolution with the virtual society of EVE Online. In the opening paragraphs, he wrote, quote, "The only consensus in the study of socio-cultural evolution is that no single theory can aptly describe the universal development and progression of any society. Myriad factors ranging from geographical location to religious beliefs and even weather conditions, prevailing or roguish, all complicated the analysis. Introducing the most subtle variable could drastically alter the course of two societies that would have otherwise evolved along similar paths. Thus, it is these general paths, or unilinear milestones, that this paper will draw real-world comparisons from. The purpose of the analogy is to establish the foundation for implementing a deliberative, democratically elected council in EVE. This is by no means an endorsement of any social evolution theory. A comparison with actual civilizations is beyond the scope of this analysis. But it will demonstrate the striking similarities between this theory of real-life societal development and the virtual society evolution of EVE, while also relying on one key assumption about individuals in both realms, that they are motivated by the pursuit of value, the core of which is driven by their instinct for survival." End quote. While this document was likely meant to help instill within the EVE community the impression that CCP was taking seriously their responsibility toward the game, it also illustrated the divide that was growing between the players and their game world's caretakers, despite their attempts to the contrary. While the majority of the player base was primarily interested in simply having fun by playing the game on the most minute level, the developers saw themselves as being on the cusp of a newly developing world that reflected elements of the human condition, similar to the way that the founding members of CCP had attempted to create a new internet interface with the virtual reality markup language during their time at Oz Virtual. Oscarson wrote in the document that, quote, "Until now, comparisons of political philosophy and social structures in the virtual world have been drawn from parallels with the real one, but it cannot be stressed enough that today, with this many people comprising the civilization of EVE, with the potential ripple effect of any change in the way this society is governed, further legislative applications based mostly on CCP's interpretation of the real world are likely to cause more harm than good. To achieve continued success, EVE society must be granted a larger role in exerting influence on the legislative powers of CCP. Governance of virtual worlds is a unique endeavor. There is no precedence to follow." End quote. The responsibilities for the Council of Stellar Management were more than might typically be expected from a group of player consultants, which perhaps helps to explain the small number of applicants. Quote, "At least twice a year, CCP will convene multi-day summit meetings in Reykjavik. In addition, each year CCP holds its FanFest convention. 7 members of the CSM attend these events in person. Council terms will last 12 months, and elections will follow the expiration of each term. This timeframe corresponds roughly to the expansion release cycle of EVE Online." End quote. These council members would be privy to restricted knowledge so that they could give their unique perspectives as players. What sort of effect they would have on the game, however, was yet to be seen. The importance of such communication with the player community was exemplified by the proliferation of player-made tools that were seeing widening popularity. On July 22nd, 2008, a player going by the name Volari created a post on the official EVE forums in which he announced the release of a map of EVE Online named Dotland. Quote, "In the last weeks, I created a system to arrange and generate region maps for EVE. After some hard work on the backend and positioning the systems, I can finally announce a new type of EVE regions maps. The maps are focused to be clean and easy readable with the most important informations for fleet roaming and planning. They contain daily sovereignty and outpost informations for your favorite 0.0 space. Also, occupancy informations for the new factional warfare are included." End quote. What's more, this tool would be offered for free to any EVE player who wanted to use it, hosted on its own website. Importantly, this map wasn't updated manually. Rather, it pulled information from EVE Online's backend servers in order to update it, meaning that they would update in real time, and Dotland's maps would quickly become the standard. And when players wanted to share maps of EVE Online with one another, rather than using the in-game map, the clean, clear maps on Dotland would almost always be used. This was far from the only tool developed by players to help others play the game. In 2006, a group of resourceful coders had released a tool which they named EveMon, which acted as a way to manage a character and plan their ever-important skills, which restricted what a character could do and what sort of innate bonuses they wielded. Like Dotland, EveMon pulled information from the back-end servers of EVE Online, allowing players to see aspects of their character such as their skills, their stats, their total skill points accrued, and their ISK balance, all without having to open the game. These sorts of tools helped further erode the feeling of separation between the game and real life, since the game world could would be reflected in places other than the game window. Rather than fight these tools, CCP supported their use and would sometimes even showcase them on their website. It was around this time as well that the listless and much poorer pirates in low security space would be given a new purpose. On June 10, 2008, CCP released the expansion Empyrean Age. Among the other changes, the one that attracted the most attention was the introduction of a new opportunity for players called Factional Warfare. After signing up to fight for one of the 4 in-game non-player empires that ruled over high-security empire space, they would be given objectives in low-security space to capture in the name of the empire that they had chosen. But importantly, they would not only be fighting against NPCs, they would also engage other players who had sworn allegiance to a different enemy faction. In this way, players in Empire space could fight with other players in a structured yet accessible fashion. While factional warfare itself held little interest for the pirate corporations in LoSec, it meant that far more players would be ushered into their domain. As the less experienced players from HighSec wandered into LoSec in order to complete their objectives, roving bands of LoSec pirates would catch individuals and small fleets unaware, moving in to rapidly dispatch those looking to engage in factional warfare. These pirates had become a part of the landscape of LoSec, maintaining a level of unavoidable danger to the game, and the introduction of factional warfare had reinvigorated them. Evading pirates was a skill in which traders and industrialists prided themselves, and it was common to hear such peaceful players breathlessly recount their experiences avoiding and outwitting them. But soon, the game would see an addition that would further complicate it, crossing the border between the real world and the virtual world of New Eden in a way that would eventually make its dealings the subject of international attention and awe. In November of 2008, CCP announced the release of a new form of currency. As was common practice, players could either buy cards at local stores or have cards mailed to them, which they could redeem to extend their membership, allowing them continued access to the game. For EVE, much like other games of its kind, the monthly fee was $15, with discounts when bought in larger increments. However, CCP was now offering a new function for these cards. When a player bought one, they would now have the option to either redeem it normally and use it to lengthen their subscription, or they could instead exchange their card for a new in-game item called a Pilot's License Extension, or Plex, at an exchange rate of 1 Plex per month of game time. If they chose the latter option, an in-game item would appear in the hangar of the station in which one of their characters was docked. This Plex could then later be expended for the subscription if the player so chose. For the player who used the Plex in this way, it simply added an extra step to the process of renewing a subscription. But there was one major, important difference. Since the Plex was an in-game item, it could be bought and sold on the player market, and whoever bought the Plex could redeem it for their own character, meaning that a player with enough in-game money could effectively pay for their subscription by buying Plex from other players with in-game money. The most obvious effect was that it gave many players a goal: make enough in-game money to pay for their own subscription month to month by buying Plex from other players, effectively playing for free. But for those on the outside looking in, it gave something much more important: Game subscription cards for EVE Online could typically be bought for $35 and offered 2 months of subscription, which meant that they could be redeemed for 2 Plex. This gave Plex a stable, real-world value of approximately $17. Since Plex would be bought and sold in-game for ISK, the in-game currency, and the real-world value of 1 Plex was relatively consistent, this meant that there was a way to track the real-world value of the in-game currency without having to refer to the black market price, which was subject to fluctuation, and which many sources were reluctant to acknowledge or reference because of its inherently opaque nature. What's more, because of the stability of the price of Plex in the real world, the gradual inflation of the value of ISK could be tracked as well. Such aspects only enhance the interest of mainstream publications, including Forbes, a popular and well-regarded business magazine which had already been paying attention to EVE Online due in part to the business-themed naming scheme of its player structures. An article from 2008 by Matthew Curedehy, named From MMO to CEO, reads in part, quote, Sean Conover has 2 jobs. One is at a computer forensics lab in suburban New Jersey. The other is in a fantastical galaxy inhabited by 25,000 intelligent life forms driven by power and greed. In one place, he takes orders. In the other, he gives them. There are many more like Conover, and with good reason. It's in this virtual space where tomorrow's business leaders are being born. Mom may mock video games no more. End quote. The EVE player interviewed for this article was the notable figure Darius Johnson, the leader of Goonfleet and the greater Goonswarm Alliance. For the last year and a half, Goonswarm and their allies, the Russians hailing from the northeastern corner of the map, had been continuing their war against Band of Brothers, and during that time, they had become known for their effective, if obnoxious, propaganda. Beyond the posters, which were often photoshopped versions of World War II propaganda posters, the Mittani had taken to regularly posting on his blog about the war, both to rally the goons and guide the public perception to bolster morale and increase membership. And this gave mainstream news outlets an easy way to monitor the war, albeit through a heavily biased source. Even knowing this bias, this meant that as publications such as Forbes and The Guardian wrote about EVE Online, it was often through the paradigm and context of the goons. External news outlets also helped to personalize the leaders. Furthering Curedehy's article, he writes, quote, when Conover gets home from his 9-to-5 job, he logs onto a virtual world as Darius Johnson, Chief Executive of Goonfleet, a corporation comprised of more than 2,800 players in EVE. The leadership experience has challenged Conover the same way the modern CEO is challenged. He worries about economics, employee morale, production, training, and even a succession plan, which he's devising. After all, the next guy has to be able to weather the storm too. End quote. In particular, the term failure cascade had become common in New Eden, popularized by the Mittani and quickly adopted by news outlets who were already heavily reliant on his writing when discussing EVE. In an article from 2009, the Mittani wrote, quote, in the past 4 years, I've witnessed more than 20 alliances disintegrate, and I've had the benefit of directly orchestrating a good number of those. Better than just hammering at them from the outside, I've been able to witness the process from the inside concurrently by way of our spy network. While watching Lotka Volterra explode in much the same way Veritas Immortalis had, I dubbed this death cycle the failure cascade, due to the way in which the process rapidly accelerates from small errors into thermonuclear drama. Delightfully enough, even our most vehement enemies have chosen to use my nomenclature, as well as the more traditional media. Apparently, the term has some pre-existing engineering use, but Googling it now turns up mostly yammering about spaceships. He went on to define the term, quote, A failure cascade is the disintegration of an alliance caused by collective helplessness in the face of sustained and unrationalizable adversity through a process of pilot attribution shifting from the alliance to the corporation or the individual. End quote. Both Crowd Control Productions and Goonswarm were facing prodigious growth, and both were simultaneously taking great risks in attempts to reap great rewards. It had been over 2 years since the death of Steve the Titan, and still the war in Nullsec continued, involving every major power, and after numerous movements of the battle line back and forth, Band of Brothers had been pushed all the way back into their home region of Delve. To their north, the Northern Coalition had recovered from total destruction, retaken territory, and went on the offensive after fighting back the forces of Mercenary Coalition, who had been fighting the war for Band of Brothers, but eventually abandoned them in order to establish themselves in new territory and continue their existence as guns for hire. Meanwhile, from the east, the forces of Goonswarm and their allies, the Red Alliance, continued to strike. Previously, the Russians of the Red Alliance had joined Goonswarm in an effort to defeat Band of Brothers, but after this effort failed, they retreated to their home regions in the southeast to live next door to the Goons. With their forces combined, their territory was nearly impossible for any alliance to assail. Typically, the Russians were cagey, reclusive, and distrustful, but they had joined Goonswarm to defeat their common enemies in Band of Brothers. But now that Band of Brothers had been fought back to Fortress Delve, the war had reached a standstill. Delve's epithet was well earned. It had served as the home region for Band of Brothers for years now, and was nigh unassailable due to the coordination of Band of Brothers fleets and the system's solid sovereignty bonuses, which practically restricted any enemy fleet from fielding anything larger than a dreadnought in Band of Brothers territory. Multiple Titans had been lost by both sides, but Band of Brothers still had enough capital ships to bounce back any assault on its borders. And if the smaller capital ships weren't enough, then the combined might of 8 simultaneous doomsday blasts from Band of Brothers' 8 remaining Titans would be enough to turn any fight. Without the ability to field their own Titans, the rest of Nullsec could do little to penetrate into Delve. But in early 2009, this state of affairs suddenly and radically changed. One of the high-ranking members of Band of Brothers, Hargoth Agamar, had tired of the other leaders and joined Goonswarm, offering to help them in whatever way they could. After some rumination, Goonswarm's spy master, the Mittani, devised a plan of action. Andrew Groen chronicled what transpired in Empires of Eve. Quote, "On the night of February 4th, 2009, Hargoth Agamar logged into EVE Online and docked his ship at the headquarters of Black Nova Corporation, one of the main member corporations of Band of Brothers. From Band of Brothers, Hargoth stole 15 dreadnoughts and an entire ship hangar containing hundreds of smaller ships. He also stole a huge amount of Stronium, Starbase and Dreadnought fuel. With a few clicks, he stole everything his corporation owned. In the empty hangar folders, he left just a single item, a note with one sentence written on it. The Mittani sends his regards." When he was done with his theft, he went to work, ending the entire alliance. He removed the other directors from their positions and closed the alliance. With no alliance on record named Band of Brothers, every one of its sovereignty claims was instantly
Yeah, just the two.
Band of Brothers had claimed Sovereignty 4 in every system in Delve, but after Hargoth Agamar struck, there was no longer an alliance called Band of Brothers. As a result, all of the starbases owned by Bob went offline without an alliance to control them. Their capital systems were no longer invulnerable, and they had no way to stop enemy alliances from bringing heavy artillery right into the heart of Band of Brothers' empire. End quote. The rest of New Eden now had a 28-day window to capture enough territory to prevent Band of Brothers from regaining their sovereignty, but only Goonswarm was in a position to capitalize on this, and simply destroying Band of Brothers was no longer enough for them. The leader of Goonswarm, Darius Johnson, ordered that all assets in Alliance territory be brought to the front lines in preparation for a fight in Delve, where they would either drive out Band of Brothers and claim Delve as their new home, or be left destitute. This would also help to fend off enemies, at least for a time. During the war, the general unpleasantness of both the Russian alliances and Goonswarm had resulted in enough feuds that they had broken their treaties with one another, and a significant contingent of Russians had joined forces with Band of Brothers, sandwiching the Goons between the two. There were also rumors and accounts of real money being paid to players to alter the political landscape, but the complete abandonment of territory by Goonswarm guaranteed that the Russians would be preoccupied with claiming all of the territory that had once belonged to the Goons, as they threw themselves recklessly at Band of Brothers, at least for the first few weeks. No other alliance seems to have been warned of this opportunity, and it would take time to mobilize. Now, Goonswarm would launch a blitzkrieg the likes of which had never been seen in EVE Online. But as Goonswarm was beginning its invasion, the game would see a radical change, and the denizens of this particular edition would soon exist outside of the paradigm and culture of any other part of New Eden. On March 10th, 2009, CCP announced the release of the Apocrypha expansion. Among other changes, including a higher tier of specialized ships, this update introduced wormholes. These anomalies, functionally, were short-lived entrances into an entirely new cluster of star systems, but the wormholes would only survive for a maximum of a few days before collapsing permanently, and new ones would spawn unpredictably both in New Eden and in this new region. These systems boasted no stargates. Rather, they were connected to one another and the normal stars in New Eden exclusively with a network of wormholes, and the transient and unpredictable nature of these wormholes created an ever-shifting labyrinth. Despite the vast new territory now made available, players were tentative to venture into it for several reasons. First, finding the wormholes was a task unto itself. In order to discover a wormhole, a player had to make use of the new scanning tools, which required new skills that took time for characters to learn. The systems themselves, however, were remarkably dangerous. Much like Nullsec, Concord offered no protection in wormhole space, and so anyone traveling through a wormhole could easily be attacked upon arrival by other players looking for a fight. Even then, however, the points of interest found through a wormhole were often remarkably dangerous. Fighting and looting NPCs would require a well-equipped squad of players, and the anomaly sites placed for explorers often were similarly defended. What's more, if a player lacked the requisite knowledge, and was unlucky, it was possible for a wormhole to collapse behind them after entering it, leaving them stranded in unknown and hostile territory, and the only method of escape was to wander aimlessly until discovering a wormhole that would take them back to New Eden, though likely far from where they had entered. Most had little interest in investigating beyond peeking out of curiosity. But there were others who saw potential in this new, unexplored region. Though the danger in wormhole space was higher, the materials there were commensurately valuable, as the gases required to make the new highest-tier ships could only be found there. And so, mining gas clouds became an important, if small, part of the EVE economy. Paradoxically, Due in part to the random nature of wormholes, gas became a reliable resource, as it was difficult for aggressive players to attack others harvesting gas. Much like wormholes, gas clouds would spawn randomly and had to be scanned down with probes before their location was revealed, meaning that a reasonably attentive gas miner could spot the probe with a directional scan and escape long before any danger manifested. Beyond these more systemic limitations, there was another hard limitation that restricted the use of overwhelming force in wormhole space. The wormholes themselves could only accommodate ships below a certain size, and after a certain amount of mass passed through a wormhole, it would collapse, meaning that the massive fleets and large ships wielded by the nullsec powers were practically useless in this new, chaotic region. The ease and safety with which gas could be harvested and the difficulty that established corporations would have utilizing their vast wealth and resources meant that this territory was far more accessible to less wealthy players and corporations, in contrast to Nullsec, which was now crowded with belligerent and exclusive factions. Most large corporations were also still embroiled in the ongoing war against Band of Brothers and had few resources left to engage with wormholes. Given this and the wide breadth of territory now available, smaller groups of players began to move into these wormholes and establish presences there, deploying starbases and storing fleets of ships. Those who chose to live in this territory were given a simple moniker: wormholers. The interests of these early wormholers varied widely, but all of them were inspired by a sense of adventure and the excitement of uncertainty. Many took the time to explore this new space and study the rules by which it functioned, and over time, the players were able to divine certain patterns. For example, many wormhole systems had what they called a static hole, which would always link to the same kind of system. A static high-sec hole, for instance, meant that there was always a wormhole leading to high-security space in the system, and if the one leading to high-sec collapsed, then another would take its place, leading to another high-security system. However, such static holes to high-sec were at a premium, and so, sometimes, multiple small corporations would deploy starbases in the same system. But since few had the resources to prosecute any sort of significant conflict, and nobody would benefit from harassing one another, many of them entered into gentlemen's agreements to not attack one another unless agreeing to fight for sport. These agreements were the first manifestation of the code of honor by which wormholers would play, known earnestly, derisively, and sarcastically as Wormhole Bushido, named for the code by which Japanese samurai warriors would live. But while players were exploring the new aspects of EVE Online, Crowd Control Productions was working on an entirely new game. In August of 2009, CCP Games announced their next project set in the EVE universe, a first-person shooter named Dust 514. Speculation about the gameplay was overshadowed by the fact that Dust 514 would do more than share a setting with EVE Online. Events in Dust 514 would directly impact those playing the MMO, and those playing the MMO could affect battles in Dust. The gaming news publication GameSpot quoted Hilmar Pettersson as saying, "The primary gameplay features brutal ground combat that takes place on the surface of planets. Dust 514 is the infantry, and an EVE Online player can contract a Dust team to go in and take control of a planet. The fleet does the flying, the infantry does the dying." End quote. Guy Cocker, writing for GameSpot, went on to say that, quote, "The game has been under development for 3 years at CCP Shanghai, with input from other CCP studios worldwide. We questioned Pettersson about the platforms the game is being developed for, as well as subscription details, but he declined to comment at this time. But it was confirmed that the game was being developed for current generation hardware." End quote. After revealing some gameplay at the annual FanFest in October of that year, Hilmar Pettersson proudly spoke with IGN further about the game. Quote, Dust 514 is first and foremost a first-class FPS mixed with real-time strategy elements and persistent world components, which are innovative in their own right. Still, the biggest innovation in Dust 514 is that the outcome of battles directly affects the resource and power controls in EVE Online. This will significantly enhance the gaming experience that our current 300,000 subscribers enjoy by adding a whole new level of gameplay elements that they can affect. At its core, Dust 514 is a first-person shooter with run-and-gun gameplay, but there is a heavy emphasis on vehicular combat that layers tactical and strategic dimensions within each battle. In addition, weapons and modules are upgradable in real time, which we believe pushes Dust 514 beyond what has been seen in the market so far. End quote. Notable features were map sizes measuring 5 kilometers squared and, perhaps most importantly, the ability for Dust mercenaries to take control over certain regions of planets for corporations in EVE Online, or for Dust corporations to take those sections of planets for themselves. Early gameplay footage shown at FanFest was promising and elicited excited reactions from the crowd despite its limited scope. But as players were anticipating the new battles to be had in Dust 514, the years-long war in Nullsec was finally reaching its conclusion, and the aftermath would permanently alter the social landscape of New Eden. After such an extended period of direct conflict, the alliances in Nullsec had grown skilled at husbanding their resources and managing their fleets, the latter of which had grown into affairs often involving hundreds of people on both sides. This new method of waging warfare placed greater importance on management rather than moment-to-moment battles. But managing such a vast number of players was a difficult task. Unlike an army of professional soldiers or paid employees, the people who comprised the fleets in EVE Online were playing in their spare time, and the most effective way to form a fleet was for the fleet commander to put out a call to their alliance, asking for people to join for a potential fight. The number of people who joined was never certain. The attendance of individuals could change due to real-life factors, interest in the upcoming battle, or simply due to the waxing and waning of engagement with the game, making morale a key factor to the cohesion of alliances. If morale dropped low enough, then people would simply not answer calls for fleets or even leave their corporations entirely. If a corporation leader lost faith in their alliance, then they could take their entire corporation with them when they left. Despite the overwhelming importance of morale, the most effective ways to wage war in EVE Online were often far from entertaining for the individual. It was common for a fleet commander to call for a fleet, form up in position, move from location to location, or even keep the fleet stationary for hours, and then disband the fleet due to a lack of need. As fleets grew more expensive and the need for strategic dominance prevailed over the desire for action, the impetus to engage in equal fights or even slightly favorable fights diminished due to loss aversion. And given the responsibilities bestowed upon fleet commanders, there was little incentive to risk the large ships now demanded by war. This loss aversion worked similarly for the individual player as it did for the corporation and alliance. Few people would be willing to risk their most expensive ships in a large fight where they had little say in the outcome. A player who lost a capital ship once may simply have decided that it wasn't worth the risk of joining a fleet. To mitigate this, many corporations enacted measures called Ship Replacement Programs, or SRPs. When a player lost a ship while participating in operations with the corporation, they could submit a claim and be reimbursed for their loss, either in part or in full, paid with the money gathered from passive income, such as moon mining. This passive income was part of the reason why Band of Brothers could fund such an extensive war while fighting on multiple fronts and maintaining morale. But now that Goonswarm, through subterfuge, had eliminated the sovereignty that insulated Band of Brothers from its enemies, it would soon become nearly impossible to maintain a solid line of defense for its vulnerable economic center. What's more, Goonswarm had ensured the morale of their members by abandoning their own territory and claiming that of Band of Brothers as their own, drawing from the classic Chinese treatise The Art of War. As translated by Lionel Giles, one prominent section reads, quote, "Throw your soldiers into positions whence there is no escape, and they will prefer death to flight. If there is no place of refuge, they will stand firm. If they are in hostile country, they will show a stubborn front." It is with this tenacity that Goonswarm descended upon the territory of Band of Brothers, striking at all constituent corporations at once, attempting to break their will before the sovereignty bonuses returned, and once again
Yeah, 1 second.
this would be
Yeah, maybe.
expedited by a massive
Hour and a half.
mistake made by Band of Brothers. Andrew Rowan details the mistake in Empire Revealed. Quote, Band of Brothers ordered every one of its capital ship pilots to log off at an open NPC-controlled station in BRTAC HCA in Delft. However, Goonswarm spies found out about the massive stockpile of warships and called in their allies to organize a massive blockade of the station. They were able to surround the indestructible NPC station, trapping every last one of Band of Brothers' dreadnoughts and carriers inside. The blockade around Band of Brothers' fleet held for 30 days straight. Anyway, by the time the Russians came to assist, it was far too late. Delve now belongs to Goonswarm, as with its vast natural resources, and this readjustment of power would come to shape the game in ways that players could scarcely predict. But even as the massive war in Nullset was finally culminating, Crowd Control Productions was planning massive additions and adjustments, one of which coincided with the end of the war in Delve. Up until the end of 2009, the presence of a Titan on the battlefield was overwhelming and oppressive due to the sheer power of its Doomsday weapon, capable of destroying nearly any non-capital ship in a 500-kilometer radius centered on a point of the pilot's choosing. Often, when a Titan arrived, the existence of anything smaller than a dreadnought was invalidated.
Very chill.
However, on December 1st, 2009, was made the Titan.
It's very chill.
Rather than a massive area of effect, the Doomsday would now be a focused, single-target burst of damage, capable of destroying or severely damaging.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
in a single
Just haven't played it in a long
With
time.
this change, the importance of large populations in battles was re-emphasized. A fleet of smaller
I don't
ships
think
was always necessary for
I have
smaller
one.
supercapital ships to perform well. And now that a subcapital fleet couldn't be immediately decimated upon the arrival of a Titan, greater populations of
You
players
install
would
it, though.
again become a stronger deciding factor. But more importantly for most other players,
Games
who had
you
only
notice here just
another
visit
promised feature was being touted by Crowd Control
Call of
Productions,
Duty.
something that they had been
Right?
planning for the
Is
past
it?
3 years.
like 200 gigs.
Which had been renamed to Walking In Stations. Over the past year, the company had released various teasers and discussed their goals for the project.
And what it's about giving the players a full-body avatar and the ability to exit their ships and go into
Very
space,
trippy.
go to bars and corporation offices and socialize and play mini games as an embodied avatar.
However, there was some question as to the necessity of such a feature. The development time and work required were remarkable. The players were already socializing using various out-of-game methods that were far more visible than already established, such as IRC chats and even the official forums. While there was quite a bit of excitement, there was also trepidation that it would be superfluous or add extraneous requirements to what players could already do. As Crowd Control Productions grappled with how to implement walking in stations, other projects were floundering. the EVE collectible card game, which they had produced in conjunction with the recently acquired White Wolf Productions, had suffered a lukewarm reception after limited marketing outside of conventions, despite positive reviews from gaming publications. The single expansion released in 2007 had suffered a laborious release, reprinted 3 times before the cards were completed correctly, but shortly after a lackluster launch, it appears that the entire card game was abandoned. The company's other projects were also beginning to struggle. A scathing article from The Guardian in 2014 retrospectively described Crowd Control Productions as extremely disorganized when managing the staff from White Wolf. Quote, very shortly after initial development began, the company started blurring the lines between the World of Darkness and EVE projects. Repeatedly, staff were shifted over from the former to work on expansion projects for the latter.
Turn off
At times, our sources say the entire World of Darkness staff was put onto EVE. End quote. The problems within the team itself were numerous. Developers interviewed for the article cited problems in various areas of development, including demands for small changes that required entire rewrites, weak creative vision, poor budgeting, a lack of managerial responsibility, and aggressive, hostile design meetings. Quote, most of the sources spoken to for this piece identified the same problematic CCP manager who had little vision for what the finished game would look like. Not once could he answer any question about moment-to-moment gameplay or areas of focus, says one source. Instead, he preferred to deliver buzzword-laden rambles. It was not uncommon for him to communicate in onomatopoeia. I once saw him looking over the shoulder of a programmer at some bit of user interface the poor guy had hacked together. He straightened up, put fingers to lips, and said, "No, this isn't it at all. Make it more..." He hissed on his fingertips like the air coming out of a bicycle tire, and then
you got
away.
Last of Us 2.
As the World of Darkness team struggled, work continued on Dust 514, but to properly integrate its game world with that of EVE Online, the infantry would need the planets over which they were to fight, and on May 26, 2010, this prize would be introduced in the Tyrannus expansion. With this, the pilots in EVE Online would be able to lay claim to planets and exploit their resources by establishing infrastructure, with the intention of being able to contest them with Dust 514 mercenary groups. Such resources would only increase the wealth of the existing Nullsec factions and their growing industries, now able to flourish with the end of the war against Band of Brothers. But who precisely would fight these battles was still uncertain. Since 2009, Crowd Control Productions had been mum about how people would be able to play the game, only specifying that it would be made for current generation hardware, a term typically reserved for consoles. In June of 2011, the concerns of many players were confirmed. Dust 514 would be exclusive to Sony's PlayStation 3 and portable PlayStation Vita consoles. This was a peculiar choice. Beyond the difficulty of creating games for the PlayStation 3, the markets for EVE Online and first-person shooter games for consoles were remarkably different. While both attracted primarily male audiences, EVE's player base skewed older and was more interested in detailed space simulation gameplay, while console shooters were typically played by younger men who desired faster, more immediate experiences, and those in the latter audience were largely unaware of EVE. Many EVE players who otherwise might have had interest in Dust 514 didn't own a PlayStation or were unwilling to pay for the console specifically for Dust. Still, there was hope that others interested in the setting would play Dust to engage with the space sandbox. But the goodwill and hope of EVE's player base would be shaken during an incident that would capture the attention not only of those in New Eden, but the broader gaming public. On June 22nd, 2011, Crowd Control Productions released one of their most anticipated expansions, Incarna. Renamed from Walking in Stations, Incarna promised a new level of immersion for EVE players by allowing them to control their character avatars directly, and after years of advertisement, expectations were high. This was also an expansion that had drawn significant resources from other projects, as many developers had been moved from other aspects of the game and other games entirely in order to create this expansion. Blogger Wilhelm Arcturus writes in retrospect that, quote, "To get this feature, they had to not only forego working on other more core issues to the game, but pretty much had to rob the World of Darkness team of resources as well." End quote. But the immediate reception to the new additions was mixed. Many of the features promised with Incarna were missing
That happens a lot.
to be added at a later date, and what was made available, while tantalizing, was paltry compared to the scope that Crowd Control
A lot of them
Productions
are, like-
envisioned and had projected onto the player base.
What's weird is H3H3 has like a rerun
Robust
thing of
character
just one
customization
video.
process, which players could use to update their
He has a
avatars,
stream of just
and
one video
the
on
captain's
repeat,
quarters
24/7.
acted as a replacement for the efficient
That's all
menus
stream.
that players once had in their hangars. Instead, players were now required to ambulate their character models through a special
No,
room
there,
where
last time I
fancy
checked, it
menus
was like
could
8
be
people watching it.
activated. In a game where menuing accounted for much of the experience, this significantly slowed the process. What's more, computer performance in
And
this
people put,
area
like,
was notably worse than the rest of the game.
Just
further
one game
hampering
run,
a now
like blasted
unfamiliar
up,
method of
just leaving it
gameplay.
on.
The loneliness of the space was heightened by a locked door that promised to one day be open so that players could enter the rest of the station and interact with other players outside of their ships in bars, clubs, and others' rooms. While not all players were fundamentally opposed to the introduction of the captain's quarters, its practicality was suspect, and most players opted instead for a more traditional view of their critical menus, foregoing the avatar-centric method of navigation that had been a core focus of this new development for half a decade. However, rather than being returned to the hangar view that had become a core
I played
part
No
of
Man's Sky,
Steam's
but I did play a
aesthetic
little bit of
since
this.
its release, featuring the player's active ship in the center of the screen, players were instead shown
All I
a
did
static
was,
angle of the locked station door,
hired one
removing
person,
functionality from what had once
trying
been
to
the
grow
hangar.
a little more.
Despite being the chief focus of development, the captain's
But we need to
quarters
sell
would not be the feature that would
immediately.
attract the most attention. Along with the more robust
Oh, yeah.
character creator, there were now cosmetic options for players to purchase using currency
Oh,
bought
yeah.
with real-world fiat
It's sick in
money.
VR.
However, the prices for some goods
Yeah.
were viewed as egregious.
Yes.
Eve News 24 wrote, quote, "Head over to the EVE Online forums or other EVE-related sites, and it won't take you long to figure out how much buzz has been
Yes.
made over the fact that a monocle,
Thick-ass
or
game.
even a measly shirt, is worth more
A lot
than
of
a
building.
fashion-fitted battleship, a couple of plexes, or even more than the retail box version of the EVE Online game. Enter the not-so-noble exchange shop, proof that once again CCP loses grasp of reality, as is shown by prices on the new Vanity Shop, with products like a whopping $60 for that now infamous monocle, the $22 shirt, or the designer boots, all of which might be a bit too much for many reasonable players." End quote. Players began generally expressing that this would only be the beginning of aggressive monetization on the part of Crowd Control Productions. Such suspicions were seemingly confirmed that same month when an issue of the internal company magazine Fearless was leaked, titled "Greed is Good." The first page, written by the editor Perry Desai, reads in part, quote, "As a subscription-based Golden Goose, EVE needs to incorporate the virtual goods sales model to allow for further revenue. Revenue to fund our other titles. Revenue for its developer. You."
Like that they added
A particular
battleships. I
article,
don't remember.
written by the company's principal
Original
game
one.
designer
Was it-
Kjartan
what was it,
Emilsson,
like,
discusses the way that
Raiders?
player attachment to virtual goods can create capital. Quote, "An interesting
Hello.
aspect of selling experience and identity is that the actual action of paying for it can strengthen their perceived value.
For
This is
No
in
Man's
many
Sky.
ways because of the way we are raised
Like
as
you get a fleet of
consumers.
ships.
We shop, therefore we are. Fashion is a beautiful example of this. When buying nice clothes, we might feel more desirable and confident, and in this way, the act of buying can actually be a factor to make
Yeah.
your experience more
I
meaningful.
can trade you
or your identity
certain items
stronger,
if you need.
And as such, it becomes more competitive.
I got
with
traded
other
a
alternatives. The
stack
act of buying
of
is a powerful
valuable materials
psychological
that you got for
pattern
like
deeply
breaking down
rooted in
ships.
all of us, whether we like it or
And,
not. The pure
like,
subscription model for games,
$666
even though quite well
like,
suited for the
million
selling of
dollars.
holistic experiences, takes little advantage of this part of human nature. Many players will actually voice the opinion that adding any kind of consumerism to such a game will ruin their experience. Those
Yeah.
same players will buy Plex
There's some
without
real cool
any
ships you can
qualms
get
to
too.
instant access to that ship they just need to have right now. And they might even go as far as buying a $500 leather jacket that matches the one their avatar
Yeah.
is wearing.
I'm
A
farming.
balanced approach should acknowledge consumerism as a powerful game design tool,
Just found
amongst others,
can actually,
that we
like,
need to get
if
familiar with,
your friend,
and that
like,
should be used
builds on a
carefully and
different,
with respect
uh,
to create more
galaxy,
enjoyable experiences
you can actually
and
just
stronger
teleport there and
identities for our
just
players.
be
If
able to explore that
successful,
galaxy
this
for free.
will result in their increased emotional
Because
attachment
usually,
to our
like, it'll
product
break
and
all your shit
services
when you
for the benefit of
switch
all.
galaxies.
If not, we run the risk of sucking our customers dry and leaving their shriveled corpses by the side of the road to the benefit of none. End quote. The debate portion featured noticeably little debate. Both employees writing for the piece, who had been approached and requested to support a given side, espoused the value of virtual cosmetic sales for real money, disagreeing only on the measure of tangible in-game advantage that should be allowed for purchase. The writer for the Yes portion, a game designer named Christopher Toberg, wrote about his experience with the player base
Also,
and their
EVE Online.
opinions on the matter.
Quick.
Quote, I would like virtual goods sales in EVE. In fact, I'd like to sell a lot more than vanity items. Does this mean I'm an evil capitalist that, unless stopped, will cause the entire company to catch fire and be buried at sea
Just
by
leave
a
right
secret
here.
team of Navy SEALs? Let's hope not, although that's the impression I get.
There's the guy,
sometimes
you know,
when
the guy with the
interacting our
bodyguard?
customers. There is a pretty overwhelming perception amongst EVE players
And
that these changes are
the
bad.
plate.
I think they're brilliant, but our players don't. We're going to face an uphill struggle.
Can you get
and the
more
reason
seeds?
many of us never talk about this publicly is that we'd be burned at the stake by the players. I don't really understand the logic
A lot of
behind it.
OG
End
we're
quote.
mainly using.
A later part of the feature states that the company was suggesting selling faction standings, an important limiting aspect of the game. Speaking of Dust
There's
514,
14
a header
total
reads, next summer
things
people
now.
will be flocking to play Dust 514. There will be an entrance fee, but we will make sure to also provide
Uncle
some
Pam.
proverbial free towels. We will be charging for the swimming goggles, though. Towards the end, it discusses the inevitability of charging players for in-game advantages for the upcoming World of Darkness. Quote, escalation of commitment is another key concept for the value of virtual goods sales. When a person has put time, effort, or money into something, she's more likely to be attached. If players can spend more money directly on our game, their enjoyment will heighten, and they'll bond more strongly with it. After discussing strategies to allow players to purchase an appropriate amount of in-game power, it concludes by stating, the question of virtual goods sales is not to do or not to do. Rather, it's how do we do this? For the yet unpublished World of Darkness, the details are foggy, but the philosophy is strong. End quote. When this company magazine was leaked to the public, gaming news outlets immediately began covering it, and the community was outraged. Players took their ships to Jeddah, the trade hub of all of New Eden, and began firing at a prominent invulnerable
get another
statue
10.
to show their displeasure in a visible fashion. But arguably, the more impactful action was when thousands of players canceled their monthly subscription. Some resolved that they
We're
would
gonna
do
do the
so
thing.
for as long as
Alright,
was
that's okay.
necessary for Crowd Control Productions to change their minds, while others decided that, with this new direction that the company was taking, the good days of EVE Online were over, and it was time to move on to other games, or from gaming entirely. When an internal letter from CEO Hilmar Pedersen was leaked, stating that this reaction was to be expected and that the players were simply resisting change, the player
Oh,
base
yeah?
was only emboldened, and the protests continued, beginning what would be known either as the Summer of Rage or the more reductive Monocle Gate, after the exorbitant price of the Monocle cosmetic item in the store. Despite the hopes and expectations of company management, the protest showed no signs of stopping 4 months later, even after a discussion with the Council of Stellar Management. In an effort to placate their player base, Hilmar released a long apologetic letter which opened with plaintive prose. Quote, "Dear followers of EVE Online, the past few months have been very humbling for me. I've done much soul-searching, and what follows is my sincere effort to clear the air with all of you. Please bear with me as I find my way through. The estrangement from CCP that many of you have been feeling of late is my fault, and for that I am truly sorry. There are many contributing factors, but in the end, it is I who must shoulder the responsibility for much of what has happened. In short, my zeal for pushing Eve to her true potential made me lose sight of doing the simple things right. I was wrong, and I admit it." End quote. The rest of the letter consisted of points of failure perceived by the player base and copious apologies. However sincere these apologies may have been, it was not enough to entirely reverse the negative perception of the
Good try.
company. A press release 2 weeks later revealed that what they had once internally referred to as a golden goose had stopped being quite so lucrative, and they would be reorganizing their company significantly, including laying off a fifth of their workforce. They explained that, quote, "For the immediate future, our mission is to
Place it
enrich
in
the vast
the one-
EVE universe by strengthening the continuous development of EVE Online while preparing to bring
One next
Dust
to the main room.
514 to market on the PS3. We do this in order to realize our ambitious and challenging plan of joining the two in a cross-platform, truly massive online world. World of Darkness will continue development with a significantly reduced team. This team will continue to iterate and expand on the gameplay and systems they have designed. We will also redeploy creative teams in Atlanta to support the launch of Dust 514. End quote. But the purported gameplay and systems for World of Darkness were in a questionable state. Per the Guardian article, quote, "There seemed to be no clear vision on how the various parts
it
would create a
right here.
cohesive end product.
See?
Sources report that the game effectively reached alpha, the stage at which all the major features have been implemented, 3 times, only for each version to be scrapped." End quote. Despite confidently claiming that they still had more EVE subscribers than a year prior, it was now clear that the expectations of the executives at the company had been severely curtailed. Now, they would have to desperately struggle to maintain what they still had in EVE Online.
Where's your playlist taking you? Down the highway?
If the company would have a significant impact on the game as a whole, the conflicts in Nullsec would continue unabated. While nestling itself into its new home region of Delve, Goonswarm recognized that it would need allies in order to weather any upcoming wars, given their penchant for angering other groups of players.
Gotta
So,
get a
they
start.
organized what they named the Cluster
Ellenmore.
Coalition, consisting of numerous nearby corporations, often gathered together not due to affable relations with one another, but rather due
Yeah,
to
been-
common enemies. The animosity between these groups is difficult to overstate. On the verifiable end of the spectrum, players would locate spies and, upon tracing their IP addresses, would publicly post their identifying information,
Just
including
having
their full
not many
name
deals
and
for anything
address
else.
in order to threaten
Just for
them.
pushing
This
OG.
became a common occurrence for which certain leaders
That's what
became
everybody
known.
wants.
Even more extreme allegations would arise over time, though their veracity is in question. For example, in 2009, the Mittani wrote an article for 10 Ton Hammer in which he stated,
Gotta start
quote,
pushing different
"About
product.
2 years ago, Goonswarm was aiding our allies, Red Alliance, in the invasion of the Scalding Pass region against Lotka Volterra and their coalition. Lotka Volterra had unveiled one of the first Titans against us to catastrophic consequences, and at the time these profoundly silly ships were nearly impossible to kill through legitimate in-game means. They
Yeah,
were
excellent.
essentially
Dude,
invulnerable,
that's
with
true.
the only Titans destroyed through catching the ship
Do that
while
right
the
now.
pilot was disconnected from the game. It was determined that the Enslaver and his Avatar-class Titan had to go. I was approached by one of the leaders of Red Alliance to help make this happen, but almost immediately we were down the rabbit hole. Much to my surprise, the Red Alliance director didn't want
He
in-game
said it.
information from me. He wanted us to use the forensic resources of our intelligence agency
Thank you.
to track down the enslaver's home address. At a coordinated time, armed with this information, a Russian Alliance member would apparently cut the power to the enslaver's house in the real world, and in Eve, a Russian Alliance capital fleet would assault the abruptly pilotless Titan. Yikes. As one can imagine, I demurred, but the Russian Alliance director didn't want to take no for an answer.
Oh no.
And I didn't fancy telling him that I thought he was completely insane. I said that I'd look into it, and that's when things began to get really crazy. Kugutsumen got involved. Kugutsumen is a French national living in Jakarta, Indonesia, who was convicted as a teenager in the early 1990s of freaking the FBI's conference call system and running up $250,000 in international calls. He copped a ban from CCP years ago for breaking the T20 scandal after penetrating the Band of Brothers director forums, but it seems the banning completely removed all restraint on his behavior regarding the game. He set up his own forum to cover the hidden news of Eve by publishing snippets from the forums of other alliances. Why didn't I have to deal with the Red Alliance trying to cut the power to the Enslaver's house to kill his Titan? Because Kugutsumen, out of either idle curiosity or malice aforethought, traced the Enslaver's IP addresses back to Iceland, confronted him on Lotka Volterra's TeamSpeak while under an assumed name, recorded the conversation, and then outed him as a GM and a CCP employee. End quote. But to the northeast in late 2011, the Russians, having once been relatively united, had again split due to internal divisions between the leaders of major powers, often involving what was known as RMT, or real money trading, another name for the black market economy in which wealthy players would exchange their in-game ISK for real money. Accounts from different players conflict on the prolificacy of this practice, with some leaders claiming that it was a rare occurrence, while others stated that nearly every person with a leadership position in every major alliance participated in RMT to some degree. The desire to sell ISK for real-world fiat currency was heightened for those in leadership positions who had accumulated more wealth than they could feasibly spend, and there was always a temptation to raid a corporation or alliance's assets and sell them. Many large alliances were making remarkable amounts of money by renting space controlled by the alliance to smaller corporations. An article for Gamer Tribute describes some of the conflicts of interest. Quote, certain players were rumored to make thousands of dollars in real life through RMT operations, which meant threatening renter space put real-life income sources at risk for some players. End quote. While it's impossible to say for certain, the Russians had a reputation of partaking in RMT far more than other groups, which made a massive heist in July of 2011 only more bitter. A trusted and well-known leader in a Russian corporation stole nearly 1 trillion ISK worth of goods and cash, including 2,400 plex valued alone at approximately
Need to get more storage.
$42,000. This would not stand, and the Russian federations, who had once been relatively peaceful, fractured and declared war on one another. As these wars raged, fleet commanders began to experiment with wormholes as tactical tools, especially as an escape route in case a fight was going badly. However, given the relative unfamiliarity with wormholes, nullsec corporations would sometimes make grievous errors born from ignorance of this chaotic space. For example, after losing a fight, the elite members of Pandemic Legion, closely affiliated with Mercenary Coalition, hid their heavy battle fleet in a wormhole. However, the combined mass of their ships was too great for the wormhole to remain stable, and it collapsed behind them. None of the 46 characters who made it through the wormhole was equipped with the probes necessary to navigate a way out of wormhole space, and so, with little knowledge of wormholes, they decided instead to simply destroy one another's ships and respawn back home. Elsewhere, the dissolving of familiar alliances meant that old enemies after the war were far more vulnerable, and wars began to break out all across Nullsec, with wild border adjustments on a regular basis. Not even Goonswarm was able to hold on to its prize of Delve. As these wars became larger in scope and game-related writing began to resemble more traditional news outlets, web traffic began to funnel into more professionally produced operations, but these outlets were often controlled by groups with special interests, most obviously the Mittani, a website owned and operated by its namesake, with writers creating all kinds of media. On November 13th, 2012, the blog Evaganda wrote, quote, "The Mittani has killed Eve blogging. Why read through dozens of sites when you can just visit one? You get features, news, opinion, and the unquestionable loyalty of the largest single block of players in-game, fed daily through forum support that rivals none other." I've been approached 3 times to write for the Mittani. The first was back before it launched, and the most recent was by the very same Mark Scaris that now poses the question of what to do with these blogging features. It is no mistake that other community-involved bloggers are also involved in that site. By the way, I turned all 3 of those requests down flat. Personally, I can't support the Mittani or the goons behind him. I don't link to the site here, nor will I ever do so. That is a role-playing choice primarily, but it is also because I knew full well what that thing's coming meant. And here we are. And it is only natural. Things change, remember? Eve is getting close to being a decade old. It is as predictable as the sun rising and setting that eventually something like that site would appear. End quote. But while both media outlets for game news and the alliances in Nullsec were inexorably progressing toward a greater homogeneity, the players in wormhole space continued to establish themselves. Over time, they had discovered more and more about their chosen home, some facts being more esoteric than others, and this knowledge would turn this churning, chaotic hellscape into a verdant home replete with valuable minerals and friendly rivals. One of the most important habits adopted by early players was the mapping of wormhole space. Players from different corporations would be tasked with traveling through wormholes, taking note of what existed there, such as enemy bases or collectible resources, and sharing this information with the others, so that the immediate vicinity around their home system would be known, the connections spider-webbing out, with some branches terminating back into normal K-space. Due to the transient nature of the wormholes, these maps would have to be updated constantly, and they were closely guarded so as not to be used against
it's
their
for
makers.
assigning people to do
However,
things.
players quickly discovered methods by which they could, to some extent, control this space. By sending heavy ships back and forth through wormholes in just the right patterns, wormholes could be coaxed into collapsing prematurely while guaranteeing that no ship would be stranded on the far side, a practice known as rolling a hole. These tactics could be used both defensively and aggressively. A corporation with access to a static hole could purposefully collapse it again and
they're
again,
just on the road.
searching for targets. A static hull that linked to other wormhole space systems could serve as a way to search for new resource nodes from which to gather, or it could be a way to search for other corporations with whom to engage in affable combat for entertainment. But those outside of wormhole space came to know them for a different practice. If a wormhole corporation gained access to a nullsec static, then they could quietly use it to search for ripe targets. Once a proper target was spotted, a small raiding fleet would burst forth from the wormhole and begin raiding the surrounding space, destroying ships and looting until a response fleet could be organized. Given the relative power of nullsec corporations and the size and mass restrictions imposed by the wormholes, it was common for such response fleets to substantially outclass the raiding bands from the wormhole corporations, and so, upon sighting them, the raiders would retreat back through their wormhole, disappearing into the labyrinth. The relative secrecy and aggressive demeanor of the average wormholer placed them at odds with the nullsec empires, and over time, the two came to regard one another as bitter enemies, the nullsec alliances relying on stability and strength, and the wormholers embracing disorder and agility. Despite the equalizing forces of wormhole space, it still harbored its own elite, and they tended to occupy the C6 wormhole systems, the most dangerous and also the most valuable. The higher class systems tended to have unique stellar bodies, such as black holes and pulsars, which could dramatically alter certain statistics about ships, making them even more difficult to assail, as their denizens would specialize their ships to utilize these peculiar features fully for defensive purposes, their ships funded by the valuable resources there and in the wormhole systems that tended to link to them. These larger corporations naturally became targets for others looking for a good fight. The most well-known example was the corporation Rooks and Kings, who delighted in discovering ways to push the game to its limits, and their French corporation, Guillotine Therapy, who primarily lived in wormhole space. Their YouTube series, named Clarion Call, attracted the attention even of those outside of the game, as their stories of frustrating the efforts of much larger corporations became legendary. In particular, they became known for a unique tactic: pipe bombing. By outfitting a small fleet of battleships with smart bombs and equipping defensive modules that allowed them to resist the particular kind of damage that the smart bombs produced, they could effectively destroy any intercepted enemy fleet while remaining mostly intact. This was made possible in part due to the rigid habits of fleet commanders in nullsec corporations, who were predictable enough for these strategies to continue to work for months. But even as great powers were establishing themselves, there was a new, unorthodox section of EVE Online growing faster than any other: the casinos. By sending ISK to trusted banker characters, players could exchange their in-game money for tokens to be used on gambling websites, much like chips at a real-life casino, and soon, players with vast stores of liquid assets and nothing else on which to spend them would gamble large amounts for entertainment. The money being funneled through these websites was massive and only growing day by day. But all of this was contingent upon Crowd Control Productions managing their game while simultaneously launching further games, something that would prove to be a titanic struggle.
Gonna do anything?
On May 22nd, 2013, Crowd Control Productions finally released their first-person shooter game, Dust 514. The game had been given limited beta releases throughout the previous year, but it was difficult to gauge what the final game would feel like after it was integrated into its parent game of EVE Online. But the nature of its existence made it difficult to penetrate. For casual players, the links between Dust and EVE weren't immediately apparent, and while the connection appeared to have worked well, the people who were downloading and playing Dust
I put it in
did
there.
so not knowing that there was
I didn't want to
much,
overwhelm
if any, connection to EVE. This could
She got
likely
some
be
more
attributed to the game's distribution method. As the game was made free to play by download on the PlayStation 3, many first-person shooter enthusiasts downloaded it to test, with little further understanding or research, expecting familiar fare. But the game that greeted them was significantly less accessible than a typical game in the genre. Chris Carter, writing for online gaming magazine Destructoid, described his initial experience. Quote, "For everyone else who is not already an EVE fan, you're going to see it as another first-person shooter, and it will most likely not blow you away. In fact, as soon as I actually booted up my first skirmish, I was immediately underwhelmed. The environments, the guns, the visuals, everything but the stylized character models was extremely basic, to the point where at times it looks like a previous generation title. I experienced major frame rate issues, so much so that it affected my ability to see vehicles in the distance. At times, the game seemed to run well below 30 frames per second. I also experienced a decent amount of lag during my time with Dust, which is obviously a problem with an FPS, especially if you're fond of long-range combat." End quote. IGN's Vince Ingenito was similarly unimpressed. Quote, "The actual shooting isn't up to snuff. Similar games like Battlefield 3 succeeded by making it fun to fight both on foot and in vehicles, but Dust struggles to even make firing a gun feel right, much less vehicle combat. Now, I don't claim to be an expert marksman, but I had more trouble keeping my sights on target in Dust
shelf next to the
than in
mixing
any
station.
FPS in recent memory. Part of this is due to the mushy aiming controls, which are too sluggish for quick turns, yet too jumpy to track moving targets reliably. Sloppy, protracted firefights result, leaving my enemies and I to dance endlessly around each other, emptying our clips without scoring a kill. After playing with controls as tightly refined as those in Call of Duty, Battlefield, and countless other shooters, Dusts feel terribly antiquated. In fact, very little works or feels like it should in Dust 514. The maps are laid out well enough for combat, with some great physicality at times, but the limited detail and variety of the environments keep it from ever feeling like you're planet hopping for glory and profit." End quote. Even Ian Hertzberg from 10 Ton Hammer, who reviewed the game positively, said that, quote, "So far I've felt like I was mostly making contact with Dust 514 players and found very little influence from EVE Online spilling over into the game. Which is a shame because the idea of the two games interacting seems cool in theory, but in practice, Dust 514
unlock more
feels
areas.
more like a standalone game." End quote. These limited connections between the games hadn't been solved half a year later when GameSpot's Nick Capozzoli wrote in December of that year that, quote, "Dust's link to EVE was supposed to provide the context for these endless war games, but the bond between the two games remains ill-defined. Corporations, the lifeblood of EVE, barely receive an introduction in Dust." End quote. The tepid reception of Dust 514 likely had a severe effect on the morale of employees at the company,
think
who
they
had
like me
watched
more
20% of
because I
their
interact with
coworkers be laid off only a few years prior. Significant resources had been redirected from the highly anticipated World of Darkness MMO in order to complete this game, and with the severe impact that the Summer of Rage had inflicted upon the revenue of Crowd Control Productions, those who had been assigned to the project were nervous. This also boded poorly for other projects that the company had announced. In August of 2013, CCP had announced the development of a new space dogfighting game for VR, which they named EVE Valkyrie. Again hoping to act as an innovator in the gaming space, as the founding team had with Vermal and EVE Online, the project was originally a demo developed by employees, and now they had been flown to Britain in order to work on expanding it into a full game. But Valkyrie was slated for a 2014 release, only a year later. In comparison, the tenuous fate of World of Darkness threatened nearly a decade of work. These fears would prove founded in April of 2014, when World of Darkness was officially cancelled. According to The Guardian, this was unsurprising for members of the team who had been anticipating this decision since the layoffs after the Summer of Rage in 2011. Allegedly, the World of Darkness team had been the most thoroughly impacted. An anonymous source stated that, quote, "The 2011 layoffs incited a lot of anger. A lot. I heard it was worse in the ATL office, and most of the folks I know down there have never forgiven CCP's management." End quote. 2013 saw 15 more layoffs, leaving 56 team members going into the following year, a paltry number for the production of a new MMO. Those 56 remaining in April were either moved to other projects or laid off as well. Many had come from the original White Wolf team when the company was bought. Not all of the work from the game had been entirely lost. For example, much of the character creator had been adjusted and ported to EVE Online for players to update their avatars, a system that proved remarkably robust, but was only a fragment of the work that had been made for World of Darkness. With the middling release of Dust 514 and the complete collapse of World of Darkness, Crowd Control Productions was now reliant upon maintaining EVE Online, which they were struggling to manage after the release of Incarna. But those on the outside would see little of this struggle. Instead, they would bear witness to the largest conflict that any virtual world had ever seen. By 2013, the pattern of warfare in Nullsec had been established as a constant state of conflict punctuated by larger-scale wars between alliances and power blocks, and in October of that year, a new war roiled to life once again as Goonswarm's Cluster Coalition, or CFC as it was known, was expanding. Andrew Groen writes, quote, "The Cluster Empire now mirrored eerily the dominion of the former Band of Brothers at its peak, save for the fact it was a bit larger and more stable. For only the third time in New Eden's history, half of the Nullsec territories were controlled by a single organization of players united under a single ruler. As October 2013 came to a close, it was already becoming clear that a new block-level war would soon begin. By now, few were even surprised, as it was clear that in some respects, EVE was in the midst of a forever war. The individuals that made up these alliances could not be destroyed, and neither could their very real animosity for one another, which was compounding through the years." End quote. This animosity exploded in 2013 into what came to be known as the Halloween War. As the Russian coalition attempted to capture space in a border conflict, their allies in the CFC sent minor support, which quickly expanded into their entire supercapital fleet. Uniting to fight them, a massive group of Nullsec players gathered under the name N3PL and prepared for war. For 3 months, the war raged until January 27th, 2014, when an opportunity arose for the CFC. Due to a bug in the game's user interface, a bug in the servers, or a clerical error on the part of a player in N3PL, the payment required to maintain the sovereignty in the crucial staging system of BTAC R5RB failed, leaving an 8-hour window for them to assail the system before the Sinojammers became active again, and no further capital ships could be brought by the attackers. At first, there was confusion, but even if it was a trap, the leaders of the CFC accepted it for what it was, an opportunity to strike at their enemies, the likes of which they were unlikely to see again for the rest of the war. The call was made, and despite being off hours for the CFC, fleets were formed. Few had any conception of what was about to happen. Writing for Crossing Zebras, player Sindel Pelion wrote, quote, "The reports that were coming in were saying that this was a supercap fight. There was a lot of talk that it would not last that long. We just needed to drop TCUs again and try to regain control of the station. No one, not me, not anybody, could have known what the next 20-odd hours held." End quote. Together, the Cluster Coalition
Not really.
and the Russian alliance gathered their fleets and jumped into the beachhead system of BTAC-R5RB. On Twitter, ProGod Legend, then leader of founding N3 member Noli Secunda, wrote about what was happening from Denver Airport as the two fleets danced around one another non-committally. Quote, "About 500 CFC players in system, all Dominic's battleships. N3PL jumped in Slowcats and Super Capitals off-grid. Dominic's is warped to Caps, then changed mind and bailed. And now it's a face-off, waiting for the fight to start. All fleets are in system, but not on grid with each other." End quote. The commanders of both fleets knew
Pay
the
off your
location
debts.
of the other in the system, but nobody fighting could see anything except for their allies, waiting tensely with the bright nebulas surrounding them. The appearances of the fleets were dominated by the massive Avatar-class Titans, whose silhouettes were immediately recognizable and were the most common of any of the Titans. The onus was on the attackers, and so, together, the CFC fleet warped to engage with the forces of N3PL. Given the amount of resources being invested in this battle, it was clear that if the Goons could win this fight, then there would be nothing standing between them and total control of Nullsec. But even before the first shots were fired, there was a complication. In 2011, a mechanic to compensate for lag in heavily populated battles had been introduced, called time dilation. When a server was faced with a load too heavy for it to handle, rather than simply allowing lag to impact gameplay, time in the region would be slowed to allow the server to process all of the data moving through it. But since time was only slowed in the immediate vicinity of the battle, reinforcements could arrive far faster relative to the damage being dealt, and so, given that the passage of time in BTAC-R5RB had been slowed to 10% of real time, the slowest possible, the battle rapidly grew, and given the strategic importance of the system, neither side was willing to concede. Images and video quickly made their way online even as the battle was raging, showing a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes dominated by the dark shadows of the Avatar and Erebus-class Titans against a backdrop of blue interdiction bubbles, which locked every ship inside of them into combat. The rate of escalation only quickened as time passed and players in the Americas were able
Set it
to
up
log into the
on the
game
market.
and join the battle, which was still raging hours later. By this point, thousands of players had already participated. Compared to their enemies, the Goons easily had more players in the Americas, and soon they outnumbered their opponents by a significant margin. After brawling for 12 hours, the final result was clear. The CFC would be the victors in this massive battle, which reportedly had over 7,500 participants at various points, with over 2,600 in the system concurrently at its peak. This latter number had only been eclipsed by another battle involving the CFC, in which they had smothered the Reddit-based Test Alliance in a battle involving 4,070 concurrently, but the result of that battle was a foregone conclusion, fought more for fun than any other reason. Comparatively, the battle for BTAC-R5RB was far more spontaneous, strategically vital, and uncertain. The question now was only how much N3PL could salvage. This number would prove far smaller than they hoped. Of the 72 Titans that they fielded, only 13 survived. Comparatively, the losses of the CFC were minuscule. Not only had the reserves of N3PL been broken, but so had their spirit during the 21-hour-long engagement. But from the outside, the conclusion looked significantly different. The introduction of Plex had given an approximate real-world exchange rate between in-game currency and real-world fiat currency, and when the damage was tallied and converted, the cost of the entire battle exceeded $300,000 US. This number was immediately attractive to news outlets, who printed simplified versions of the story to their bemused readers while sheepishly referring to the Cluster Coalition only by their acronym. Now, the Goons were left with the largest empire in the game and the media attention to make them the unequivocal masters of EVE Online, and they would soon come to embody that status in a familiar way. But while the Goons were ascendant, the company that made the game they had mastered was struggling with their other game, and despite how desperately they wanted success, it seemed continuously to elude them.
I go out there, hawk my wares,
Since its launch in 2012, Dust 514 had been struggling. While the game allegedly had players measured in the hundreds of thousands and its financial success isn't publicly known, it's almost certain that the company was dubious of the game's reception shortly after its launch. Many who had been excited for Dust were concerned from the beginning. The fact that it was a PlayStation 3 exclusive game severely hampered its growth, as most who were aware of EVE Online played games on their PC rather than a console. But perhaps more importantly, the PlayStation 3 was already nearing the end of its life cycle as Dust was being launched. Typically, game consoles have a limited lifespan due to the company's desire to create new consoles with updated hardware, and the first iteration of the PlayStation 3 had been released in 2006. This meant that, by the time Dust was released, the console was already 6 years old, and many were anticipating the release of a successor console in the near future. These expectations proved correct, as in February of 2013, less than a year after the release of Dust, Sony announced that the PlayStation 4 would be sold during the holiday season of that year. Frequently, console gamers will leave behind old consoles in favor of new ones quickly, and this meant that the future of Dust was in jeopardy. The game had originally been announced with a 5-year development plan, and CCP's Vice President of Business Development, Thor Gunnarsson, confidently repeated these claims to gaming publication Destructoid. Quote, "We know that our fanbase, Dust-curious players, are buying the PlayStation 3 to get into our game. What we hear anecdotally is that PS3 sales are increasing. Sony have done a phenomenal job of managing console transitions like they did with the PlayStation 2's cost and size reductions. We can make the logical assumption that something similar will happen as the PlayStation 4 comes to market. If you look at the large third-party publishers, you'll see that Sony is not falling away from the PlayStation 3. End quote. The author of the article, Joseph Larray, added that, quote, "Still, CCP will eventually need to develop a PlayStation 4 version of Dust 514, link it to the PS3 version, and then tie both of them to Tranquility, the London-based server that governs everything that happens in the EVE universe. And they'll do it, ideally, with as little downtime as possible." End quote. This would require even more development time and effort, something that CCP were already struggling to manage after the failure of Inferno and the death of World of Darkness. The game itself was rife with issues to which players consistently referred as systemic and fundamental. For example, players could gain the EVE integration by joining the opposite side and manipulating whether they won or lost, depending on what was more beneficial at the time, in order to acquire territory. Xander Fena, writing for Crossing Zebras in June of 2013, discussed his problems further in his article, The Tragedy of Dust 514, in which he states, quote, "Dust had definitely caught my attention, and before I knew it, I was hooked in the hype. 4 years later, I wish they had just scrapped the entire project altogether." Throughout this article, Xander discussed many of the fundamental issues, including one of its main selling points, its connection to EVE Online. Quote, "The key feature at the release of Dust was planetary conquest. 1 month later, several of the major groups involved with it have announced they've pulled out or will not defend the districts they've taken. Planetary conquest, in a nutshell, took the worst aspect of EVE, structure
didn't want it.
grinding, and made it their key feature. The other key feature that was sold directly to the EVE Online audience was the ability for EVE ships to orbital bombard planets. When the feature was first revealed at FanFest 2012, there was a lot of excitement. It looked and felt cool. A year later, the orbital bombardment mechanic has been watered down. There are no launch codes, and you're limited to both the class of ship and waiting for ground teams to accumulate a certain amount of war points before you can launch a strike. The novelty wore off very quickly, and the interest EVE side plummeted. There have been a lot of complaints within the Dust community that the links to EVE need to be drastically expanded in order to attract more players. I disagree wholeheartedly. The game itself will never sustain a community if there aren't drastic improvements to even the most basic gameplay. The links will be meaningless
make
if
some
the
plays.
game itself is terrible, and developing it on both
Need
games
some
will
money
be
to
entirely
gamble,
wasted
don't
if
you think?
either game is suffering. EVE is in a pretty healthy state. Dust is on life support. Forcing interactions between the two when one game is in trouble is a disservice to the other." End quote. Despite the company's confident public rhetoric, it appeared less confident when, a year later in May of 2014 at EVE FanFest, CCP announced that they had begun development on a new first-person shooter game with the working title of Project Legion. This game would be developed for the PC, in contrast to Dust's PlayStation 3 exclusivity. The opening of an article by Andy Kelly for PC Gamer made clear the broad reaction to the announcement, notably referring to Dust 514 in the past tense, despite the fact that the servers were still online and, as far as the gaming public knew, development for
Jesus.
Dust was ongoing. Quote, "Dust 514 was a PlayStation 3 only FPS set in
Yeah.
the EVE universe. Its limitations and flaws were obvious. Now CCP are bringing a reimagined version of Dust to PC with a greater focus on community, customization, and emergence. It's an attempt to marry the free-form story-generating magic of EVE to a modern multiplayer
It tells you right
shooter.
there.
Dust
Much.
514 and Project Legion share a common DNA, but Legion is a very different experience, says Jean-Charles Godachon, executive producer. It's a competitive shooter that takes place in a sandbox that mixes PvP and PvE. There's also a player-driven economy, which is really important. If you use the EVE name, you have to have an economy that's influenced by the players. It's all about loot, is how Godachon puts it. We're going to have these sandbox areas, planets that you'll drop into, where you'll see other players and an ambient threat. In high security systems, where Concord are present to protect you, it's more of a social place. Here you'll go looting with AI-controlled drones trying to stop you." End quote. Even if CCP were unwilling to admit it themselves, the message to players of Dust 514, EVE Online, and the rest of the gaming public was clear. To the company, Dust was a failure, and the only question that remained was how long it would be allowed to continue. In the meantime, CCP was also driving excitement for their new VR game, EVE Valkyrie, and much like their other games, the visuals were attracting immediate attention and building anticipation. With this game, CCP were again attempting to entice the general gaming public into the EVE setting of New Eden, where they had failed before with their various other materials. These perceived failures were cemented when, in October of 2015, it was announced that CCP Games was selling White Wolf to another game publisher, Paradox Interactive, known for their intricate strategy and simulation games,
Trent?
such as Crusader Kings, Hearts of Iron, Europa Universalis, and Mountain Blade. Despite these struggles, by the mid-2010s, EVE Online had more subscribers than at any other point in its history. While the subscriber count would rise and fall with the breadth of warfare and peace, the overall trend was still positive. And even as players burned out on the game after long, brutal wars, many would inevitably return. Despite the lukewarm reception of many new features, the basic features of the game had seen continual improvement and well-received iterations, from server stability to graphics, and despite the age of the game and its poor new player experience, it continued to attract players due to its continual modernization. As it was, EVE Online still promised to provide CCP with continuous, reliable capital for the foreseeable future, and the company was intent on building out their library of games, and now that they had sold White Wolf, they resolved that it was time to focus on building out New Eden. This was reinforced by another release from CCP titled Gunjack, an arcade shooter for VR in which the player takes on the role of a gunner for a mining expedition in New Eden, protecting against pirates. While a relatively small release, it received positive reviews, but the mainstream gaming public seems to have spoken little about it. But as Crowd Control Productions seemed to be entering a new phase of their lifespan, so too was the world of EVE Online, defined largely by a single group of players whose clear ambition was to dominate all of New Eden. With all other major competitors in Nullsec eliminated, the Goons and their Federation had very few enemies with the resources to combat them. After consolidating their vast new territory, their first order of business was a name change. In April of 2015, the Mittani, leader of the Goons, announced that the CFC would be changing its name to the Imperium, something far more palatable to a vast swath of onlookers. While perhaps less representative of the attitude of the Goons and their allies in the past, this was a symbolic representation of their new stated purpose of becoming not only the most powerful, but the dominant force in the entire game. To the Mittani, whose flair for the dramatic and desire for attention were well documented, the expletive in the Cluster Coalition's name was a reflection of the irreverent nature of the Goons, but a liability to his goal of appealing to onlookers from outside of the game, who had been hesitant to even call them by their name. Articles in national media outlets such as Forbes had an obviously positive effect on morale, and gave the players a stronger incentive to join fleets when called, suggesting that they were cementing their place in history. Later that year, he would attempt to crystallize this concept far more clearly. On November 3rd, 2015, the Mittani and military fiction author Jeff Edwards announced the opening of a Kickstarter to begin production on a book titled The Fountain War, named for the eponymous conflict in which the CFC had annihilated the Reddit-based Test Alliance. Notably, Crowd Control Productions had also chosen to endorse the project. The opening of the description read, quote, "The Fountain War book project brings best-selling author Jeff Edwards together with the Mittani Media and CCP in creating the first ever book about EVE Online based on real player experiences. The resulting novel will be the first book of a completely new genre, sci-fi nonfiction." On the afternoon of July 28, 2013, the armadas of interstellar empires clashed. Millions died, billions destroyed. It might have happened in a fictional universe, but that doesn't make it any less true. This is the Fountain War, the war that changed gaming history. A galactic firestorm that culminated in the largest single battle in gaming history, the fall of 6VDT. It consumed the players of EVE Online, it astounded the worldwide gaming community, and it commanded the attention of the mainstream press. Rather than allow those memories and fascinating narratives to fade, we're going to immortalize those experiences by creating a world-class retelling of the Fountain War. A gut-wrenching thriller based on battle archives, in-game communication transcripts, and the testimonies of combatants from all sides of the conflict. Combining the remarkable writing talent of Jeff Edwards with the strength and support of CCP Games and the Mittani media, this book is destined to captivate science fiction, action, suspense, and military fiction fans everywhere. End quote. The campaign was asking for $150,000 US, a number that seemed reasonable to those organizing the campaign. For years, the Goons have been taking sponsorships to push games besides EVE Online to the Alliance, business ventures that have proven lucrative to both parties. Similarly, this project would be pushed to their constituent members. But onlookers were dubious. The project's Kickstarter page included a writing sample near the bottom, and a piece of historical revisionism was already immediately apparent. Though they had been known as the Cluster Coalition during the war, the name had conspicuously been changed to the Imperium, the new name chosen only 7 months prior. This change led many to believe that this project would simply be another piece of Goon propaganda. But not even the Goons themselves seemed terribly excited about the project. Significantly shy of meeting their goal, the project was only able to raise $39,000 from 758 backers, a quarter of what they needed. The Mittani's official statement on the Kickstarter's cancellation made clear his frustration. It read in part, quote, "In about an hour, I'm going to nuke the Kickstarter for the Fountain War and announce that it will be relaunched in March without all the stupid and now obvious f***ups. The 150K funding goal, the backer rewards, the shipping costs, the lack of sample fiction, the whole thing was rushed as f***, and an easy win turned into an opportunity for our enemies to come at us with long knives and settle scores. The ultimate responsibility is mine. We've never listened to outside experts on anything, but for some reason on this one, even though my intuition was screaming that was wrong, I did the, what do I know, I just run a big space guild, and next thing you know, the whole coalition is attached to a f***ed up version of what is legitimately a really cool project. The f***up was not outsiders led us astray, blame them, the f***up was listening to them at all. Whose fault? Mine. Every one of you got dragged along behind that mess, and I've been kicking myself non-stop since it began, and I'm sorry. The most obvious fuck-up was not making a thread on goonfleet.com saying, yo, here's what we want to do, how should we do this, and what rewards and pricing, etc. do you guys think would be cool, and all this would have been avoided. End quote. Their imperial aims in-game, however, would remain unperturbed, and their boldness and confidence would be illustrated well in the public demands that they would soon make. On November 30th, 2015, the Mittani released a statement titled, Minifoe, There's Only One Way to Deal with Rome. The naming scheme of the Goons' internal bureaucracy mirrored that of George Orwell's book, 1984, with Mini used as shorthand for Ministry. The side of the page was adorned with an advertisement for the doomed Kickstarter project. The release read in part, quote,
Both of them.
The Imperium is delighted to present a new department within our bastion of civilization and prosperity, the Ministry of Foreign Oversight, aka Minifoe. The Ministry of Foreign Oversight exists to promote imperial values of unity, discipline, and victory in regions near Imperium space, but outside of direct sovereignty control. It is our hope that through Minifoe, we can bring civilization and order to a galaxy which has increasingly descended into incoherent, screeching barbarism. We will usher in a new era of enlightenment and opportunity to those who are not yet able to call themselves imperial citizens or experience the security, prosperity, and variety we enjoy in the galactic Northwest. Representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Oversight offer loyal imperial subjects a number of benefits in return for a small bi-monthly fee. We
packing
understand
machine.
that as a new dark age sweeps across the unenlightened territories of New Eden, some will undoubtedly refuse the kind and polite
And some extra
duties
beds
of
for
Minifoe
if you
in
need
their attempts to elevate their situation.
person there.
To aid in the establishment of a dominion, the
I
Imperium's
think base
Black
cost is
Fleet has been
1,000.
tasked to ensure that
200 a day.
pacification and security are established
Yeah.
in a smooth and orderly fashion. Look forward to civilization.
A good
Look
place.
forward to the arrival of the Ministry of Foreign Oversight and its smiling, polite representatives. Help and hope are on the way. End quote. This release was dotted with links that left little room for interpretation of the Mitanni's aggressive and tyrannical intentions. For example, the words small bi-monthly fee linked to a clip from the movie Goodfellas hosted on YouTube titled "F You, Pay Me," in which the extortion and support system of the Italian mafia was explained in basic terms. The words Black Fleet linked to the Wikipedia page for Black Ships, the Japanese name for the European ships used to force open Japanese ports to Western trade, and the words smooth and orderly fashion linked to a clip from the television show Firefly, in which the captain of the smuggling ship Serenity kicks a bandit leader into an engine turbine after he swears vengeance. The following day, the Imperium announced how this subjugation would take place: the Viceroyalty Program. The most remarkable aspect of these demands was that they weren't limited to those in
What are you giving her?
Nullsec. This extended to the twilight regions of low security
Oh, but what's
space
it
as
called?
well, where pirates and griefers plied their ships to the purpose of destroying and claiming whatever they could. In a public post, the propaganda arm of the Imperium announced that, quote, "The Imperium's plan, organized under the Ministry of Foreign Oversight, involves viceroys, or governors, contacting regional leaders with an offer that comes with two options. The first option
I have
is to
more
take
money,
the
I'm gonna
benefits package of the
invest in,
Imperium
like,
in
the
return for
standing
simple, reasonable bi-monthly fees and or tribute. The second option is much more violent. If a subject alliance denies the offer, the full might of the Imperium will deploy and exterminate the subject alliance's sovereignty and assets. At first, there will be loads of resistance and rebellion, but that is the point. Resistance means war, and war means everyone gets to shoot spaceships." End quote. The different benefits and tribute methods were detailed below this, but the proposals were comical in their boldness and almost certainly intended to trigger an aggressive and hostile response. Eve News 24 attempted to capture the general sentiment in an article titled "Imperium Viceroyalty Met with Defiance." Quote, "This announcement has effectively declared hostilities on the rest of New Eden. The Imperium has officially begun the Viceroyalty Program and is actively targeting groups in neighboring regions." End quote. Below was included an exchange between an Imperium viceroy and one of the alliances that they intended to subjugate. After the viceroy demanded a 10 billion ISK deposit and informed them that their tribute would be expected every 2 weeks, the leader of the alliance, Merovingian, said, 117 billion. The viceroy replied, 117 billion, I'm sorry, I don't follow. Merovingian continued, 117 billion ISK. It's what you guys are gonna pay us to stop burning your assets to the ground when you come here. Send Mittens my regards. End quote. Here, the name Mittens is a nickname for the Mitanni, used either affectionately or derisively, depending on the context. It would only be days before the Imperium began their assault on the Low-Sec empires, but they were met with stiff resistance by the largest corporations, including snuffed out and psychotic tendencies, who were able to turn fights against them even when outmatched. Inspired by their first unlikely victory, the rest of Low-Sec decided that, for the first time in history, it was time for the various pirates, bandits, and griefers to band together and ward off this threat to their way of life, creating an entity that they named Low-Sec Voltron. Speaking to Crossing Zebras, Imperium Fleet Commander Lemba said, quote, Low-sec entities are ridiculously good at fighting with smaller numbers but with more proficiency. The Imperium's idea of null-sec fighting is far different from what is needed for low-sec fighting. The first few times, including a fight I commanded, we got wasted. It doesn't matter how many numbers you bring. If the enemy brings a fat comp with perfect logi and implants and outplays you, there is nothing you can do but die. End quote. If the Imperium was to subjugate New Eden, they would have to do so inch by inch, and it was clear that this group was more than a match for the forces of the Imperium, repelling them in multiple battles against bad odds. But this war would not be allowed to continue for long, for soon a force long believed to be in repose would suddenly awaken, and their actions would drastically alter the fate of New Eden.
We can keep our enamel for a lifetime if a patient takes the proper
For years, while the alliances in Nullsec jockeyed for territory and resources, wormhole space churned, the low-sec corporations struggled defiantly for their independence, and those in high-sec looked on nervously, another force had been openly gaining power with nobody to check them, and in fact, many of the richest players in New Eden were funding them. The casinos. Far from underground operations, these casinos had become well-known and well-loved by many players, and their advertisements could be found everywhere, even on the Mittani's own website. Those that ran the casinos were commensurately wealthy, and this wealth would sometimes attract attention when it was flaunted. One of the most memorable was ISK Ironbank's skill injector incident. In 2015, Crowd Control Productions had introduced a new item into the game called Skill Extractors, which could be purchased with a currency obtainable only with real-world money. These extractors could be used to draw skill points from a character to make a skill injector, and either injected into the character again to redistribute points, given to another of the player's characters, or sold on the in-game market for ISK. These skill injectors were valuable, and it was for this reason that they were chosen for a stunt that is still remembered years later. As Jehoiken Goldstein wrote for Eve News 24, quote, ISK Ironbank of the ISK gambling website iwantisk.com has just maxed out a 3-day-old pilot with every skill in Eve through the use of skill injectors. The ISK trillionaire created his pilot under the name of Ironbank and injected all of the skills and points over the course of about an hour on his stream. The character now stands at 473,344,000 skill points, with the total value of his purchased skill injectors rounding out to around 1.8 trillion ISK, or $25,000 should you buy the ISK via Plex. Ironbank had promised his viewers that, in light of the new skill injectors, he would max out a new character live on stream. Quote, my reasons are simple. I had the means to do it, so I did it, and I kept my promise to my viewers. End quote. But the casinos were inconvenient for CCP Games, who were struggling with real money trading, or RMT, the practice of selling in-game currency for real-life money. As writer Matterall put it in an article from late 2015, quote, RMT happens all over Eve, and some guilty players try to launder their money through a gambling site instead of directly putting it in their wallet in an attempt to try and hide their tracks. CCP probably dislikes sites like iWantISK since it makes their job much harder and necessitates tracking ISK through the web of deposits and winnings, so scrutiny is high from CCP Peligro and the security team. The iWantISK Corp wallet is constantly monitored. CCP e-raids are common, leaving suspected RMTers ISK frozen or confiscated, while they are investigated. Many times, bankers see money reversed and taken away by CCP. The site ensures bankers' losses in these cases to keep the bankers on the job. If iWantIsk left bankers out to dry, the site would collapse. End quote. Despite the way that the casino owners would flaunt their wealth, the average player was unaware of the amount of power that these organizations could project, primarily because it was never necessary. The casinos would typically react predictably and had little reason to interfere in the affairs of other organizations as long as outside groups wouldn't meddle in their own affairs. But this would abruptly change due to circumstances that, at the time, seemed relatively minute. The public first learned of the disagreement due to a Reddit post which included chat logs between Eep, the creator and leader of the famous and fabulously wealthy gambling website iWantIsk, and Winnet, the director for the Space Monkeys Alliance, which was a member of the Imperium. The chat log itself was peculiar. After commiserating about their mutual struggle with stomach ulcers, the gambling magnate Eep accused Winnet and Space Monkeys Alliance as a whole of stealing from his bankers after kicking them out of their corporations. Winnet's responses were dismissive. He stated that the removal of the bankers from their corporation was due to them stealing large sums of money from Noobs Corp, their corporation within Space Monkeys Alliance, though he was unclear about the methodology used to uncover this information. Quote, Noobs no longer wanted them in Noobs after they did some analytical thing, and their evidence is 250-ish billion is missing from Corp assets. End quote. He then distanced himself and the Alliance from culpability by stating that it wasn't the Space Monkeys Alliance that stole from the bankers, only individuals within a corporation within the Alliance, and therefore this wasn't an Alliance matter. The Space Monkeys would not accept responsibility for what its members did. Quote, SMA leadership didn't scam anyone members within SMA may have, and let's be honest here, it's Eve. End quote. This was unacceptable to Eep. He threatened that if Space Monkeys didn't pay for what its members had stolen, then iWantIsk would, quote, constantly hire mercenaries to attack anyone related to Space Monkeys Alliance. Winnet replied with a map of Space Monkeys territory on Dotlan as a guide for the threatened attacks and stated that he was unafraid. Dustin, one of the people who had been allegedly scammed by Space Monkeys, saw the trajectory of the conversation and added desperately, quote, Winnet, you have no idea how powerful iWantIsk is. This warning went unregarded. The following day, the Space Monkeys Alliance released an interview with Winnet on their website, where he again alluded vaguely to a large theft from the players removed from the corporation and reiterated his doubt about the threat that iWantIsk posed. Quote, the idea of mercenaries is laughable. SMA is a nullsec alliance and lives solely in null. It's not unusual to have 20 or more war decks at a time. I personally enjoy hearing we're going to come kill you from people who live in HiSec. There were some idle threats of 95 carriers moving into range of SMA home. That's really about it. Personally, I would love to see 85 caps within range of our super fleet, let alone the Imperium. I mean, if they want to give us content, I'm all for it. End quote. But this went beyond basic shipping scams and words. A day later, Winnet announced in another interview that members of Space Monkeys Alliance who had privileged access to iWantIsk were siphoning money from the casino. Quote, to be honest, all the hard work from this point onward goes to our intelligence division, CLIT, and the person we had infiltrate iWantIsk Corp in-game. He had some coding skills and was given access to help code parts of the site, discovering major flaws in the back end of their code in the process. This code was used to do a few things, one of which was to have the coder move ISK to our main accounts. We were not sure if we would be caught here, so we decided to play a different way, which I won't go into too much, but enabled us to win more often. The iWantIsk characters, most of which are still active, were given a better chance at winning in raffles and jackpots. This code was already written into the iWantIsk backend, and any high-level banker had access to it. All this took was quiet hours when no major banker was online to switch the winning accounts to us." End quote. After they had stolen this money and announced this fact to the wider EVE community, members of the Space Monkeys Alliance teased them. As reporter Matterall wrote later, quote, "At one point, Space Monkeys Alliance then jumped onto I Want ISK's TeamSpeak and chanted ook ook repeatedly. The channel admin kicked them one by one, like monkeys falling off the bed, until the cluster of noisy chimps became a trickle of individual ook ooks." End quote. The more destructive and disruptive action that they took, however, wasn't stealing money, but rather an allegation. Quote, "We were dismayed to find that the character of Eep was heavily involved in RMT. The method on how he carried this out is very simple. Essentially, Eep engaged in RMT with a close circle of friends and other people he had gotten to know over time or via word of mouth. They would jump on Skype or TeamSpeak, no physical in-game logs, and ask to buy a battery, code for 1 billion ISK. A battery would cost a player $1, and anything bought in the thousands was given a discount. The money transfers were handled via PayPal, and once the money was received, I Want ISK would credit the purchaser's account on their website with a certain amount of ISK. They would then use low-level bankers to pay out the prize winnings in the same fashion as any normal transaction. In the 2 weeks we monitored these activities, we reported around $1,200 of physical cash made by selling ISK." End quote. This allegation was accompanied with an incriminating audio clip, allegedly of bankers and leaders within I Want ISK apparently discussing real money trading. None of this was taken lightly by Crowd Control Productions, who swiftly began handing out bans to numerous players suspected of trading ISK for dollars to prevent the continued flow of cash through RMT, pending an investigation. This had happened before. If Crowd Control Productions could find no evidence of RMT, then they would reinstate the account and the funds would be returned. Even so, many of the claims of the Space Monkeys, and specifically Winnet, remained uncorroborated. In the conclusion to his article, Matterall wrote that, quote, "Although the story came from SMA originally, they were the least cooperative once the story started turning away from their expectations. Ironically, the I Want ISK bankers were incredibly open and helpful with the access and information, as was Eep. I Want ISK staff sometimes explained things 3 or 4 times to make sure the information was understood correctly. A few prominent players have confidently told me there is RMT happening at I Want ISK's highest level, but for one reason or another cannot supply me with direct evidence. If they had, it would be in this report." End quote. What the public didn't know was that I Want ISK had already signed an utterly massive 1.2 trillion ISK contract with low-sec corporation Psychotic Tendencies significantly before the argument had taken place, tasking the pirates with performing raids on Space Monkey's territory. And when the details of this contract leaked, this disagreement served as retroactive justification. What few knew at the time was that this attack
one of
had
their
a
lists,
larger goal,
so
to distract the
I don't get
forces
his
of the
call.
Imperium to an end that would soon become
Okay.
all too clear.
Yeah, that's why we haven't been getting calls, because most like potential customers are like with the dealers right now.
While the fate of a portion of I Want ISK's bankers was in jeopardy, the organization still had vast amounts of liquid assets, and these would be bent to a singular purpose. Making good on their promise, I Want ISK offered the fighters of Lowsec Voltron a lucrative contract, which would pay out for every Space Monkey's asset verifiably destroyed. The low-sec fighters of Psychotic Tendencies proved more than a match for the quieter, less warlike players of SMA, and the attacks were so brutal that over 1,000 of its players left the Alliance, representing approximately a fifth of its population. And despite their losses, the Imperium was slow to offer assistance. Only 2 weeks after the contract had been signed, the Space Monkeys had lost 100 billion ISK in assets, 70 billion of which was due to the Alliance's psychotic tendencies. The phenomenal success of these attacks was seen by other alliances, who quickly became aware of the open contract that I Want ISK had opened on Imperium ships and structures, and soon, corporations were pushing into Imperium territory in warbands, smashing anything that they could find and sending the resulting kill mails to I Want ISK to collect their healthy reward. This pattern showed no signs of slowing, and in fact, the website for I Want ISK was seeing significantly more traffic due to the attention they were receiving. It's likely that they were making even more money than before, money that could be spent on further mercenaries. While the money offered by I Want ISK was tantalizing, the prospect of attacking a group so universally disliked meant that players were arriving from all over New Eden to collect their money, while simultaneously biting chunks out of the Imperium. The belligerent announcement of the Viceroyalty program had turned public opinion sharply against them, and their failure in Losec had shown them to be more vulnerable than others had expected. Corporations and alliances not typically known to take contracts arrived and began drawing battle plans together. The war had begun. What precisely to name it was, and still is, in contention. Many publications came to call it World War B, given the sheer scope and the fact that it was centered around the Imperium, whose fat bee mascot was instantly recognizable. Even those in high and low security space were eagerly launching attacks into Imperium territory. But the funding source offered another obvious name, one that would often be used colloquially: the Casino War. This latter name was preferred by the Imperium, as it placed more focus upon the eponymous casinos and their suspicious money, as opposed to the Imperium's aggressive and inflammatory disposition and actions that had predicated the war in the first place. Those who had gathered to attack the Imperium had varying affinity to one another, and were clearly cooperating only because of the money offered and their common enemy. And so, even if they won, it was unlikely that this coalition of convenience would remain after the war, but still, they needed a name. Given the fact that they were originally drawn together due to the money, and that nobody disputed that fact, they took to self-deprecatingly calling themselves the Money Badger Coalition, a reference to the contemporary internet meme, Honey Badger Don't Give a F. The possibility of eradicating the Imperium had been floated as recently as November of the previous year by I Want ISK bankers. Melos Excellion wrote for Crossing Zebras, describing how the Mittani had been tricked into deploying forces to attack an invasion fleet that simply did not exist. Quote, I Want ISK banker Lenny Kravitz too saw the deployment as a clear sign of the Imperium's weakness. Lenny determined that if the Mittani could be so easily deceived by an obvious ruse, then the Imperium's leader might be losing the situational awareness that had made him so difficult to challenge in the past. He could now be tricked. This might create a window for action that the Imperium's enemies could exploit. Lenny contacted mercenary coalition leader Saber A and asked how much it would cost to bring down the Imperium. Saber estimated that such a war might take as much as 2 years and would cost at least 7 trillion ISK to pay for the necessary number of mercenaries. He was stunned when Lenny blithely stated that he could provide that level of funding. End quote. Nobody was certain what to expect. Never before had such a massive mercenary force been assembled, and the depths of the coffers funding them were unknown to all but their owners. Neither the scale of the Imperium and its logistics capabilities, nor the scale of the Money Badger Coalition had any precedent in the history of New Eden. But this rapid series of failures and the vast enemies arrayed against them already had a severe effect on morale, and Imperium leadership was preparing to cut their losses in extraneous areas of their territory. David Andrews of JustForCrits.com wrote that, quote, "After the decision was made to evacuate the Bastion and Lawn out of Vale of the Silent, the Tribute region became the front line for the Casino War, meaning Circle of Two became the front line for the Casino War. That's not exactly an enviable position, particularly for an organization that doesn't really have any beef with the attackers." End quote. The two forces would be tested when an infrastructure hub in reinforcement mode would become vulnerable again in the system of MTAC-OEE-8, the home system for a constituent Imperium alliance named Circle of Two. On March 28, 2016, nearly 3,500 ships gathered under the Money Badger's banner and prepared for combat, but it was immediately clear that the Imperium was not hopeful for this fight, having only sent 1,300 combatants and holding its super capital fleet from the battle. Despite the lack of firepower, the battle was joined, and the Imperium quickly began to struggle. But something was wrong. First and most obvious, the Money Badgers were fielding capital ships, which should have been prevented by Sino-jammers, which were conspicuously absent before the battle. Secondly, Circle of Two, the corporation whose territory was being assailed, wasn't anywhere to be seen. Outside of the battle, more forces were waiting to join. The ancient gaming noob gave his account of the experience, writing, quote, "I had finally gotten home and clone jumped to our staging system just in time to catch Oxygen leading a Hurricane fleet to the battle for the MTAC-OEE-8 iHub. Oxygen got us out to a Titan within bridge range of the 1PTAC VL2 constellation, where the biggest battle in ages was playing. We landed on the Titan and waited for a bridge. And waited. And waited." End quote. Then suddenly, as this peculiar and losing battle raged, the leader of Circle of Two made a post to the EVE subreddit that stunned the entire player base. Quote, "For years now, we have been loyal toward the Imperium. We as an alliance have, for a large part, never been seen as a full member by Goonswarm Federation. As a result, we've never been treated nor represented as such. The basis of the coalition, it being a meritocracy, became an affront over time. In the same time span, the list of grievances grew. I will not go into detail as the people involved know full well whom and what I'm talking about. They can mostly be summed up as Goonswarm Federation taking care of their interests and at the same time blatantly disregarding the coalition policies they claim to uphold. Over the past few months, it has become increasingly clear that we have served only as a meat
the casino
shield.
guy.
Circle of Two is not a meat shield. We will not stand as the wall that defends Declan from the angry hordes for the benefit of goons. We will no longer subject our pilots to the indecency of watching their hard work burn while goons sit in their ivory tower. We will no longer stand as an unequal partner in the Imperium. For the good of our members, we will be separating ourselves from the Imperium with a full and complete reset of all Imperium member alliances as of March 29, 2016 at 0001 Eve time." End quote. Immediately, the Imperium scrambled a retreat, but it was far too late to make a clean disengagement, and according to EVE News website Crossing Zebras, the Imperium had lost over 300 billion ISK in the fight, as well as the system itself. Having salvaged what they could of their assets, Circle of Two would now act as the beachhead not for the Imperium, but their new allies in the Money Badger Coalition. The Mittani would later claim that he withheld the Imperium's supercapital fleet knowing that the battle was a trap from Circle of Two, citing the absence of Sino-jammers. Xander Fena, writing for Crossing Zebras, speculated that this betrayal, quote, "may galvanize the Imperium into a singular military force that can dispatch the roughly aligned forces of their enemies. But the rest of
Let's get him
New
on the-
Eden were beginning to suspect that the Imperium was seeing the beginning of what Goonswarm had managed to stave off for years, something that they had purposefully induced in other coalitions and alliances.
Oh, you can
A
get Elizabeth.
failure cascade. What followed after Circle of Two betrayed the Imperium was so rapid that there was little time for anyone to react. By the end
Oh,
of March, the
he's
Money
next to you.
Badgers had taken the entirety of Vale of the Silent and were actively driving the Imperium out of 3 more regions. Fade had been entirely abandoned. All of this was still being bankrolled by I Want Isk, whose coffers appeared bottomless. The sheer scale of this war had never been seen in New Eden's history, and the Imperium were poised to lose it almost immediately. But the parameters
looking
for
at the map.
victory were unclear. Those in the Money Badger coalition weren't certain how much longer I Want Isk would continue to provide money for the war. What's more, the Imperium was doing all in its power to make this war as annoying as possible. In a discussion for Down the Rabbit Hole, Imperium Fleet Commander Asher compared their strategy to that of Fabius during Hannibal's attack on Rome. Rather than meeting them directly in every engagement, the goal was to annoy their opponents and drag the fighting out for as long as possible to make them lose interest, performing ambushes and laying traps while committing few of their own resources. The Imperium were unwilling to simply retreat and harry any overzealous attacks either. Even into May, the Imperium lodged deep into the Losec staging system of Saarinen, using it to lash out and even push back into Fade and Pureblind, even as the Money Badger Coalition launched periodic raids. After a particularly brutal battle in the system in May, Asher told Crossing Zebras that, quote, "We still are vastly outnumbered. There is no stratagem where direct conflict works. We still plan to deny
We
all
got,
ratting in the north and punish all
was it?
capital usage where the entire Money Badger coalition isn't formed to defend them." End quote. But even as the Imperium shed allies in the attacks, the prospect of destroying them entirely seemed unlikely. As Greedy Goblin wrote for his blog in 2016, quote, "No one can finish an EVE alliance unless their leaders give up. You can take their moons, their Sov, their stations, you can make the opportunistic members leave, but as long as the leaders stay, there will be enough
likes
core
OG.
members who stay because of loyalty, friends, or simply content. Remember Test, broken and evicted, but as leaders
Mom.
stayed, they
Later.
came back and now boldly spam memes against goons while pooping on their lawn." End quote. Also recognizing that they couldn't
That's what I have
afford
been.
to spread their forces too thin,
No, I gotta get
what
more
remained of the Imperium launched an attack on the contemporary residents of Delve, seeking to once
I
again
get that.
take the region for themselves, displacing their current residents with their massive supercapital
just get
fleet.
Oscar
However,
to come
by
on.
the time this conquest was complete, the Imperium was a shadow of its former self. Yinton, writing for Crossing Zebras, provided a list in mid-July. Quote, "I would like to explain why I am calling them the Goonswarm Federation and not the Imperium, as has been their preferred nomenclature, and what I have stuck to calling them these past few months. That is because the Imperium, even if GSF does not want to admit it, is dead. It was a defensive coalition based around strong holdings in the north. Counting down the list of GSF's former coalition mates reads more like a mixed obituary and divorce proceedings than a list of allies at this point. SMA, almost completely collapsed with only a 300-man Dust Corp holding it above the 500-man mark. CO2, turned to the side of the Money Badger coalition and holding a larger chunk of previously Imperium space. Razor, functionally Y-dotted previously with the acquisition of 4S and fully so with the leaving of both Roving Guns and Gladiators of Rage to MC Dot and Chaos respectively. FCON left the Imperium on good terms to find a
Really?
new home within either the Vanguard Coalition or Stainwagon, depending on what day it is and who you ask. TNT seems to have kept relatively steady. Bastion, down nearly 700 members this month alone. This leaves Goonswarm Federation almost entirely alone in terms of being a strong, self-sustaining alliance within the Imperium, and whilst I would expect them to still lug around the alliances and help them to not cascade to the point of actually becoming non-entities, even the facade of being a coalition of equals is now almost painfully obvious in its falsity to an outside observer." End quote. But by the time everything else had been taken from them, there were few left on the offensive. The Losec coalition had fallen apart over the course of June, as is perhaps unsurprising for roving pirates, and while I Want Isk was still willing to fund the war with their incredible wealth, much of the impetus for the initial invasion had vanished. While ostensibly driven by profit, this narrative was undermined when almost all of the Money Badger coalition abandoned the offensive, their members exhausted from the fighting and content with their victory. By the time the Imperium had completed its invasion of Delve and lodged themselves in, the only alliance pursuing them was Test, believing that if the offensive was continued, they could stamp out the goons entirely. But without the support of the rest of the Money Badger coalition, there was little hope of cracking the defenses of what remained of the Imperium. The super capital fleet of the goons was still far too strong, and without allies, they were eventually forced to retreat. Again, Nullsec was fractured, and after half a year, they could return to their numerous smaller wars, as was normal. But this war had elucidated myriad problems for Crowd Control Productions, and even as the company desperately attempted to juggle its other projects, it would have to continue its custodial duties to EVE Online or lose their only reliable source of income. Even before the war had begun, casinos were a contentious topic for more than the players. Crowd Control Productions consistently had to dedicate valuable and limited resources to monitoring the players involved in them, and bankers were frequently flagged for investigation for real money trading and subsequently banned, a detriment both to the company and to the casino, the latter of whom would need to dedicate further time and resources to training new bankers. But the casinos represented an existential problem for EVE Online. As had been doubted but now demonstrated over the course of the war, it was feasible for a faction with enough liquid assets to determine the shape of all of New Eden, and these factions already existed in the form of the casinos, with the bulk of their money-making mechanisms hosted outside of the game, where it was difficult for Crowd Control Productions to exert their influence. Compared to other in-game methods of generating profit, the casinos were too efficient. This was in part due to their clientele. While many less wealthy players participated, many of the richest had concluded that there was little to do with their amassed wealth, and so would bet and lose large amounts at the casinos. While the Imperium barely managed to survive the war with clever tactics designed to prolong conflict and by moving farther away from its enemies, it was clear that any faction not operating its own casino would be unable to compete financially, and by extension, militarily. But the gambling magnates were not simply content to continue collecting money in EVE. Rather, they were preparing a total takeover of the financial markets, predicated upon an important expansion to the game released initially in April of 2016, during the war: Citadels. These massive static constructs, known officially as Upwell structures, were to incrementally replace the player-owned stations that were necessary for war, industry, and trade, and instead allow players to establish much more entrenched positions. While intricate and requiring significant setup, the plan itself was straightforward. By creating a web of stations throughout all of New Eden, players aligned with the gambling magnates would be able to utilize a special kind of cargo hauling ship called jump freighters, in tandem with the station's unique properties, to make themselves untouchable. Much like other large ships, these jump freighters were able to eschew the Stargate network by jumping directly from one system to another within a certain range, and one potential destination for a jump would be these new upwell structures. If the ship's jump arrival was close enough to an upwell structure, then they would immediately tether to it, making them completely invulnerable to damage. By jumping directly from structure to structure, there would be no time during which a jump freighter would be vulnerable, making it impossible to disrupt supply lines or trade routes without assaulting these sturdy structures. This safety would make their stations the most attractive to traders and buyers, which is where the final mechanism in the plan allowed them to make their profit. All goods bought and sold in these stations, in which players could dock like existing stations, were subject to a tariff collected by the station owner. If they could become the primary method of trading, especially in dangerous regions of space, then the gambling magnates could make untold amounts of money. This scheme was given the tongue-in-cheek name of the New Eden Trading Company. Their utility extended beyond acting as hubs for trade, however, and it was this fact that would, conceivably, make them nigh untouchable. While the immediate use for this network was to make the transit of jump freighters safer, they could likewise be used by any capital and supercapital ship, allowing for relatively safe passage, and this would require good standing with the gambling magnates. If they succeeded in their plan, then any party working against them would become a more vulnerable military target. But their dreams of a trading empire would be cut short by Crowd Control Productions. On October 12th, 2016, they made a bold update to their end-user license agreement, with one particular section highlighted in an announcement. You may not use, transfer, or assign any game assets for games of chance operated by third parties. They then clarified, this addition to the EVE Online EULA means that as of the launch of EVE Online Ascension, players will be prohibited from using in-game assets and currency, as well as the EVE IP, to take part in or promote gambling services or other games of chance that are operated by third parties. With this in mind, as of this announcement, we have taken action against 2 organizations that are currently offering third-party services based around gambling and games of chance. The third-party service I Want ISK has been shut down in-game, and all ISK and assets have been confiscated after extensive and exhaustive investigation has brought forward compelling evidence of large-scale real money trading. Permanent account suspensions have been issued against those involved. The third-party service EVE Casino has been shut down in-game, and all ISK and assets have been confiscated after multiple and sustained breaches of our developer license agreement. Permanent account suspensions have been issued against those involved. As of the launch of EVE Online Ascension, the hosting of and participation in any form of third-party gambling service that utilizes in-game assets, currency, or the EVE IP will be strictly prohibited. End quote. But there was a major piece of information missing in this press release. Who had been banned? After investigating them, a large number of I Want ISK's bankers had been targeted, but the most notable names were Lenny Kravitz II and Iron Bank, the architects of the war, though they continued to protest their innocence. Lenny would take to Reddit to inform everyone that the trade network would continue as planned, but it would face stiff resistance. After being beaten back into Delve, the Imperium lacked much of their old infrastructure, but they still wielded one of the most threatening fleets in the game, and they would be joined in attacking some of the early structures in the trade network by some of their former enemies in the Money Badgers, intent on preventing its eventual establishment. With such powerful forces arrayed against it, and few willing to come to its defense without being paid, its future was in question, as the limitless supply of money from the casinos was now suddenly gone. How much money they still had left over was unknown. Crowd Control Productions' decision to forcibly dissolve the gambling corporations had dramatically altered the shape of New Eden's future, which they hoped would improve the health of the game, but even as they did so, they would finally lay another part of New Eden to rest. At last, in February of 2016, Crowd Control Productions announced that they would be shutting down the servers for Dust 514 in May, only 3 months later. This was not a surprise for contemporary players who had been monitoring the ongoing development of the game, which had been live for only 3 years. 2 years prior, when the company announced the development of Project Legion, players of Dust were concerned that this new FPS was being developed because CCP lacked faith in their console-exclusive shooter title, in spite of their confident rhetoric. This concern was bolstered by the way that Project Legion was framed upon its announcement, with employees stating that it was a
do you mean?
reimagining of Dust made by the same team. As Hilmar Pettersson stated to Eurogamer, quote, "It's taking all we learned from Dust and almost making a new game from scratch, even though it's the same team doing a first-person shooter, so they're very experienced now, and we've made good headway on it." End quote. With some of the Dust team now working on an entirely different title, future updates were in question. Another CCP staff member, Sean Decker, stated his dissatisfaction with Dust at the same time as he spoke of his hopefulness for Project Legion. As VG247 paraphrased it, quote, "It's in the same IP, same place and all the rest of it, but we want to do some fundamentally different things with it that we feel we missed out on and that we didn't do right with Dust. Honestly, we didn't make a great game to begin with. We tried to do too much." End quote. Even as CCP Games proclaimed the success of Dust, their employees seemed to deride it in favor of their new project. The concerns of the players proved correct, and after one final major content update in 2014, the game would only see maintenance and hotfixes until its death in May. But major changes were happening to EVE Online itself as well, and the introduction of Citadels promised to dramatically alter how warfare worked in New Eden. In contrast to the posses that had come before, the largest tiers of Upwell structures could house capital ships, with the monumental Keepstar even able to house Titans, meaning that any station could act as a staging site both for attack and defense. Perhaps more importantly, any friendly ship close enough to an Upwell structure would become tethered, making them invulnerable to damage until taking an offensive action. The tether could be reinitiated simply by refraining from any offensive action for a full minute, again rendering the player's ship invulnerable. The defensive advantage this afforded to players was immense, and their ability to house fleets meant that invading any territory with Upwell structures would become significantly slowed, if not blunted entirely. This was particularly helpful to the Imperium, who now had been granted the space to nurture their coffers and rebuild with their core members, waiting for them to return and to bring others into their organization. What's more, the defensive capabilities of these structures were significant beyond their support role. They could be equipped with weapons and modules similarly to a ship, projecting power against anything that came too close and being granted
'cause she doesn't have any,
timers, much like
OG
other
left.
structures. Keepstars were even granted their own Doomsday weapons. But the introduction of Upwell structures had another
get people
unintended
to
effect.
right
Before the
first.
Citadel update, the parts necessary for capital and supercapital ships were constructed at specialized posses, which could be destroyed in raids if an opposing faction knew where to find them. Now, these production capabilities could be moved into heavily fortified stations. This meant that significant resources could now be funneled into the production of large ships with significantly less risk. What's more, this safety allowed for mining to be performed in nullsec at a capacity previously unheard. A sudden increase in mining output was precipitated by the Rorqual, a specialized capital ship proficient at rapidly mining asteroid fields, and the changes enacted by the Citadel expansion made them far safer to field and easier to protect. The wealth amassed by all nullsec powers began to reach what had once been ludicrous extremes. What followed was a long period of stagnation. While the existing powers would occasionally lash out at one another in massive battles, territory changed hands more sparingly than before, and Nullsec gradually divided into 3 large power blocks who had little interest in earnestly attacking one another, a state of affairs that came to be known pejoratively as the Blue Donut, referring to the disc shape of Nullsec around Empire space. Soon, the rapid proliferation of massive supercapital ships became nigh unstoppable, yet
Yeah,
with few
Geraldine
targets,
looks mad.
their use was limited. Despite the relative power of
Geraldine.
the Upwell structures, the potential effects of the proposed trade network were too threatening to the Nullsec powers, who lashed out against the citadels which served as its foundation. Without the money flowing from the casinos, the endeavor was cut short in 2017. For the next few years, New Eden was relatively quiet as the powers in Nullsec amassed wealth and bided their time, unchallenged except by one another. Many agreed that, with the introduction of citadels, a protracted era of peace had begun, one far different from the New Eden that most had come to know, fueled by the safe income enabled by Upwell structures. Even though the grand trade network envisioned by the one-time casino owners hadn't come to
Gonna start
pass,
handing out
many
this
players
legendary
established
OG.
Upwell structures in high-security space and allowed players to
maybe
trade there, taking a
status
broker's
will
fee from every
help,
transaction.
you know?
In March of 2016, EVE blogger Greedy Goblin made a post detailing his concerns over an increase in the amount of money that players could make in these citadels, writing that, quote, "There won't be any serious wars. Ever. Do you remember whining over top-down income because of moons? Imagine something 10 times bigger, without siphons, without having to fuel towers, without hauling, without even logging in. Remember that if you can RMT 1 billion ISK for $7, the trade citadels net you $200,000 per month. You don't choose playing a video game over getting such money. Every major alliance leader and FC will agree to keep the peace and stomp on anyone trying to disturb it. Such peace will obviously mean the end of EVE." End quote. This state of affairs culminated 2 years later on October 15, 2018, in the establishment of the Tranquility Trading Tower,
Nice.
a Keepstar-class citadel, the largest and most powerful available. Deployed by Test and supported by the Imperium, this Keepstar was meant as a central location for their alliance's traders to sell their wares, where the broker's fees could be collected and split between them and their allies. The location of this station was also conspicuous. It had been deployed in the system of Perimeter, immediately next to Jedha and its all-important trade hub. Prior to this, their enemies in Federation's NC. And PanFam had held a monopoly on trade in this vital system, but the establishment of this Keepstar and Test's ferocious defense of it ensured its survival, and soon, nobody was willing to strike out against the Tranquility Trading Tower. For a time, its survival seemed uncertain, but soon, PanFam, the Imperium, and Legacy Coalition, 3 of the major power blocks in Nullsec, agreed to split the money generated by the tower, despite their shaky relationship. This all but guaranteed its survival going forward, as these 3 came to be the dominant forces in Nullsec and exerted significant market pressure on the whole of New Eden. As players reckoned with the effects of these drastic changes, skirmishes still would occur between belligerent parties, but even if the stakes were less sweeping, the scale of combat had drastically changed. Speaking with Down the Rabbit Hole, Fleet Commander Asher recalled a war in 2018, 2 years after the Citadel's patch was released, when they launched an incursion into Northern Territory with their refreshed supercapital fleet. This culminated into a massive fight over a vulnerable Keepstar in the system of X47 LTAC-Q, a fight that ostensibly should have been unwinnable due to the dearth of benefits that the Keepstar provided to the defending fleet. Not to be outdone, however, Asher hatched a plan. In spite of the powerful modules that could be fitted onto a Keepstar,
she still
its
is
most
dead, dude.
useful tool was tethering. When a player fired their ship's weapons on another player's ship, it would begin what was known as a weapon timer, which precluded the attacker from utilizing the tether or docking for a full minute. Once the minute had elapsed, the player could again be tethered and dock, meaning that while protecting the Keep Star, all a defending ship would have to do if targeted was refrain from firing any weapons for 60 seconds, and then their ship would become invulnerable until they were prepared to enter the fight once again. This problem was exacerbated for the attacking Imperium forces due to a bug. When a Titan fired a Doomsday, a 5-minute weapon timer was supposed to be applied instead of the usual 1-minute timer. But if the target of the Doomsday died to the blast, then the 1-minute timer was applied instead, making it difficult to target vulnerable enemy Titans. But there was a way to prevent enemy ships from tethering to a station: warp scramblers. If a ship was warp scrambled, not only was it prevented from engaging its warp drive and traveling elsewhere in the solar system, but it would also be prevented from tethering until the warp scramble was broken. To this end, Asher ordered warp scramblers fitted to a small fleet of supercarriers, what had once been known as motherships. These ships, typically deployed at long range and dealing their damage through the use of small strike craft, would serve a singular purpose. They would leap directly into the enemy fleet and deploy their warp scramblers on any vulnerable ship, delaying the tether for as long as possible. Beset by this new strategy, there seemed to be no correct answer. If the defending fleet attacked the supercarriers, then they would lose valuable time to damage the main enemy fleet, but if they attacked the Imperium's Titans, then the key defensive benefit of the Keep Star would be entirely nullified. This was compounded by the sheer defensive potential of these supercarriers, which Asher estimated at the time to be 75% that of a Titan for only 20% of the cost. A fantastically cost-effective trade for the utility that these specialized supercarriers provided. The pressure from the Imperium was too great, and they were able to deplete the armor of the Keep Star. When its hull was exposed a short time later and the Northern Fleet rallied to defend it, the pilots fell back behind one another in an attempt to avoid being targeted themselves, lest a supercarrier arrive to lock them in place and deny them their tether, leaving only a fraction of available ships to return fire. This second battle was won without a single warp-disrupting supercarrier deployed. Despite this fantastic victory, the territorial gains were minimal, and instead of pressing their advantage, the Imperium retreated back to their home systems, further emphasizing in the minds of players the immortality of the Blue Donut. The sheer size of this battle was beyond what had been seen for years, and the number of Titans deployed was unthinkable a few short years prior. But this raised a question. If the proliferation of supercapital ships had reached such an absurd level, what would an all-out war look like, and was one even feasible given the state of the game? Even before the Battle of X-47, another battle had broken the record for the most number of players in a single fight, with over 6,000 as the Imperium attempted to destroy a Keep Star held by Pandemic Horde. But given the resources that the different factions had amassed, this was clearly far from the level of destruction that was possible. It would take another 2 years, but the answer would eventually be known, and it would defy the scale of anything that had been seen in the entire history of New Eden. While the players of EVE Online reckoned with the effects of these drastic changes made to New Eden's landscape, Crowd Control Productions continued work on their first-person shooter title, which they renamed to Project Nova, and in October of 2018, at a special event for EVE fans in Las Vegas, they allowed
Oh, that was
reviewers
the
to play
casino
an
guy.
early build
Damn.
of the game, both in its cooperative and competitive
That
modes.
guy.
Reports from
That was the guy
reviewers
that
were
won.
generally hopeful, with much of their articles discussing the history of CCP's first-person shooter endeavors, including the discarded Dust 514. But those who had the opportunity to test it also noted that the game, while enjoyable, would require something unique to draw a player base, something that was still missing from what was playable. Gaming journalist Joe Screbbles, writing for IGN, echoed other reports when he stated that, quote, "It's challenging, hectic, and, it must be said, unspectacular. What I played is an early build, so
Wow.
elements
At
may
least,
change,
like
but
them.
no matter how right it feels under the fingers,
At least
Nova
collect
doesn't
them, look.
quite connect in terms of excitement right now. Sound effects are oddly muted. A space magnum with exploding bullets shouldn't sound like my oven door closing. Enemies appear without fanfare and traipse around the gunmetal battlefield unthreateningly, and even the act of evacuating at the end of a round feels lacking in peril. Given that I've criticized Dust for exactly opposite issue, it might seem a little damned if they do, damned if they don't, but I can't stop thinking that a solid foundation isn't quite enough at this point.
Yeah.
CCP does have wider plans for Nova and even more hopes, but crucially, I don't see any evidence of them other than being told they could exist one day. It's
got
promised
some,
that Nova will bring a level of customization to suit even EVE players, creating
he's almost
custom
done.
clone trooper builds piece by piece from
Yeah, there's a
hundreds
deal
of
in it.
options.
And a 10.
But what I see are the game's introductory classes, built more like the set heroes currently in vogue in FPS games. End quote. The pressure on the company to release a popular title would only increase with time. On September 6th, 2018, Crowd Control Productions was bought by another company named Pearl Abyss, a game publisher known for the popular MMO title Black Desert Online. Players were nervous. Black Desert Online utilized a radically different monetization strategy compared to EVE Online, eschewing the subscription-based model in favor of the now far more popular free-to-play method, with numerous microtransactions, selling in-game items such as weapons, consumables, cosmetics, and, most importantly, loot boxes. By targeting a small number of players willing to spend exorbitant amounts of money on microtransactions, called whales by the industry, video game publishers had managed to drastically increase their profit margins, introducing them even into full-price games to increase their revenue, and the most lucrative method of selling in-game items proved to be loot boxes. Rather than simply buying the items
Free-flowing.
that they wanted outright, players in contemporary games instead were offered these boxes, which would contain a random item or set of items, with more desirable items being
Yeah,
rarer, and a chance for duplicates that the
Yes.
player already owned. This
Very-
would attract not only those with significant disposable income, but gambling addicts as well, further widening the pool of whales. To conceal the chance-based nature of these rewards and to avoid various countries' gambling regulations, they would often be veiled or obfuscated in some way, with these obfuscations growing more convoluted as time passed. But this method of monetization, to many players, was anathema to the new Eden that they knew. One of the most appealing aspects of the game was the fully player-driven economy, in which every object collected, crafted, and used was made by a long supply chain of players, and to damage that supply chain through the sale of microtransactions would potentially destroy what made the game so appealing. This was a fear that had been harbored ever since the internal magazine with the title Greed is Good was leaked, where the company had written extensively about their introduction into the game. While EVE Online could technically now be played for free by new players, the vast majority of content was locked behind a paid subscription fee, and most of the other games that still utilized a subscription fee had been released at around the same time as EVE Online. A game that had once been a pioneer in gaming technology
Like the Dirt.
now seemed outdated, at least from a business perspective. Some items available
Holy.
for purchase with real money had
Hey,
already
here,
been introduced.
I guess
such as
maybe
skill
Molly should just
extractors,
get
but
Rock,
the
you know?
greatest fear of the player base was that the company would move beyond these smaller
Yeah.
items and start selling the most vital item in the game: ships. More than tools, ships were a social item as well, and represented great strides for player progression, with larger
Oh, yeah,
and
I'm just
stronger ships
increasing the
often a point
amounts
of pride.
or more.
One of the greatest leaps for many new players was moving from a venture, a small introductory mining ship, to a mining barge. This early goal is so ubiquitous that new players will often fall for scams involving such barges. With Pearl Abyss's purchase of CCP Games, the possibility of selling such ships, and therefore the destruction of the player economy as the players knew it, seemed much closer than ever before. The role that Crowd Control Productions would take was not immediately clear. An article by Chris Kerr for GameDeveloper.com read in part, quote, CCP will continue
He's
to
full
operate
right now, but
independently as a developer from its studios in Reykjavik, London, and Shanghai, while Pearl integrates the Icelandic outfit's development and publishing expertise into its own pipeline. End quote. Less than 3 months after Pearl Abyss acquired Crowd Control Productions, Project Nova's webpage was altered with a statement. It read in part, with familiar reassuring corporate prose and cliches, quote, over
Uncharted,
the course of
Diesel.
Project Nova's development, we conducted a number of player research sessions with external partners, tirelessly playtested the game internally, and brought community stalwarts in to help us evaluate the project. Now, after taking all this research and feedback into account, we see that the gameplay experience in its current form does not live up to our original vision and would not achieve our ambitious goals for this project. As a result, we will not be moving forward with the upcoming invite-only alpha until further notice. We hope you understand that we need to take a step back and return to the
Bad
drawing
drop?
board, where we will spend more time figuring out how all this hard work can translate into something better and more meaningful for the EVE universe. Remaining true to our vision of Project Nova's future in connection with EVE is essential. Project Nova continues to evolve, and we remain committed to delivering a high-quality, team-based shooter experience to EVE Online fans, while exploring new and exciting opportunities to integrate the two games. CCP is in no rush to release Project Nova until we're satisfied it provides a rock-solid gameplay experience and visuals to match. End quote. Though Crowd Control Productions had released multiple standalone single-player experiences over the years, EVE players remembered the company's failures much more prominently, in large part due to their comparatively high profiles. As it was, the only major product that had managed to survive to that time was EVE Online. Their VR space combat game, EVE Valkyrie, had been released on March 28, 2016, but further development was halted only a year and a half later, despite what Rock Paper Shotgun called bullishness about VR only 7 months before the shutdown. EVE Online continued to be the only public-facing project that provided returns for Crowd Control Productions, and though it was public knowledge that the company had been hiring staff for a new action massively multiplayer online game, excitement for anything except EVE Online had long since been dampened, and even that excitement was being tempered by trepidation. This pattern continued when, on February 17th, 2020, Massively OP published an article titled Pearl Abyss had a strong Q4 2019, but CCP's EVE spin-off Project Nova is officially cancelled. In it, they described an investor call that stated that Project Nova was officially cancelled and that a Dust 514 veterans group had been informed by the project's game director that, quote, we are evolving the scope of Nova beyond our previous plans for early access, and the development will continue in our London studio. I am personally optimistic about this, but also wistful. That also means that the Project Nova codename is retired, and the London team will find a new one. This is not a fiscal decision. The London team had been working on very interesting ideas and concepts, and adding them to a shooter sounds very promising to me. End quote. With the public knowledge that Black Desert Online was making 6.5 times the revenue of EVE Online, players and onlookers were nervous about Pearl Abyss's outlook on the game. But inside the game world itself, a long period of peace had established itself, and the leaders of every faction knew that if they were to keep their members entertained and playing for them, then something would have to change. Even if the game's system seemed uncompromising, every denizen of New Eden knew that war was inevitable, and when it began, the scale would be unprecedented.
Yeah.
While much of New Eden had been watching the situation in Nullsec pensively and bracing for the effects that a large conflict might have, another group was seeing a resurgence. Early in New Eden's history, when Nullsec was first being colonized, two of the major factions, the Stain Alliance and the Northern Coalition, had been founded in part by role players looking to play characters within the game
Don't want
world.
it.
But as time passed, this method of play had declined, as the players focused on efficacy took over their space and granted them few options to make an impact upon the game world. However, individuals would sometimes
Lewis,
still engage in the practice, and among them was the character Katya
XOG.
Say. While the player had other characters with which they engaged in other sundry activities in New Eden, Katya was created with a singular goal in mind: to be the first character to visit every solar system in New Eden without losing a single ship. When her journey began on December 1st, 2009, the Apocrypha expansion had just been released, and with it, the new systems in wormhole space, meaning that there were 5,201 star systems in normal space to explore, and another 2,604 systems in wormhole space, a total of 7,805 systems, enough that they knew that they would need to pace themselves. In an interview with Polygon, they said, quote, "I only did this for an hour and a half each day just to unwind after work. I wasn't killing myself doing this." End quote. The systems in Empire space were not difficult to visit, and Katya only needed to avoid gankers who were generally uninterested in destroying the...
Now you
other wormhole systems, in that it featured numerous amenities unseen in other systems, such as approximately 12 entrances to normal space and indestructible NPC stations, making it an attractive system for players hoping to quickly travel from one location to another in normal space. Interested in the opportunities that Thera provided, a group of explorers gathered together under the name Signal Cartel with the intention of creating a peaceful outlet for themselves in a highly competitive game. Their credo today, whose spirit has been maintained through the corporation's entire life, reads in part, quote, Signal Cartel is a service corporation to all of New
Busted.
Eden. In this role, members are encouraged to treat all players with respect, regardless of affiliation. In challenging situations, our goal is to look for a graceful resolution and set an example of dignity and friendship through our actions. We embrace the attitude of a true explorer.
unlocked
We are
everybody with
friendly
good.
to others in our travels, neutral and never initiating aggression, and endeavoring at all times to be perceived by the New Eden community as a non-threat. Among our own ranks and with others, we are patient and generous with knowledge, ideas, and experiences. End quote. This ethos appealed strongly to Katya, who was among the first to join, and by the end of the first year, they had amassed 700 members, a remarkable amount for such a niche corporation, which was thought to have limited appeal. Their most public-facing activity would be the establishment of Eve Scout, a tool that tracked the appearance, disappearance, and status of the numerous wormholes connected to Thera. By utilizing this list of connections, players could drastically decrease their travel time anywhere, though its lack of any NPC security meant that doing so was somewhat dangerous, given the sheer amount of traffic through it. Among other things, Signal Cartel's philanthropic aims included what they called rescue caches. Unknowledgeable, inattentive, or reckless players could sometimes find themselves stranded in wormhole space, and without the proper tools or assistance, it could be impossible to discover any route out, finding themselves stranded in hostile and unknown territory. Placed in systems all over wormhole space, these rescue caches were containers equipped with everything that a player needed to chart a route out of wormhole space, as well as a few other objects that the cache's creator might find amusing, such as fireworks for the player to launch in celebration of their rescue. On November 1st, 2018, 4 years after the Signal Cartel's founding, Katya Say would approach them in need of assistance. After 4 years, Katya had managed to visit all 5,201 star systems in New Eden, visiting many of the planets and chronicling the journey in their blog, and had begun visiting every wormhole system as well, still without losing a ship, a remarkable feat given the belligerence of the roving bands of players who made their home in wormhole space. But after visiting the first 2,000 wormhole systems, a problem that Katya had been dreading became an issue. The chaotic nature of wormhole space and its constantly shifting, labyrinthine pathways made it nigh impossible to find every one of the remaining 600 systems. They would need assistance, and their friends in Signal Cartel were more than happy to oblige. To find connections to the remaining systems as soon as they opened, they would crowdsource data from their players. To do so, they utilized a game tool made specifically for Signal Cartel members that assisted them in tracking the status of their rescue caches. But in this case, it allowed Katya and their small cadre of trusted players to see when a cartel member was in a remaining system on Katya's list. Speaking with Polygon, Katya said, quote, "When a system was found, we generally had less than 24 hours to get through the pass, and depending on how deep it was, the more critical it was to get there fast." End quote. Finally, on March 9th, 2019, Katya announced to the rest of New Eden their accomplishment. Assisted by Signal Cartel, the character Katya Say had visited every single star system that could be visited in just over 9 years without losing a single ship. The accomplishment was noted even by those who had shunned roleplay, and the character came to be one of the most famous in the game's history, with a monument created by Crowd Control
Alright, I
Productions
think I could buy the
in-game
launder
to celebrate the
ability
success.
now.
Sometime after this achievement,
Laundering
Katya would become the leader
closed.
of Signal Cartel, helping to manage it and continue the work of aiding
Oh, wait.
those in and outside of wormhole space through Thera and their rescue programs. But even as Katya,
I'll play, like,
Signal
maybe 1 or
Cartel,
2
and
more
the rest
days,
of New
though.
Eden celebrated, those in Nullsec bent their aims toward a
Why
much
is there a
different
dead
end,
place
and they
over
wouldn't
here?
have to wait long to see their plans come to fruition and take part in the most intense and expensive war that the game had ever seen. A war that would drag out far longer than any could have thought. The establishment of the Tranquility Trading Tower had ensured at least a measure of peace out of mutual economic interest, but as the years wore on, the fear of member attrition grew in the leaders of the various Nullsec powers. Many who had joined these factions did so with an interest in fighting in grand battles, and though the supercapital fleets grew, their use had dwindled. Fleet commanders would take their players on roams through Nullsec looking for fights, but these wouldn't remain enough to sate their desire for battle, and there was concern that significant amounts of players would leave if not entertained. Murmurings of war propagated. Over the years, as more contained wars forced out smaller alliances and corporations from Nullsec, the political situation simplified itself into power blocks. To the west was the Imperium, operating out of their home regions of Delve and Fountain, which had historically been the prize of and home to the most powerful factions in the game, and this period was no exception. To the south and southeast was Legacy Coalition, a group of associated independent states that formed after the war in 2016 and conquered significant territory over the intervening 4 years. To the north and northeast was a larger group going by PandaFam, consisting of some of the most venerable corporations. In June of 2020, as players began to return to EVE Online in expectation of war, EVE YouTuber Yinton estimated that the Imperium had 50,000 characters, Legacy Coalition had 45,000, and PandaFam had 62,000. The distinction of characters was important due to the propensity of EVE players to have multiple accounts, a practice that Crowd Control Productions now subtly encouraged through its user interface. Yinton attributed the growing tension in Nullsec to the decayed relationship between the Imperium and Legacy Coalition, the latter of which was home to Test Alliance, who had a complicated past with the Imperium, at times cooperative and most of the time adversarial, having been the final attackers in the last major war, hoping to eradicate the Imperium. While they had worked together to fight against their mutual enemies in the north years prior, Test attacked a smaller coalition in the northwest, a coalition that the Imperium was supporting, and according to Yinton, the Imperium and Legacy Coalition fought against one another in small-scale battles, but the Imperium's allies would fall, leaving a dearth of territory awaiting capture. As PandaFam alliances moved into this territory and skirmished with the Imperium, however, Pro-God Legend, the leader of Test Alliance and one of the principal leaders of Legacy Coalition on the Imperium's southern border, made a strong allusion to war at an Alliance town hall. Reacting to this, and likely other intel gathered from their intelligence network, the Imperium withdrew from their less defensible territory, shipping all stations and goods that they could to their core regions to prepare for what they knew was coming. Approximately a week after Pro-God Legend's statement, a post made to the Imperium News Network website alleged that, quote, "The past couple of months, Pro-God Legend has run around talking to basically every alliance who has ever shot at the Imperium and gotten them on board with the idea of invading us." End quote. The Mittani, leader of the Imperium, announced publicly the strategy that they would employ for what was now understood to be an imminent war. He had commanded all members of the Imperium to fall back to Fountain and Fortress Delve, as well as the more peripheral regions of Quarius and Period Basis, where they would establish their defenses at choke points in anticipation of the impending attack. Soon afterward, the leaders of Legacy Coalition announced their withdrawal from the Non-Invasion Pact, which dictated a 2-week grace period before an invasion would be permitted by the agreement, though as was perhaps to be expected, various breaches of this stipulation were ignored by both parties. The goal of this war was
Can't find me a
clear,
space.
one that echoed the goals of the war 4 years prior.
Currently, there are well over 400 Titans converging from all over Eve, and that will combine with our Titan fleets from Legacy and Fire and all of our allies, and it will be the largest Titan force ever assembled in EVE Online. Most of EVE is unified around one goal, that this time, Goons must finally be destroyed. All of the alliances joining forces today have agreed that we will not make the same mistake we made at the end of World War B. We will see this through to the end. Months from now, when this war is won, we will finally be looking at an EVE that is worth playing.
Once again, the vast forces of Nullsec and beyond gathered together, but this time there would be no outside funding. Using the resources amassed during the years of peace, the united forces of Legacy Coalition and PandaFam would fund this war themselves, with the express purpose of destroying the Imperium once and for all. This temporary alliance between these two massive coalitions against the Goons would be called PAPI, a portmanteau of Test Alliance's abbreviation TAPI and PandaFam. While the goals of the previous war were more nebulous, this time victory was singularly defined: the complete eradication of the Imperium. The roles of the participants in this war were also clear. The Imperium had willingly nestled themselves into just a few regions, preparing to act as the defenders against the invading forces of PAPI. This concentration of military might was a boon. All of the resources of the Imperium were now centrally located, and any ships or modules necessary could be moved from one front to another with relative ease and speed. Their centralized, autocratic organizational structure also meant that making important decisions would be a rapid process, something that had historically proven vital in New Eden. Despite the Defenders' advantage, the war seemed to be almost a foregone conclusion. PAPI's forces constituted the combined populations of Legacy Coalition and PandaFam, and together they outnumbered the population of the Imperium 2-1. At this stage in New Eden's history, when population was vital for any alliance, these numbers seemed insurmountable. But the Imperium's defenses were stout. If
He's gotta
defended
chill with
tenaciously enough,
Braun.
any gains made by PAPI forces would be
This
incremental
lady
and costly.
throwing
In
too
an
much.
unprecedented show of solidarity and mutual effort, multiple alliances on the attacking PAPI side moved their Titans into position, prepared to siege the home systems of the Imperium. But if PAPI forces were to successfully attack the primary home systems of Fountain and Delve, a multi-pronged offensive would be necessary. Attacking from the southern systems would be brutal, if not impossible. The Quarius and Period Basis regions were separated from their easterly neighbors by a massive distance, too far to make a jump. But the only other option was, in practice, unacceptable. Moving fleets of capital ships through the traditional Stargate network was a dangerous proposition, due to the pattern in which ships arrived through them, making them extremely vulnerable to attack, and such a decision was considered out of the question in the vast majority of cases. And so, the invaders from the south decided to take a different route, instead coming through HiSec, through the system of FWST TAC-8. Technically, neither this system nor a few nearby systems belonged to the Imperium, but rather they were irrevocably claimed by a non-player pirate faction called the Blood Raiders, meaning that defensive structures such as Sinojammers couldn't be deployed. Either side would have the freedom to deploy capital ships to FWST TAC-8 as they so chose. Forcing their way through this route, however, would be brutal and costly, and the fleets were harried by the forces of the Imperium constantly, and the entire time the Imperium fleet commanders were studying PAPI's fleet movements carefully. Finally, after months of grinding battles, the PAPI fleets made it to their destination. The goal of PAPI forces was to anchor a Keepstar as a base out of which they could prosecute the war on the northern front, a boon that would make raids and attacks into Imperium territory far easier. If the Imperium could blunt this attempt, then victory would almost be assured. Pappy would attempt to anchor the first Keepstar in the beginning of October, and the Imperium were ready, with hundreds of dreadnoughts prepared to bring their heavy weapons to bear against the Keepstar before it could come online. When the Imperium arrived, they were significantly outnumbered by the Pappy forces, a trend that would continue to repeat itself throughout the war, and they had little hope of driving their foes from the battlefield. However, their definition of victory was not to push back the enemy fleet. Rather, they needed only to destroy the Keepstar, a goal that superseded any concerns over cost. As the dreadnoughts focused their fire, they in turn were targeted by enemy ships, and they began to drop one by one. But the damage output of these siege batteries was too great for the Keepstar to weather, and the structure would be destroyed before it could come online. Despite achieving their objective, the toll was extremely heavy for the Imperium, with 250 of the attacking dreadnoughts destroyed, significantly more valuable than what Pappy had lost. And so, they tried again. But the response from the Imperium would shock both New Eden and the gaming community at large. On October 6th, the second Keepstar was deployed. Pappy's ships surrounded it, ready to defend it against what the fleet commanders expected to be a massive response from the Imperium's supercapital fleet by stationing their own Titans around the Keepstar. But what they received instead was an unbelievably massive swarm. In an offensive that mirrored the old strategies from the beginning of Goonswarm, thousands of players from the Imperium arrived in Raven battleships armed with long-range missile weapons and charged headlong into the fray. What would come to be known as the Fury of FWST TAC-8 had begun. As the battle escalated and more ships arrived, time dilation automatically activated, reducing the speed of all actions to 10% of their normal values and allowing support ships to arrive much faster relative to the pace of the fight, further increasing the scale. As the hours wore on and more battleships arrived to replace those lost, Pappy leadership realized that the damage was too great for the Keepstar to bear, and forces were scrambled to intercept Imperium ships as they arrived, but the flood of incoming Imperium forces was too great to stem. As the fight spilled into the following day, the Keepstar disintegrated, and Pappy ceded the field. Whether they knew so or not, those who attended the fight had made history. According to CCP, the battle in FWST TAC-8 had broken a record, with 8,825 characters involved, more than had ever been seen in the game's history. While losing 2 Keepstars was a heavy toll, the losses suffered by the Imperium were even greater. But unlike previous wars, the vast accrued wealth of all sides made such losses far less impactful than they had been in the past. At this stage, the 3 more important factors were strategic objectives, available population to fight, and as always, morale. For Imperium leaders, such monetary losses helped to show their resolve. But Pappy would not relent. 3 more times they would attempt to deploy a Keepstar as a forward base of operations, and each time the Imperium swarmed with their battleships to batter it with missiles and prolong the assault. But finally, on the 19th of October, in the system of YZ9 TAC-F6, they would find purchase. Imperium forces once again arrived in their missile-laden Raven battleships, but this time, Pappy were prepared. Rather than allow the enemy fleet and their reinforcements to arrive at a safe range, they surrounded the nascent Keepstar in warp disruption bubbles, which pulled the arriving enemy ships into range of the entire defensive fleet. By calling their targets carefully, battle groups could pick off the battleships one by one with little trouble. The Imperium was forced to cede the field. Frosty's OP, an EVE player and YouTuber chronicling the war, estimated that about 140 warp disruption bubbles were deployed for the purpose, each of which was then destroyed by the Pappy forces, so that they could enter their newly anchored Keepstar. In reference to a popular science fiction show, the method by which it was defended, and the number of attempts to anchor a station, This new structure was dubbed Bubble-On 5. The tactic of bubble wrapping a station was not a new idea, but according to
Ooh.
Asher, this tactic had been explicitly banned by the game masters of EVE Online until special permission
Asta
was
happy this
secretly
bus-
given to Pappy forces to perform it. In response to this claim, ProGod Legend made a post to Reddit which read, "Despite what Matani is pinging to you, placing 140 anchored bubbles on a grid is not an exploit. Whatever the case may have been, Bubble-On 5 would stand. The war had dragged on for 3 months, from the summer into the autumn of 2020, and there was hope from most of New Eden that this Keepstar would perpetuate a swift end to the war, one that would again see the Imperium defeated and, this time,
maybe.
obliterated. Such wishful thinking would prove comedically wrong. Shortly after this Keepstar was anchored, the Russians of the Red Alliance announced suddenly that they were changing their allegiance from Pappy to the Imperium, bolstering the forces of the defenders who were suddenly
I
taking
see.
losses to their infrastructure and facing incursions that disrupted their resource harvesting operations, damaging both their reserves and their morale.
Papa
In
still
order to
there.
preserve some of their industry, the Imperium made the decision to enact a gate camp in a choke point leading to a large dead-end area of Delve, now vital for resource harvesting, a situation likened to Helm's Deep. As long as the defenses held and the Sino-jammers were active to prevent any capital ships from jumping in, the industrialists could continue to gather their resources and produce the tools for war. But there was now no question. Delve was under siege. While significant assets were being lost, direct fights were uncommon, as neither side was willing to commit to risky decisive battles, instead choosing to fight only over major strategic objectives such as Bubble-On 5, and Pappy continued to spill from the north into Quarius as well, foregoing the southern connections entirely. The next major fight, however, would once again break records, and the price of the war would reach absurd levels. Toward the beginning of the war, Asher had bragged that not a single Keepstar had been destroyed, but after the establishment of Bubble-On 5, Pappy had specifically chosen to target the numerous Keepstars
Are we
to
going?
break the defenses. This effort was proceeding at a grinding pace compared to other wars in the past. It had already been raging for over 6 months, which dwarfed most other wars in the game, and at the turn of the year, the Imperium was making an effort to take back key systems in Delve. To do so, they lashed out against the Sino-jammers that Pappy had deployed in numerous systems. While they sent a major force to a system, they simultaneously attacked the Sino-jammer in the nearby system of M2 TAC XFE in a lightning strike. With the Sino-jammer destroyed, the Imperium were finally
gonna
able
try to
to
recruit
bring
this
their
dealer.
super capital fleet to bear, and immediately the signal was
Oh, I
given.
need more
A
brand
beacon was
connections.
lit, and a fleet of hundreds of these massive ships moved into position to defend their vulnerable Keepstar left
I had
behind
'em there
some
now.
time ago. For tense minutes, they were silent as Pappy brought their own fleet and began
Yeah,
firing
1K
on the
less?
Keepstar, unable to target the Imperium's fleet due to the protection of
Oh,
the
we had
tethers.
8K.
But suddenly, the Imperium forces all opened fire
I
at
don't know.
once in a massive cascade to take the initiative. Even as they traded blows in a somewhat conventional battle, the Keepstar was forced into a reinforcement timer, meaning that there was no longer an objective to take. But in a move that surprised onlookers, neither side was willing to cede ground, and the fighting continued. At first, Pappy appeared to be taking the fight, but server downtime was coming, meaning that all of the fighters would be logged off and wouldn't appear again until they logged back in. According to Frost, the Pappy forces failed to make the proper preparations to effect a retreat from the fight, and after downtime, the Imperium pounced, placing warp disruption bubbles on the location where Pappy's Titans would return when they logged back in. Pappy's ships
Business.
were trapped.
Oh, it was
As
4K
long
for
as
the first one.
Imperium continued to place warp bubbles,
Property.
these ships would be out of position when the reinforcement timer finished, and the Keepstar would be vulnerable again. Pappy spent the intervening days
Okay.
bringing more Titans to the front lines to assist
You're gonna
the
have to
attack on
deposit
the
it, though.
Keepstar, and when the time came to jump into position, they decided upon
Later.
a bold strategy. They would jump in directly above the Keepstar, just out of range of the enemy, accepting a small sacrifice of Titans in order to bring the full weight of their ships
Okay.
to bear at once. The previous battle had attracted attention, and according to PC Gamer magazine, over 13,500 players were in position for this second battle, prepared for a fight. This was a tactic that had never been implemented on this scale, and with good reason. With so many actors operating in the same area at the same time, the EVE servers had a tendency to react in unpredictable ways that were almost always more detrimental to the attacker than the defender, making it difficult for an attacking force to assail a position with too many enemies. Still, the leaders of Pappy decided that this was a risk that they were willing to take. The call was made, and this unprecedented fleet made the jump simultaneously. The servers for EVE Online buckled, and strange things began happening. The jump was taking over 45 minutes to complete, and while the players waited to load the system, their Titans would arrive without them, completely bare of any modules. The waiting Imperium jumped at the opportunity, sending the heavy fighters of their super carriers to destroy these vulnerable, naked Titans. Many of the Titan pilots of Pappy reappeared in the system from which they left, with their Titan and all of their modules intact. Others, however, were not so lucky, and ships continued to trickle into M2 TAC XFE for the Imperium to annihilate. This fight broke a new record. When converted to real-world fiat currency, it had cost over
Offering people stuff.
$350,000,
They're doing that.
catapulting the total estimated cost of the war well past $1 million by any metric, and still there was no end in sight. Because of the failure of the attack, those approximately 300 Pappy Titans which had been caught by the Imperium were forced to stay in limbo, ready to be destroyed the moment that they returned, but they wouldn't be abandoned by Pappy. Titans were of particular importance because, while expensive to build, they also needed over a month to produce compared to the overnight builds of battleships, further increasing the importance of retrieving as many as they could. Steve Messner, writing for PC Gamer, interviewed Titan pilot Dran Arcana about the plan to break them out. Quote, "When I asked Dran what the next step would be, he gave a vague answer about continuing the fight elsewhere until the right moment presented itself to stage a jailbreak. What I didn't know was that moment had already come. The day before, pilots received a personal message from Billy, Pappy's military commander. Good afternoon or evening, it read. Your Titan/Super has been noted to be in bubbles. Please be available to be online starting between 0430 and 0600 Wednesday Eve time, Tuesday night USTZ. Do not share this message with anyone." End quote. When the time came, almost a month after the camp had begun, approximately 170 of the Titan pilots were prepared, and as they logged in, Pappy suddenly jumped subcapitals into position, who began slamming the Imperium's camping force. The Imperium responded quickly, bringing a Titan fleet of their own to bear, but Pappy were prepared, and they snuck a fleet of over 400 dreadnoughts close to the Titans. As
Some of
Pappy
them are
Titan
actually,
pilot Tony
from the
told
dealers.
PC Gamer, quote, "It forced the Imperium to choose. Continue shooting our extracting Titans who weren't shooting back and take extreme losses in their own Titans, or only shoot our Titans with Doomsdays but use their guns to save themselves from the onslaught of dreadnought fire." They chose the latter. The Titans were gradually able to worm their way out of those warp disruption bubbles that
Waiting
were
in the
destroyed
barbershop.
by the arriving Pappy forces, and only 6 Titans
That's the way to
were
do it.
lost, a number shared by the Imperium. In the meantime, Red Alliance was striking back in the south, pulling significant Pappy forces away from the front line in the Imperium's capital of
What?
Fortress Del. The centralized command structure of the Imperium meant that resources could
What'd
be
you get?
distributed where they were needed, with primary consideration given to the survival and good of the Alliance as a whole, but
See,
Pappy
I got
were
the call.
far more splintered, and while they have been able to work together well enough in Delve, such distractions placed pressure on those living in the southern regions to protect themselves and leave the front line. From Delve, sending liquid assets to the Red Alliance for their fight could create outsized value. What's more, other small alliances pounced on the weakened phone systems of Pappy corporations, striking and taking territory while their defenses were away. Suddenly, Pappy alliances were losing territory, and the longer that they fought in Delve, the worse their losses became. The Imperium fleet commanders were also learning the patterns of their opponents in a way that opened up opportunities. After studying the way that their supercapital ships jumped together in a tight formation, they hatched a plan, known internally as Operation Enho, but known to others by another name, the Boson Trap of YZ-9 TAC F6. It would be an ambush the likes of which had scarcely been seen before. Such a tight grouping of ships left them vulnerable to a particular kind of Titan doomsday
Hate the
weapon,
barbershop.
a bosonic field generator, or as it's commonly known, a boson. This weapon, when activated, dealt damage in a cone in front of the ship, and while not nearly so oppressive as the original doomsday weapon from years prior, its damage was still incredibly high for a weapon of its kind. While requiring careful coordination and tight restrictions on communication to prevent information from leaking, the plan in its essence was straightforward. When the supercapital ships of Pappy jumped into a fight, a fleet of Titans, all spread out across the solar system, would warp into predetermined locations, aim their bosons, and fire all at once, dealing enough damage to wipe out the Titans clumped together. While it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of the war, it would be an incredible victory. The day of the battle came, and everybody was prepared. At first, there was concern that Pappy's supercapitals wouldn't even show, or they would jump into the wrong location. But such worries suddenly fell away when every cynosural field was placed on top of one another, unprotected by warp bubbles. As Asher wrote after the battle, quote, "The load-in for their supers took forever. Our Titans were creeping closer in warp. Eventually, they started hitting grid and no supers had loaded, but the warp-ins were perfect. I thought again, if it works. We had executed the warp-in perfectly.
Yeah,
a
we-
beautiful spread.
Oh, I think
a
now we
fleet
can do
killer.
the bungalow.
I keyed up to all my fleet members and said, if you believe in a deity, we could use a few prayers right now.
Ooh.
End quote. Finally, all of the supercapital ships from Pappy arrived, and the bosons were fired all at once, capturing the helpless ships in the crossfire in a fantastic display. But as the bosons spooled down, their targets continued floating in space, barely scratched. Due to a bug, only a tiny amount of the damage from the bosons have been applied. With the entirety of Pappy's fleet now in fighting position and the Imperium's Titans all in awkward locations, the only thing that the Imperium could do was retreat. Such a tactic would not be allowed by Pappy again. Months wore on as Pappy systematically destroyed the keepstars of the Imperium, and the gradual pressure even allowed them to lash out against the defenses in Helm's Deep. And over the course of months, system after system of Delve fell. Soon, the Imperium was locked in one final constellation of 7 systems, with their capital of 1DQ1 TAC A as a choke point. The sheer defensive abilities of the Imperium and the key choke point that allowed them to maintain sovereignty in the constellation meant that attacking directly would be foolhardy for Pappy, even given what they had learned in M2 TAC XFE about the effects of massive numbers of players in a single system. Though they had the Imperium surrounded, there seemed to be no way to break into their capital, and the longer they took, the more chaos brewed in their home systems,
next.
and the worse
That's
morale
20K.
became. The purpose of the war was clear from the outset: demolish the Imperium. But the Imperium refused to budge. The longer that Pappy took to achieve total victory, and the more losses they took on the home front, the more morale dipped for the attackers. In contrast, the Imperium's players' morale was only building, as every day that they survived was another day that they defied the enemies that sought to eradicate them entirely from the game. The Imperium continued to hold until summer, when they finally began to strike back out, and Pappy could not afford to leave Delve without losing territory that they had fought so desperately to take and hold. The deciding event of the war, however, wouldn't be military, but economic. As Pappy had been laying siege to Delve, they had relied on the continuous income from the Tranquility Trading Tower. But suddenly, Crowd Control Productions announced a change that would reduce the taxes that players faced when buying and selling goods at NPC stations, making it more profitable to sell in Jedha rather than at the neighboring Tranquility Trading Tower, meaning that the income for these corporations relying on the trading fees was suddenly and drastically diminished. While far from the only factor, it would prove to be the final one. The call was given. Happy alliances were ordered to unanchor their citadels and leave. Different outlets would blame different factors, including splintered interests among Pappy leaders, the loss of territory, low recruitment numbers, and waning resources, but it's most likely that all had some role to play in the decision. After a long and arduous year, the war was over. The Imperium now stood victorious.
Does your
and
dealer not
defiant.
have?
But while Nullsec returned to a relative state of equilibrium, the game itself would undergo turmoil. After Pearl Abyss purchased Crowd Control Productions, there was concern in the community that they would eventually begin to offer purchases for items that had traditionally only been available to those who worked hard to earn them in-game, and these fears were made far more tangible when, in March of 2022, they announced a special pack for sale that they called the Prospector Pack. While many different things were offered, among them was a mining barge, the
She's
Retriever.
out.
The sale of this ship was a shock to almost everyone in the game.
She's
Those
out
who started
dealing.
playing EVE Online often began by mining in HiSec, saving in order to afford a new Retriever so that they could mine more efficiently. And its existence was symbolic of the struggle for success in New Eden for new and old players alike. The ability to purchase this ship felt like a betrayal. The Council of Stellar Management said as much in an open letter. It reads in part, quote, "One issue that has been a perennial player concern is that of monetization. From the 2011 Summer of Rage to the monthly complaints from players over different ads and new monetization schemes, no one can argue that the core player base in EVE Online cares deeply about monetization and is highly skeptical about the direction CCP monetization has been going. The one line we have always said should never be crossed is the selling of fitted ships. This has been consistent. It has been long held and passionately held by most core players. None of us have talked with any of our fellow CSM members who believed that selling fitted ships was an acceptable means of monetizing the game. Any sale like this would have a negative impact on the in-game economy for a variety of reasons, but most importantly because it would both set the in-game price for ships as a function of the real-life cost of the sale, as we see with skins, and because it would edge out producers by introducing free ships that did not require in-game time and materials to produce. We cannot, in good faith, tell any player concerned with this sale that this is as far as the line goes, because we have seen, twice now, CCP willingly cross a line that we were confident was strictly off-limits." End quote. After a coordinated effort by EVE content creators to draw attention to this issue that they called EVE Blackout, and significant pressure from the player community, the Prospector Pack was removed. The question for players
should
now
start
was
like
simply,
increasing
how would they
how much
attempt
they
to
get.
monetize the game
We're
next?
just doing that
It
and
was
then
clear that they
pressing
wished to
100.
move away from the monthly subscription model, but it wasn't clear how precisely they would do so in a game that prioritized player effort so highly. What precisely the company will do with the game in the near future is difficult to predict.
Yeah.
The players are passionate enough to stay, even in the face of profoundly unpopular decisions, and fight for
They're
the
handing it out.
virtual world that they have made their second home, both against one another and the company. As this video is being completed, a new war has broken out involving much the same belligerents as the war that preceded it, and its trajectory will chart yet another chapter in the history of the game. After 2 decades, EVE Online not only refuses to die, but continues to thrive, and its stories will continue to be told in characteristic, nigh incomprehensible jargon by players passionately recalling their time spent in New Eden. This has been an incredibly incomplete overview of the history of EVE Online. Every aspect discussed, from the way that ships are fitted to every subculture of the game, is rich with history and complexity, and to gather all of it would be more than a lifetime's worth of work, and it is still growing. A single aspect discussed could have filled multiple videos of the same runtime. This is true for the maneuverings of high-sec corporations, the drama swirling in low-sec, the intricate politics of null-sec, the history of evictions in wormhole space, the growth and evolution of industry, the history of day trading commodities in economic hubs, the regular tournaments between skilled combatants, factional warfare, the lore of the game, the science of fitting ships and creating fleet doctrines, and a cavalcade of other topics, not least of which being the stories of individuals, such as the maneuverings of the late Vile Rat, the resignation of the Mittani from Imperium leadership, and the efforts of Jade Constantine to create the first nullsec trade hub. The harrowing tales of spies, saboteurs, defectors, and fleet commanders cannot be overstated either, all leaving their mark on New Eden. Special consideration goes to Andrew Groen and his work Empires of Eve, without which the creation of this video would have proven far more daunting. His effort to chronicle the history of the nullsec empires has not only been foundational to this video, but its knowledge is essential to all those hoping to understand the complexities of those factions. EVE University and its Wormhole campus also deserve mention, without whom the game would have been far more mystifying and impenetrable. I wish to personally thank Rogueflight, who patiently sat with me and explained
can you
the
get
most
more
bare of basics
baggies, like
multiple
200?
times. Much of what was discussed in this video was knowingly incomplete for the sake of viewer comprehension and runtime, and there are almost certainly inaccuracies due to error or ignorance. I have presented this work knowing that these deficiencies exist, and I both hope for your forgiveness and for your enjoyment regardless. Thank you for your time.
Welcome to a moment of calmness from one.
Okay. Just put the rest of the fun jars. No. Ready to go to sleep or a little bit longer? Yeah, this is gonna be the last day for me. Bagman. Nothing. How many jars can you hold in one stack? How much can you put in there? Like one jar. Hi. Nakaina. Yeah. Oh, he already said never mind. That's a very cute emote, you know. I love it. I completely. Dang. Nah. Ready? What are your new business? Look at that. I think once it's done, it'll go into our account. I had the cash on me. Can't deposit. Ooh, they're stored. Because you can only deposit 10,000 per week, or the feds will get suspicious. You have to launder the rest. Have fun in here too. We know some grass. Party. Yes. So scary, y'all. Want them? Bought it.
No.
No. Set him up. Where is he? Damn, why you gotta make it so far? Yeah. Thanks. it's in jars, you can stack it to 20. What? Nice, yeah. Get it out there. Making those meth plays. That was the wrong guy. Yeah, Philip 17. Gonna stop hawking that cheap shit. They don't want it. Home delivery. Soliciting. Oh. Why doesn't nobody want math? Well, I think. Oh. I don't know. I mean, it's doing the same thing. I mean, ink is a more investment. Hmm? Look at a laundry. Count, count how much Benji has. Check how much Benji has. No, but look at OG. Yeah, we gotta start giving out the jars. Not even full jars. Gotta get rid of these baggies. Well, it's gonna be it. Go to sleep. Guess you should make your own. Yeah. Just like a different experience. How much we sold today? Probably like, yeah. Hello? Yeah, see, it's in the account. But, like, we can only do 4K at a time. Yeah, we gotta get the bigger ones. Or snuggle up in a twin size with you. Nice. Already sold. Didn't they already take it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. To help her. For your area. Well, wherever the mouth is. Wherever the mouth is. Like, that either get Greg Figgle or Eugene Buck. Well, I get the downtown dealer. Get that one that's locked. Locked. And tell him, hey, Greg, yeah, Greg Figgle, look. Just, let's try him now. Let's see, we'll push like 5 on him right now. Do you have him? I don't know. He won't take it. It's gonna be so. Don't have any bags. Give him 1 jar. Greg. Greg is in the downtown area. I don't know. Jim Buckley's here. Yes. Trying to find. Them? Yeah, he's down here. Greg Fickle. Or Eugene's in that building. Oh yeah. That's the dealer. Gotta unlock the dealer. Good. Right, because his standards are very low. And also try Eugene. Yeah, Matt, Eugene, come on. Please. No, let's go save. What about this guy? I don't know where Brad is. Says you out. Maybe a little bit more. Just like me. I need. Good. Game saved. Oh yeah. That cat is. Oh. Oh yeah. Have a good night. Peace.